By the end of this full course, you'll have the website that makes your ideal client decide right there, before they even reach out, that you're the only one they want to work with. Most businesses underestimate just how valuable the right kind of website can be. And that's why so many of them apologize for theirs every time they share the link. The classic, I know, we're working on it. It's time to make the website your business needs. The website that acts like your #1 salesperson who never takes a day off, and the biggest marketing asset you've ever had. But not just any site can do all that. The best websites that book clients you actually want to work with are built around a proven system that does the selling for you. So by the time you talk to them, they're ready to buy. And what you're about to watch is that exact system. It's my full uncut course, The Profitable Website Launchpad. This is the same program I charged $600 to join until now. I pivoted my focus, but this is just too valuable a system to retire, so I decided to make it free for you right here on YouTube. The wins you're seeing on screen all came from real students who paid and put the system into practice. So what we're gonna build here together works for any business that wants to book more clients through your website, whether you're a consultant, coach, lawyer, landscaper, agency, or anything in between. It can even work for selling things like courses or memberships. We're gonna work on your site in 4 phases. In phase 1, we use the latest free AI tools to dive really deep into your ideal client so we know exactly what they need to hear to choose you. In phase 2, we use my copywriting formulas and specially trained AI assistants to write your entire site in minutes, not hours or days. This is also where we're gonna get all the best images that are gonna help make that emotional connection with your customers. In phase 3, we plan out your future client generator, that one piece of content that captures the 96% of visitors who aren't ready to buy yet. This part alone can more than triple your business all by itself. And then in phase 4, we're gonna bring it all to life and create your brand new site page by page using my proven template that lines up perfectly with every single page and every section that your website needs. There's no coding whatsoever, and I'm gonna show you how to make it look as good as all of these websites, even if you've never designed anything before. Now this video is extra long because it's extra thorough and it goes step by step, but every step is small and most of them come with a tool doing most of the work for you. And you can get all of those in the companion guide down below in the description. So stick with me. This is gonna be the best 6 hours you'll spend on your business all year. Let's get into it, starting with module 1. In this first module, I'm gonna introduce you to something really special. It's a proven content framework that I call the Customer Saga. This framework's designed to define all the important beats that you need to talk about in your marketing, and especially on your website, that's gonna make your would-be clients sit up, lean in, and wanna know more. Now, when I say saga, I'm talking about something very specific. A saga is a heroic story where an inexperienced hero has a desire, encounters obstacles preventing them from getting it, but then meets a mentor figure who's been there, done that, and can help the hero reach their ultimate goal and all the success and transformation that comes from it. And that's the story that your clients find themselves in right now. The problem is they're still stuck at the beginning of the story, and you're the mentor they need to help them progress through the story to get to their happy ending. Now let's be clear, I'm not suggesting that we're gonna tell your story in a narrative, once upon a time way. What we are gonna do is mimic the overall framework and order of that saga because it's the easiest way for people to take in and really truly absorb any new information. From a purely scientific standpoint, when people are taken through a story, there are whole parts of the brain that literally light up in an MRI machine. Their neurons are firing and they're paying attention to the story in front of them. When we tap into that power, we create marketing that resonates on a much deeper level. This is the exact same framework that I've used for all of my full service client web projects for one very simple reason. It works for every single type of business out there. And yes, I mean every business, including yours. So whether you're a consultant, a service provider, or running a local business, this framework adapts perfectly to what you do. And here's how we're gonna make this happen. We're gonna go through each critical beat in the customer saga, but you won't be doing this alone. For each story beat, I'm going to show you how to use my specially trained Customer Saga Brainstorming Assistant. It's an AI tool that I've fine-tuned specifically for this process. It's there to help you define each piece in a way that's unique to your business and irresistible to your ideal client. So you're just going to work with your brainstorming assistant video by video, beat by beat, and then you're just going to copy the insights that it gives you directly into your Customer Saga workbook. Speaking of which, your very first step is to get your own workbook using the link right below this video. So you're going to notice the file isn't editable. That's because it's the master copy that everybody in the program uses. So what you need to do, don't request access for me. I'm not going to be able to grant that. You're just going to click on File and then Make a Copy, and you'll have your own fillable version ready to go. By the end of this module, you're going to have all the rough building blocks assembled, not just for your website, but for any marketing you'll ever need. That's the power of the Customer Saga approach. Think of it like building with Legos. So right now in Module 1, we're on a hunt, finding and sorting the exact pieces we need. This isn't about building yet. It's about gathering those critical pieces about your clients and business. Then in Module 2, we'll turn all these individual building blocks into that amazing finished product. In this case, that means the actual written words and content for your entire website. So I'll see you in the next lesson where I'm going to walk you through the 2 biggest mistakes that most businesses make with their websites. These are mistakes that I see over and over again, and they can be absolutely devastating to your success. More importantly, I'm going to show you exactly how to avoid them so you can start off on the right foot. So before we can start to create that insanely profitable client generation website for your business, we need to understand a few of the most common traps that most businesses fall into so that we can safely sidestep them. All right, mistake number 1. Most businesses say way too much on their website, and almost none of it has anything to do with what their customers or clients care about. People just want to know a few things when they get to your site. What do you offer? How will that help them? And what do they need to do to get it? And they need to quickly be able to process and understand that in about 3 to 5 seconds. You gotta know that people's brains are wired for survival, which in this day and age includes helping them improve their life, social standing, their financial well-being, all that good stuff. But their brains are also hardwired to conserve energy, right? The second they have to burn through too much energy figuring out what you do or how you can help them, they're going to tune out immediately. And along those lines, if you ask your potential clients to use a lot of their brain energy on information that isn't going to help them, how long do you think they're going to stick around? Because most businesses make the mistake of thinking that other people are as interested in their own business as they are. But here's the truth. Your site visitors are interested in you only as much as they think you can help them. Yet, almost every business out there wants to use their website to talk about their whole history. They want to list out all their employee bios, and they love to talk about what makes them so great as a company. Or they try to be too clever or cute or funny with their words, and the clarity suffers as a result. Or they can suffer from what we call the curse of knowledge, right? Where you know so much about your business, your niche, or your industry that you take for granted that your clients may not know as much, and you talk over their heads. In any case, clarity is lost, clients tune out, and these websites fail that 5-second test. And that brings us to mistake number 2, failing to provide a clear path toward a sale or close. Remember that third thing that your website has to make clear? What does your potential client need to do to take the next step? Many websites make their visitors guess what that next step is by not providing a super clear call to action in key areas of the website. And don't get me wrong here, it's not that your site visitors are dumb, but they are distracted, right? They need to be taken by the hand and led onto the path toward becoming a paying client. And let's be very clear here. A good path forward does not say contact us or learn more. That's a very passive goal, right? When you use passive language like that, you're communicating that you aren't confident in what you offer, and you're almost apologizing for it. I want you to imagine you had a cure for some terrible disease. Would you quietly ask people to contact you, Or would you be shouting from the rooftops that you have something that's life-changing? And you may not have a cure for a disease, but you hopefully have a solution that you believe in for a very real problem that your clients are facing. And in that case, you owe it to them to take them by the hand and show them what it is and how to get it. So by not offering that clear path to your site visitors, not only are you losing people due to a lack of clarity, but it's even worse. You're also silently telling people that you don't believe in your service enough to make a bigger deal about it. But we can do better than that, can't we? So let's continue on, and I'm going to show you exactly how. In this lesson, we're going to talk about what you need to do in this program if you offer more than one service. Now, don't worry. I've got a super simple system for you that's going to make this really easy and really fast. So the first thing we need to do is figure out which of your services deserve the most attention right now. So grab a piece of paper and just list out all of your services in order from highest to lowest revenue. And if you need to pause the video here to check your numbers real quick, go ahead and do that. I'll wait right here. Got your list? Perfect. Now here's the thing. We're only going to focus on the services that make up about 80% of your revenue. So that might be just one service, or it might be 2 or 3. Either way is totally fine. The key here is focusing on what brings in most of your business right now. Now let's talk about how to organize your services across your website, because this is where a lot of people get stuck. Each of your services is going to get its own dedicated page. That's a given. But your homepage, that's where you've got a choice to make here. So you can either spotlight your biggest service there or take more of a broad approach. So let me walk you through these two options and help you figure out which one is going to be right for you. The first option is what I call a single service homepage focus. Now this is perfect if you either only offer one service or if one service brings in 80% or more of your revenue. In that case, your homepage should focus entirely on that service because that's what most of your clients are looking for anyway. The second option is what I call an umbrella homepage focus. So this is what you'll want to use if no single service dominates your revenue. So let's see an example. Say you're an accountant and you offer tax prep, bookkeeping, and audit protection. If tax prep makes up 80% of your business, boom, that is your homepage focus. But if these services are more evenly split, your homepage would want to focus on the general accounting umbrella that covers all of them. Here's how we're going to tackle this in the Customer Saga. First, we'll work on your homepage, whether that's focused on one service or your umbrella offering. Then we'll create individual pages for each of your main services. Then later, for each service page, we'll use the same process. We're just going to shift the focus based on the service that we're currently working on. Now, I know you might be thinking, wow, that sounds like a lot of work. But here's the good news. I've done all the heavy lifting for you in advance. I've created the frameworks and AI prompts that are going to help you knock this out really fast and easy. You won't believe how quickly we can get through this just by going step by step. So right now, your only job is to decide, will your homepage have that single service focus or an umbrella focus? So make that decision, write it down, and in the next lesson, we're going to dive right in with that focus and start creating your content. Ready to keep going? Let's do it. Before we can create your new client generating website, we need to know exactly who your best clients are to begin with. Now, I'm not much of a fisherman, but I do know this much. Different types of fish need different kinds of bait to catch them. And not to compare your clients to fish, but I guess that's exactly what I'm doing here. Your website needs to have the right kind of bait to attract your type of client. So in this lesson, we're identifying what kind of fish your client is by creating what in marketing speak we call your client avatar. Depending on how familiar you are with marketing, you may know that word or maybe you don't, but an avatar is just an imaginary person who represents your target audience. Someone who has all the characteristics, needs, and preferences of your ideal customer. And yes, this works whether you're selling to individual consumers or to other businesses. So in order to do this, I want you to grab a piece of paper, or better yet, just open up a new Google Doc, because we're going to do this in 2 steps. First, I want you to write down everything you know to be true about your ideal client for the specific focus that you're working on now. If you don't know what I mean by that, go back and rewatch the last video. So if you're just getting started in this process, you're either thinking of the ideal client for your main service or your ideal client for your overall business as a whole. If you have an existing business, this is going to be a little easier because you can just think about and picture your favorite clients, right? But if your business is newer, that's totally okay. We'll work with what we've got. Some examples of things that someone might write down about their clients would be, they're mostly women between 35 and 50. They're small business owners, typically based in big cities. They're mostly mothers of teens, or they tend to be office managers or HR directors. Next, I want you to create a second list of things that you think might be true about your ideal client, but you're not 100% sure about. These are your educated guesses. For instance, maybe you think they probably make over $100K a year, or they're likely politically liberal, or they usually work in corporate jobs. And don't worry about being right or wrong on this list. We're just getting all of your thoughts down on paper. And if you don't have any suspicion like that about your clients at all, then feel free to skip this part. It's not required, but it just helps to provide as much shading to that perfect client as possible before moving on to the fun part. So we're now going to use AI to help us validate and really round out your avatar using my absolute favorite AI research tool, Perplexity. So just open up your browser and go to perplexity.ai. Now this is technically a free tool, but the catch is this works much better when you're using the Pro version. The good news is, even on the free plan, you do get 3 Pro searches included every day. So you might be able to get this all done within those 5 searches, or you might need to split this into 2 days, or you can just pay for a month of the Pro plan if you want to. And I do have a discount code for you right under this video in the description that's going to take that month down from $20 to $10. Then you can just cancel it when you're done if you want to do that. But honestly, it's an amazing tool for getting any kind of research done, so you may end up wanting to keep it. I'm going to give you a specific prompt to use that's going to help us research and refine your avatar. So this is a long one, so I have included it in the description below for easy copy and pasting. And by the way, I'm doing that for all of the prompts throughout this whole program, so you can always find them in the descriptions beneath. All right, so the prompt goes, I need help identifying my ideal client avatar based on the limited information I have, plus your own research. I run a fill in your type of business here, and then describe either your business as a whole or the specific service you're concentrating on currently. Just put as much information as you think is important here. Then here's what I know for sure about my clients. Paste it all in, paste everything that you wrote down in that first list. Additionally, here are my best guesses or assumptions about them. Then paste everything from your second list. Note, the knowns should be weighed much more heavily than the guesses. If research suggests otherwise, guesses can and should be overridden. Using this information, please conduct any necessary research to provide demographics, a simple list of the key demographic characteristics of my ideal client, avatar name, a cleverly alliterated modifier plus first name, something like Busy Ben, that embodies these characteristics. And finally, this is the important part, psychographics, a detailed psychographic breakdown of the avatar as it relates to my business, including their goals, challenges, values, lifestyle, and how my service can meet their needs. So psychographics are more about their internal struggles and stuff, as opposed to demographics, which is more like where they live, their gender, their age, that kind of stuff. Just so we're all on the same page with that. And continuing on, please make sure the outputs are as detailed and specific as possible, drawing primarily on the information I've provided, especially the knowns, and relevant market research. If any of my guesses conflict with research, please prioritize the research findings. Once you get the response, take a good look at it. Does anything feel off? Maybe it suggested something that doesn't quite fit with your vision, that's totally fine. You can just talk to it like you're messaging with a real person and tell it what you think should be different. Ask follow-up questions or request clarification on specific points. For example, if you're targeting dental office managers and it assumes that they're in their 50s, but you know from experience that they tend to be younger than that, speak up. Just talk to it like you're messaging a real person who's doing research for you. Then just keep tweaking until you have an avatar that sounds really similar to the clients that you already work with and want more of. When you're happy with your avatar, just copy the final version and paste it into section 1 of your Customer Saga workbook. So this is going to be your North Star for completing the rest of your Customer Saga. Got your avatar ready? Awesome. Let's move on to the next lesson. The first step in creating a compelling customer saga is to define who that customer is and what they want. And we've already done the research to figure out who your ideal client is, but now what's their biggest desire? Specifically, what do they want that you can help them with? Now, when you're brainstorming through this, there's a few things you want to keep in mind. Rule 1 is to narrow what your customer wants down to one single desire or goal based on the service focus you're currently working on. Now, all stories make it clear what the hero ultimately wants, but no genre does it more in your face than in musicals. Musicals use this trope where in the beginning, the main character usually has what's known as the I want song. It lays out one hope, aspiration, or desire that we can then root for them to reach by the end. In Wicked, Elphaba sings about how she wants to partner up with the wizard. In The Lion King, Simba sings about how he just can't wait to be king. And in The Greatest Showman, P.T. Barnum sings about wanting to create a bigger, better reality for himself. The point here is these songs are all about one clear focus, one desire, not 5 different mini dreams or 3 scattered desires. By focusing on that one desire of the main character, in this case, your ideal client, you can tell a super focused, easy to follow story with a clear, happy ending. And rule number 2 is make it specific. So back when I was still creating websites for clients, I had a band leader for a wedding band as a client, and he was using this line on his website saying, "The wedding band that cares about you." Now, while maybe his clients wanted to be cared about, that could apply to just about any kind of business, right? The dry cleaner who cares about you, the hairstylist who cares about you. But what his clients really wanted from him was a fun night that they and their loved ones would remember forever. That's something that matters, and it's a specific desire that he can fulfill on. You could get a band that cares about you a lot. I could hire my mom to play my wedding. Nobody cares about me more than my mom, but I don't think she'd do a super good job playing music at my wedding. And I recently came across another website where the main statement at the top of the website was, "We give you more time." I had no idea until going about halfway down the page that she was a dog walker. So while technically accurate, her brand promise was just way too vague to resonate. This same idea could have worked way better if she had said something like, "Packed calendar, your dog's walk is covered." Because here's the thing, if it's too vague, you really run the risk of people not knowing why they even need what you can offer them. They need to read it and recognize it as something they want, something that'll help them in one of the following areas: making or saving money, saving time or eliminating stress, health, building status or social standing, or building or saving relationships. These are the things that people actually want out of life, and just about every product or service can fit really nicely into one of these fundamental wants that people have. It's just a matter of identifying which one of these your service falls into. So if you install hardwood floors, it's really important to know it's not the actual wood they're after. They want to have you install it to save them time, or they want the status that having a nicer home will bring them. In other words, they're in it for the compliments to some degree. And many times these things can be interwoven. For a cosmetic surgery patient, their desires may be wrapped up in both health and increasing their social standing by being more attractive. The point is, you want to define the specific want that your customer has that you can help them with that fits in at least one of these categories. Without doing this, your clients really have no idea where you're going to take them or how you can help them. If you can't hold a mirror up to something they really want, they're just going to hit that back button and see what your competition can do for them instead. The goal here is to point to the desire that your customer already has and tell them, we can get you there. Now, this is a really important trap to avoid. We briefly touched on it, but I really wanted this to hit home. So your client's desire is almost never your service itself. No matter what you offer, whether it's dog training or fixing broken locks, people are almost never buying the actual thing that you're selling, in the same way that nobody wants a plane ticket, right? What they want is what's on the other end waiting for them. In other words, they don't want the airplane seat. They want to be sitting on the beach in Hawaii sipping on a pina colada. If you're a dog trainer, people aren't interested in buying training packages. What they want is a well-behaved dog that they can take anywhere without problems. So it's your job now to define what it is your client ultimately wants that you can help them get. So I know how much it helps to see examples. So I've created 3 very different mock businesses that we're going to keep revisiting throughout the program so you can see what we do for them from start to finish. So our first mock business is a life coach, and his client's desire is probably a happier, more fulfilling life. Next, we have an interior design business, and her client's desire is simply a home to be proud of. And then I wanted to make sure we had one that's more of a B2B business, just so we can see the differences here. This is an IT provider, and their client's desire is for tech to run smoothly without oversight. So now I want you to go to your brainstorming assistant and start by clicking on the starter prompt that says, let's start on the homepage. From there, it's going to ask you some basic information about your business, and it wants you to paste in all of your client avatar research too. So make sure you've got that handy, and that should be enough to kickstart things. And it's also going to ask you what you think that your client's big desire is. It's super important to bring in your own intuitions to help the AI see what it may be missing, your own point of view, right? From there, it may push back on that and give you something that it thinks is more in line with what people are truly motivated by, or it may just have different or even better ideas. So talk to it, go back and forth if you need to. Remember, it's just a brainstorming partner, a really smart one that knows all this material inside and out, but it's just your partner at the end of the day. The final decisions need to feel good to you and ultimately be made by you. So whatever you and the AI agree to in the end, write it down in section 2 of your Customer Saga workbook. Just make sure that it ends up being one simple desire, not multiples. So if you're torn between a few of them, you can always ask the AI to rate each one for you based on your client avatar, or just pick the one that you feel is most compelling and fits with most of your clients. When you're finished, just come back to the next video and I will see you there. We know your website needs to tell your client's story, starting with what they want, but now's the part of the story where they have that obstacle standing in their way. Every story you've ever read, every movie or TV show you've ever seen is only interesting when there's conflict. And in the same way that conflict makes a movie worth watching, pointing out the problem that your client's facing is the best way to make them interested in your business. So we need to identify and then talk about your client's biggest problem that you can help them out with. So here's a common sticking point that I want to get us past right out of the gate here. So talking about your client's problem isn't fear-mongering or, quote, going negative. We actually need to bring up their problem for 2 important reasons. First, without a problem, there's no need for your service, right? You solve a problem, whether it's big, small, high class champagne problems or emergency-based problems. And if you don't, you won't be in business for very long. Now, this problem is a fundamental part of your client's story. So to sidestep that is just going to result in them not knowing why they need you at all. Now, the other reason is by bringing up the problem, you show them that you understand them and their concerns. This creates a bond. So what's the biggest problem that you solve for your clients? Now, I don't know if you ever used to watch the Buffy the Vampire Slayer show when it was on. I did, and I remember that they always featured a character that they would call the Big Bad. So the Big Bad character changed from season to season, and each season would always revolve around that one big villain. And that made for pretty compelling TV. So what I want you to ask yourself is, what's the big bad in your client's story? What's that big overarching problem that your business helps them solve? Is it no savings, or a hard to control dog, or an ugly backyard? We need to define this, because one of the best ways to sell your service is as a tool that your clients can use to defeat their own big bad. When determining the big bad in your customer saga, you want to keep these points in mind. So the big bad is the problem itself. It's not the symptoms of it or the feeling that it creates. For example, if you're a personal trainer, being unhealthy or overweight is the problem, not the fact that their pants don't fit or the embarrassment or depression that your client might feel as a result. Next, you want to focus on only one problem. If you're trying to talk about a bunch of root problems, the clarity is going to get lost and your customer's either going to stop caring or it might even just seem hopeless. Make sure the problem is instantly recognizable. In other words, when you talk about it, your customers need to immediately relate to it, right? So make sure that you're talking about the big problem your customers are actually facing. Don't make up a problem that either doesn't really exist or that's just kind of a slight fringe problem that doesn't really need solving. All right, so let's go back to our example businesses. So for our life coach, his client's big bad would be an unfulfilling life. The interior designer would be a home that doesn't look or feel the way they want it to. And for our IT provider, it's stuck dealing with tech issues that they don't have time to handle. Now, here's another trap we need to avoid. Their big problem is not that it's hard to find someone in your industry to work with. In other words, their problem isn't just how hard it is to find a good life coach or a good designer or IT provider. They're not looking for a life coach to solve the problem of not having a life coach. Does that make sense? The problem is that they're not living up to their full potential. So once you pinpoint who the big bad is in your customer saga, now you need to brainstorm all of the little symptoms or examples of that problem that you can think of. In other words, how does the big bad problem show itself in their day-to-day life? For the life coach client, symptoms might be neglected health, social disconnection, or stalled out in their career. For interior designer clients, it's nowhere to host guests, mismatched styles, and inefficient use of space. And for the IT client, decreased productivity, security vulnerabilities, and data loss. Coming up with the problem and the external symptoms is usually pretty easy, but you don't want to stop there. Most people are much more motivated by the internal problems that result from the external problems, whether they know it or not. Basically, your client's big bad problem and all the little symptoms of it creates an internal sense of frustration, guilt, sadness, or some other negative emotion. So now I want you to think about the internal feelings that come up as a result of the external problems that your customer's big bad creates for them. Think about it. People don't hire an interior designer just to fill their house with furniture. They hire them because they believe that having a nicely decorated home will elevate their status, which will make them feel more like they belong. By just focusing on the furniture and skipping talking about that feeling you help create, you're missing a huge opportunity to tap into something much more primal inside your customer. Because here's the big truth of it. It's the internal desires, struggles, frustrations, and stresses that actually motivate buying decisions. So let's take a look at our example businesses again. So that feeling for the life coach client might be a deep sense of unfulfillment. For the designer client, inadequacy because their home doesn't reflect their personal identity, taste, or success. And for the IT client, powerless, unable to innovate because they're bogged down by day-to-day IT issues. Now, I want you to avoid this trap because I did see this coming up quite a bit with previous students, and I wanted to correct that right now. So try to dig deeper when you're coming up with these emotions than frustrated, stressed, or overwhelmed. You can absolutely use these words if they're the correct one, but if you do, you really need to attach the other part to this. Why are they frustrated? Why are they stressed? Because way too many business owners stop at just saying something on their website like, I know it can be frustrating to not live up to your true life's purpose, but it's much more impactful if you made it more pointed, like, I know how frustrating it can be when you're not progressing in life. It can make you doubt your abilities and regret missed opportunities. So just really think about the real emotion and the real cause of that emotion, and you're going to connect much more meaningfully, which will lead to more clients in your pipeline. Now, it's worth pointing out here that some service businesses don't exist to solve a traditional pain point. Instead, they're more of what I'd call a value add business. Businesses like fishing charters, event spaces, photo booth rentals, and even our interior design example. Businesses like these usually exist to offer their clients a great experience or elevation in status. So if what you offer is event-based, just a little bit of fun, or some type of elevated experience, you'll need to approach this section in a slightly different way. Now, technically, even experiential and status businesses do solve a problem. But that problem is usually just the gap between your client's current life and their desired more elevated or fun experience. For example, if for a luxury yacht vacation client, this could mean being sick and tired of ordinary vacations where they have to put up with crowds of tourists. For a photo booth rental client, this could be the problem of bored guests at their events. So if that's the type of business you have, keep this in mind as you fill out your customer saga for this section. This will become really important later in the writing phase because in general, the more aspirational or experiential your business is, the less you want to lean on the problem in your marketing, and the more you want to lean into their main desire instead. Now, there is a notable middle ground here where it's kind of 50-50 aspirational and problem solving, and that is usually if you're a middleman to a great experience. Think wedding planner, travel agent, things like that, where it's half extravagance, other half is, but I don't know how, or I don't want to plan it myself type of problem. So now it's time to identify your own big bad along with the external symptoms of that overarching problem and the negative emotions that come with each, starting with who is the big bad that your business fights against? So let's just go back to your brainstorming assistant. Now you're going to want to be inside the same chat window that you were in before so that you keep all of the context and information it's gathered so far about your business. Now don't worry if you left that chat already, you can easily find it in your left sidebar. Then just type in, help me define the big bad problem that my client's currently having that I can help them with. I think it might be, then fill in the blank, give it your best guess here. Now, give me 3 options to choose from, along with your guidance on which you think is the strongest. Then just see what it gives you back and decide which option is the biggest, baddest problem that feels the most accurate to you. So trust your gut here. Then once you've decided on your one big bad, not 2, not 3, just 1, you need to pinpoint the symptoms of how that big problem manifests itself in their daily life and the negative emotion attached to each one. To help you get that, just type in, I like, this number best. Now give me 10 negative things that may happen as a result of the big bad and a specific negative internal feeling associated with each. Then go back and forth with it if you need to until you get at least 5 really powerful symptoms and emotions that you recognize as being true for your clients. So before moving on, just make sure that you've decided on your client's big bad and those, 5 to 10 symptoms of the problem along with a specific negative emotion tied to each of them. And just make sure they all get written down inside of section 3 of your workbook, and then we'll move on to the next step. So we now know what your client wants, the big bad problem that's stopping them from getting it, and all those little symptoms that the main problem creates for them. And it all sounds like the deck is pretty stacked against them at this point, right? Well, not for long, because you are here to save the day. In other words, if your client is the hero of their own story, you, my friend, are the mentor who steps in and shows them how to get exactly what they want. Otherwise known as a guide or even a coach, almost every good story features the mentor character in one way or another. Luke had Yoda, Aladdin had the genie, and Daniel had Mr. Miyagi. In every one of these examples, the hero would never have won out in the end without the help of their mentor. But But it's very important when we create the content for your website that the story is never about you or your business. The story has always got to be about the hero. You as their mentor just happen to play a really integral role in that story. The mentor's already defeated the big bad many times over and lived to tell the tale. And for that reason, you as the mentor have all the authority. That's the beauty of being able to play the mentor. The mentor is just a much stronger character than the hero because in most cases, the hero would never rise to hero status without the mentor's guidance. How many websites have you seen that make the huge mistake of positioning their own brand as the hero of the story? Between heroic photos of their team and how they got started, why they got started, all the charitable work that they do. What they don't realize about that is the customer doesn't really care about any of that. They don't want to read the story of your business as the hero. They want to see their own story play out, and they're desperately hoping that you're the mentor that's going to help them win. Now, there are two major ways that you can demonstrate that you are that mentor: understanding and authority. When people are deciding if they want to work with you, they're basically running a simple calculation through their head. Do they trust you? And do they respect you? By showing understanding, empathy, or compassion, you're increasing that trust factor. And then by demonstrating authority, you're letting them know that they can and should respect you and your expertise. So let's talk about understanding for a second. So you want to let your clients know that you understand what they're going through and feel a sense of empathy or compassion for them. And this really isn't hard to do. Once you know your client's internal problem or emotion that problem creates, all you need to do is let them know that you understand how they're feeling and that you want to help them through it or around it. So our life coach might say something like, "I remember how discouraging it was watching others achieve their goals while I felt stuck and unsure of my next steps." Our designer might say, "I used to feel embarrassed inviting friends over because my space just didn't feel like me." Or the IT company might say, "We know how draining it is to be constantly pulled into IT emergencies when you should be focusing on driving your company's vision forward." But just telling your clients that you care about them and understand them isn't enough on its own. They also need to see that you have the experience and the mastery to actually be effective taking them where they want to go. And here's where it's super easy to go too far into hero mode, bragging about your own accomplishments. But that really isn't necessary or the most convincing type of authority. Rather than bragging, just drop a brief line about the experience you have that makes you qualified to help. And another great way to build authority is by presenting any kind of impressive stats that would interest your clients. How many people have you helped achieve success? Is it over 800 homes sold over asking price, something like that? How much money have you saved them, or how much have you helped them grow? You could say something like, "We've saved our clients over $1 million over the years." If you have any kind of numbers like these, by all means use them. Those kind of numbers appeal to the left and right side of our brains, believe it or not, because the hard numbers light up our logical brain, and the excitement that those numbers can make our emotional brain feel is just as important. So some statements of authority for our life coach might be, "With over 15 years of experience, I've helped more than 300 clients overcome obstacles and achieve their biggest personal and professional goals." Our designer might say, "I've transformed over 250 homes, helping clients create spaces that reflect their unique style and increase their property's value by an average of 15%. And finally, we've partnered with over 200 businesses to streamline their IT operations, reducing technical disruptions by 80% and saving CTOs an average of 15 hours a week to focus on strategic growth." And all these have numbers in them. If you don't have numbers like that to share, that's fine. You can always work around that, but numbers do help if you have them. And you should always let your previous and current clients do the bragging for you, if you can, in the form of testimonials. So a little later on in the program, I'm going to cover exactly how to get the best possible testimonials. But for now, just start thinking about who you could ask. And if you're B2B, your clients or other businesses, you can use their logos on your website with their permission, of course. Doing that just provides that social proof that you've helped other businesses, and therefore you can help them as well. And along the same lines, if you've won any kind of industry awards, you can display those logos as well. And interestingly enough, just seeing that you've won any awards is going to have a positive impact, whether they've heard of that particular award or not. And finally, in order to fully flesh out you as the mentor that your clients can trust to guide them, they need to know that your overall philosophy is aligned with theirs. So the final question you need to answer in this section is, what do you believe, stand for, or fight against that your ideal client would tend to agree with? And this is most often expressed in a simple should or shouldn't statement. Basically, you're just declaring that you believe they deserve this or that something shouldn't be as difficult as that. Let's see some examples. The first one would be, I believe that you have a purpose and nothing should hold you back from achieving it. Or, you deserve a home that reflects your unique style and enhances your daily life, and creating that space shouldn't be overwhelming. And finally, we believe that technology should empower growth without being a constant burden for your team. Now, this section really can't be skipped because it deepens your meaning and raises the stakes of why what you can provide them is so important in a larger sense. So now it's time to start brainstorming everything that's going to make you the mentor that your clients want to work with, starting with your compassionate statement of understanding, where you get to show your clients that you know what they're going through. So go back to your brainstorming assistant, still in the same chat window, and then type in, what's the most empathetic statement of understanding I can make to my future clients? My ideas include X, Y, and Z. Just give it whatever your ideas happen to be. And no, it doesn't have to be 3 different things. Just fill in what you would think based on your own gut feeling. Next, let's brainstorm your best statement of authority. So this works best if you can tell the AI some hard facts about what in your past experience makes you qualified to be the mentor in your client saga. So things like, how many people have you helped? How long you've been at it? How much money you've made or saved people? How much time you saved them? Anything like that you can think of. So type in, now help me with my statement of authority. Here's what I think makes me qualified to help. And then you're just going to fill that part in. And finally, we need to tackle your philosophical statement about what you fundamentally believe in, fight for, or fight against on behalf of your clients. So now just type in, now help me write my philosophical statement. As a starting point, I believe, and then fill in what your gut tells you here too. It may build on that, or it may have better ideas that you can go back and forth with it with as well. So once you're happy with everything, you're just going to fill it all into section 4 of your workbook, starting with the understanding statement, then the authority statement, and finalize your philosophical belief statement. But there's one more thing I want you to do in this lesson. So it is brag time, baby. So what I want you to do is in your customer saga, there's going to be a brag board section with everything. Just fill out everything you can think of that makes your business either better or unique or special. So this can include any kind of a unique process that you use, anything you do or include that most of your competitors don't, special experience you have, or certifications or accreditations, awards, whatever, results your clients typically get, client satisfaction metrics, like how many 5-star reviews do you have on review sites, or do you offer any kind of guarantees, anything you can think of that we can leverage later on in the program. So what I want you to do, take a little bit of time, take 15, 20 minutes just to brainstorm all of it and write it in your own words. Doesn't have to be pretty, doesn't have to be organized. The AI will sort it all out later. So get that all done, and I will see you in our next lesson. Up to this point, we've laid out the entire foundation for why a client would want to work with you and how. So now, the only thing missing is telling them exactly what to do now to start. The truth is, your call to action is the whole reason that your website exists. Because think about it, your website's not here just to give out general information, it's to spark action. So what is the one thing that you want people to do when they're on your website? In most cases, that's either making a purchase or setting up some kind of an appointment or sales call of some kind. So since the Launchpad isn't for e-commerce businesses, we're going to be focusing on the second thing, the consultations and appointments and sales calls. So if you want people to take that action, you need to make it painfully obvious over and over again on your website. Unfortunately, most businesses completely waste this opportunity and they whisper what really should be a rallying cry. Either they hardly make any mention at all of their call to action, or they do the next worst thing. They make it soft with a contact us button. So what's wrong with contact us? It's weak and it isn't descriptive of what's actually expected of them. Think about it. You don't want them just to contact you, right? You want them to schedule an appointment. Contact could mean anything from getting together for a coffee to answering a single question to a call where they can just basically pick your brain for free for an hour or so. On the other hand, consultations and appointments mean business. The other reason we want to be direct is because if we're not, we're actually saying that we don't really believe in our service. So if you treat your call to action like a favor that your customer's doing for you and not the other way around, you're going to lose them pretty fast. On the other hand, if you know how much your service is going to help your client, you have a duty to invite them into your business. Being bold with that invitation communicates your belief in what you can do, and most of your clients will be very attracted to that kind of conviction. Your site needs one direct call to action, which is how they can begin doing business with you, and one indirect call to action, which we are definitely going to cover in Module 3. But for now, I just want you to decide on your direct call to action. What do you want people to do? Do you want them to call you, email you, or best of all, schedule something like an appointment booking or a consultation? Now, you probably already know what you want people to do, but if you need help deciding on what the best call to action should be or how to best word it, go ahead and ask your brainstorming assistant for help with it. Just type in, "I need help with my call to action," and it'll take it from there. So your assignment this lesson is super easy. Just write down your final call to action text in section 5 of your workbook, and I will see you in the next one. Now that your potential client sees you as the mentor they probably want to work with, their head is still swimming in all the unknowns of working with you. What's it going to look like? How's the process going to go? What if it doesn't work? Those are the kinds of questions that can really kill a sale, so you're going to want to navigate them safely around that confusion by just showing them a glimpse of the steps that make up your process. Think about if you were in front of a huge rock wall that's just a big flat slab of stone that you're expected to climb up. If you can't see the places that you're going to step and the places that you're going to grab as you scale it from the ground, you probably won't even try. But now imagine strategically placed rocks that jut out, perfectly spaced, that are labeled 1, 2, 3, and so on. That simple step of telling people the path they're going to be taking to get from the ground up to the crest of that mountain makes it seem way more doable. You've essentially given them a plan, and that's exactly what your website needs to do as well. The truth is, people need to be led in the right direction, and often the first thing they want to know is, what do they need to do to get the ball rolling? And then what are the major steps involved that are going to get me to my end goal? And even if those steps seem painfully obvious to you, they may not be to an outsider to your business who's not been through it before. I recommend sticking with a 3-step plan that focuses on the most high-level view of your process. So if you offer something complicated that takes you 20 to 30 steps to do it, you don't want to list them all here. Giving just enough information is going to increase buying, but giving too much information decreases it. So instead, think of those steps more in terms of phases. Now, in most cases, this can be broken down into incredibly simplistic terms. 1, what's the first step or action you want them to complete on your website to get started? And that's always going to be, to set up a consultation or whatever your call to action that you decided on is. Then step 2, this is where you simplify everything that you end up doing for your client into one easy to wrap their head around step. Something like, we'll manage your entire Facebook ads campaign. There are definitely a million steps involved in that. But as far as your client's concerned at this stage in the process of working with you, that's as much as they need to know. that they're in good hands with you doing all the work. And step 3, this is the step where they're simply enjoying the happy after state. So let's just see what this looks like with some examples. So for our life coach, step 1 would be to schedule a discovery call. Step 2, together we'll develop a tailored action plan to help you achieve your dreams. So that's everything together basically in one step. Then step 3, through regular coaching sessions, you'll gain clarity, overcome obstacles, and reach your full potential. Then for our designer, step 1, schedule a design discovery session. Step 2, I'll create and oversee your personalized design plan. And step 3, your dream home made real. And our IT provider, step 1, set up a complimentary tech assessment. Step 2, we'll create a tailored IT management plan. Step 3, experience increased productivity, enhanced data security, and significant cost savings. So again, step 1 there is just to do whatever the call to action is you want him to do. Step 2 is where all the work happens. Then step 3, experience this happy after state that we have gotten for you. Now you definitely want to avoid the trap of complicating your plan with more than 3 steps or by getting too, quote, in the weeds about all the work there is to be done. Just remember, the whole reason we have this plan is to make it seem easy on your client, even if it's actually very complicated on your end. So just start with the action they need to take for step 1, then everything you do for them becomes step 2, then basking in the afterglow of how you've helped them is step 3. But if you really want to make this a true differentiator for your brand, you don't want to stop here. So what you want to do is think of the benefit that comes out of each step. So let's take a look at what I mean. So if step 1 is schedule a design discovery session, what's the benefit that would come out of that? It would be getting clarity, right, on the design. Then step 2 would be I'll create and oversee your personalized design plan. What's the benefit there? It's stress-free and seamless. She does all the work in the background, super easy. And then step 3, your dream home made real. The benefit there is just you're finally gonna love your home. And if this feels at all overwhelming, don't worry, this is what your brainstorming assistant's for. It's gonna help you get to all this stuff. So you don't need to finesse this into the finished wording yet. In module 2, I'm actually gonna show you how to use my simple framework with the help of AI to help you create that finished process plan out of all of these individual elements. So now I want you to brainstorm the simple steps that a client needs to go through to work with you and see the results that you're promising. If it's more than 4 steps, you need to simplify it to a high-level overview. 3 steps is ideal. And remember, step 1 is always going to be your main call to action, whether that's scheduling a consultation or an appointment, calling you, whatever that is. So just go back to your brainstorming assistant to help you out with this prompt. Help me decide on my 3-step process plan, including a solid benefit for each step. Then you're just going to give it some of your own ideas, whatever you think it needs to know, whatever is kind of jumping out in your own head here. Then let it do its thing, go back and forth with it a bit if you need to, and then you're going to want to transfer your 3-step plan along with the benefits of each step into section 6 of your Customer Saga workbook. So get that done, and I will see you in the next lesson. No matter how rosy a picture that we paint for our future clients, most need to get a good sense of exactly what they're going to get from you before they decide to sign anything or move forward. And most businesses try to address this by simply listing out all the things that somebody will get from them. Unfortunately, that alone does a really bad job at convincing people. So I want you to imagine that you own a computer repair shop. Do you think that the average person coming to you wants to know the exact list of every internal part you're going to inspect? Or do you think they want to know the result that they're going to get from your 37-point inspection? And sure, some discerning left-brained people will certainly appreciate the list, but many more people would rather concentrate on the benefits, which is a computer that works, rather than the feature of the inspection. Now, I want you to pay really close attention here. This is the biggest sticking point for most people, figuring out the difference between features and benefits. So a feature is what something is, and a benefit is what something does for you. One of the best examples of explaining features versus benefits is way back in the early 2000s when everyone and their mother was making their own version of the MP3 player. Every major electronics company went out of their way to talk about things like 128 megabytes of storage. The problem is that didn't really resonate too well because the average person didn't know what that really meant. Is that even a lot? But then came Steve Jobs and the iPod. So Steve, being the marketing genius he was, he knew that if Apple was going to outsell their competitors, he had to do better than selling it on cold hard data alone. So when the iPod debuted, he didn't just say 1 gigabyte of storage. He said, now you can carry 1,000 songs in your pocket. Now that's something that means something to people. That is a benefit. The 1 gigabyte of storage is simply the feature that allows for the benefit to happen. So you're going to want to start by writing down the specific features that you offer to your clients. Then write down a result or benefit that each helps your client achieve. So you're really trying to finish this sentence for each feature. So you'll get feature, so you can result or benefit. And of course, I have a few examples so you can really see this come to life. So for our life coach, the feature would be goal setting and accountability. Sounds pretty good, but the benefit of that is it keeps clients on track, increasing motivation and ensuring consistent progress. See the difference here? It's not that anybody needs or wants accountability just to have it. There's a reason that you would want that, and that reason is the benefit. The fact that it will keep you on the right track so that you're consistently progressing, that means something very real to people. And for our designer, one of our features might be final styling and finishing touches, but the benefit of that is that your space will look polished and complete. And for our IT provider, a feature, a really common feature, 24/7 support. But what that really means to people is assistance is available whenever issues arise, minimizing downtime. But I really want to hammer this in because it's seriously the most common element that almost every business gets wrong, including a lot of past students of this course. So I am going all in on making sure you really understand the difference. So now let's play benefit or feature. It is the game that's sweeping the nation. So what is timeline management? Is it a benefit or a feature? Timeline management is a feature. The benefit, of course, being staying on track. Let's move on to our next, a customized plan. Is it a benefit or feature? Survey says feature. The benefit being confidently take action. Last question for all the points, one-click financial reports. You probably guessed it, it is a feature. The benefit being, of course, always know where your money is. All right, so in all seriousness, hopefully this made you kind of see the difference between benefits and features. It's just a super important marketing principle that you need to know about. Okay, so now that you've got a handle on the benefits versus features, we're going to go one level deeper to find the true meaning of each benefit that each feature delivers. So I'd say that 80% of businesses stop at features, then the other 20 go into benefits to some degree. But almost nobody takes this next step, which is what's going to help you stand out above all the rest. So just to illustrate this, every feature you include has a benefit associated with it that has a deeper meaning for your client. Now, this can be a positive result or an outcome or even a positive emotion. Does it save money, save time, reduce risk, simplify your life, just make you feel more relaxed or relieved? So the expanded version of our earlier Mad Lib exercise would be something like, you'll get feature so you can benefit, which means ... So back to Steve Jobs and the iPod. So what does carrying around 1,000 songs in your pocket really mean? How about you can listen to your favorite song anytime, anywhere? Now that's something that people would want, right? certainly more than 128 megabytes of hard drive space, and even more than the ease of carrying that many songs around with you. It's the control that this promises that makes it so powerful. So now let's take another look at how this looks for our example businesses, starting with our life coach. Feature, goal setting and accountability. Benefit, keeps you on track, increasing motivation, ensuring consistent progress, which means you'll make meaningful strides toward your dreams. For the designer, feature, final styling and finishing touches. Benefit, your space will look polished to complete, which means you'll walk into a home that's magazine ready and feels like a true reflection of your style. And for our IT provider, we got the feature of 24/7 support. Benefit, assistance is available whenever issues arise, minimizing downtime, which means your business can run smoothly without interruptions, giving you peace of mind. See how much more powerful that becomes? Including the benefit and the deeper meaning behind it serves a really important purpose. It raises the perceived value of your service, making it much easier for your prospects to justify paying for it. So if our IT provider listed these 3 benefits on their homepage, the reader would mentally just start stacking the value on with each new benefit, increasing that perceived value of what they offer. Essentially, they just made their service seem way more valuable just by talking about what they already include in a way that feels really valuable. So let's say they charged, $20,000 a month for their services. These benefits might make it feel like it's worth closer to 25 or even 30,000, just making it much easier for their clients to justify the price. So from doing this, they'll likely close more deals without having to offer anything extra that they weren't already. They're now just talking about them in a way that helps people see the true value. Now, some people get caught up in the trap that their benefits need to be unique differentiators that only they offer, that nobody else does. But that's not necessarily true. While that does help to make you stand out, and you really should try to think of a few things that you provide above and beyond others, you can also try thinking of benefits that your competition may also deliver on, but they aren't talking about them or they're not making a big deal about them. Now it's time to start brainstorming all the features and benefits that you offer your clients. Now, your AI brainstorming assistant is going to be there to help you, but the features you provide should come from you. So you want to start by just jotting down everything you can think of that you offer your clients when they work with you. Things like email support, customized plans, that kind of stuff. So write it all out, especially anything you offer that your competition doesn't offer or that they at least don't really talk about or make a big deal about. These are your golden opportunities to really differentiate yourself and stand out from your competition. So once you've got that list of features or things that you offer, let's start the brainstorming session by asking, I need your help to create my list of benefits and features. The features I offer are, then fill in the blank, then help me refine my features and possibly let me know what I may be missing. Then give me the benefit behind each feature as well as the deeper meaning behind each. Format it as a 3-column table. And don't worry, we've trained it to know all of these things, so it's going to know what you're talking about here when we say the deeper meaning. So then you'll prompt it, and then you really just want to reality check what it gives you back to make sure that it hasn't promised anything that you can't or really don't deliver on. And also just make one final check that each feature is a thing, each benefit is an action or a transformation, and each deeper meaning is a result or emotion. Then just transfer all of it into section 7 of your workbook. So again, we're not perfecting the wording here, we're just getting your best ideas out on paper. The exact wording is going to come in the next module where we filter all these raw ideas through my magic benefit formula for maximum impact. So that's what's waiting for you in module 2, but we got more to go here, so I'll see you in the next lesson. We've laid a lot of groundwork up till now, crafting an airtight case for why your business is the one your clients want to work with. But without a doubt, they still have 1 or 2 objections. That's just human nature. So the best thing we can do is really just anticipate what those objections will be so that we can proactively squash every single one of them on the website before they can even think about it for too long. So what are some of the most common objections? These tend to be price, time, I don't think it'll work for me type objections, and just overall trust factors can be a big one. But just knowing those common objections is only half the battle, right? Because now we need to overcome them and let people know why that objection is either unfounded or really a non-issue. So let's start with price objections. Now, with this type of objection, there will be some people your service is legitimately too expensive for, and that's fine. There's not much you can do for those people, which is okay. You can't be for absolutely everyone out there. But in most cases, price objections are really more based on that they just don't think that your cost is going to be worth the result. Think about it. People who object to a $500 service are probably going to spend that same amount on dinners out and new shoes instead. So when dealing with a price objection, it's often about anchoring your price to other, more expensive options. This could be talking about competitors who charge more or other options that maybe they cost less, but they require more time, or they cost less, but will get a less desirable result. So in that case, you just want to counteract a price objection with a, but what is it really costing you not to argument? I can give you an example from my own business. So I used to work with clients creating websites. And when I did that, I talked about how you'll pay more for my services over your average freelance web designer, but you're also getting a much more in-depth strategy and expertly written sales copy, which means you're spending more for a site that's going to make you more money. If you go for the cheaper option, you're very unlikely to recoup even that lower cost. Or if it's a time objection, break it down into smaller bite-sized chunks. Say something like, it really only takes 5 minutes a day to get the results you want. And this is a common one, this won't work for me type objection. So for this one, you just want to think of a solid argument of why it will. You can also use case studies and testimonials to make that argument for you. So in order to sell this program, I knew that most business owners would be saying the exact same kind of thing. Sounds great, but my business is different. This wouldn't work for me. So in my marketing, I knew that I had to be very clear about who this would work for and who it wouldn't. Just showing examples of a wide variety of service businesses that it could help. Because the thing is, most people do think of themselves and their situation as unique, even if it's really not. So you do need to emphasize how and why your solution will work for them. Or if it's a trust objection, you need to reinforce your understanding and authority as the mentor. Use stats and testimonials to back you up here. You also really want to include some kind of a human element of the people behind the business. And all that usually takes is a nice photo. So lots of times objections will never be stated outright. They're really just more internal fears that need to be addressed. For example, there are some types of industries that just have a lot of baggage attached to them because people feel like they might get ripped off or be dealing with someone who is not super reputable. So you would just want to nip that thought in the bud by bringing up some positives proactively that will change their thinking. So let's check out a few examples of objections and how different businesses might address them on their website. So for our life coach, a common objection might be, I've already tried therapy and I'm not sure coaching will be any different. But the rebuttal might be something like, therapy and coaching are different. Therapy helps you understand your past and heal, while coaching focuses on what's next. I work with people who are ready to move forward with specific tools and actions to reach new goals. We'll work together to find clear steps you can take to create the future you want. A design objection might be, will you get my style, or are you just going to push what you like onto me? And the rebuttal might be, my goal is to bring your vision to life, not mine. I start by learning about your style, preferences, and how you use each space. So she's basically just squashing that belief or that objection in real time, letting the client know that, no, it's not about me, it's about you, right? And for our IT provider, the objection might be, I don't want to lose control over sensitive data and critical systems. Then the rebuttal, our team follows strict protocols. We set up access controls, so you're always in charge. So it's basically saying, no, you're in control, and here's how. Now it's time to brainstorm all the likely objections that you either hear all the time or just think you might hear from potential customers. And I want you to narrow it down to the top 3 to 5. So you also need to come up with the best possible rebuttal for each one. If you've been around for a little while, you probably already know exactly what those objections are because you've heard them over and over again from your clients, and you might even know from experience which argument works the best to counteract them. But if not, or if you're just not sure, let's brainstorm it using this prompt inside of your brainstorming assistant. Help me brainstorm possible objections my prospects have before working with me. Off the top of my head, I would guess that they would be X, Y, and Z. So fill in the blank there. Help me refine these, or maybe even come up with a few others that you think would be more common. Also, please provide the best, most compelling rebuttal for each, formatted in a 2-column table. Now, I should say here, if you already have a good idea of what a rebuttal should be, go ahead and pop that in here too. You're not limited to just the exact verbiage that I've given you here. So give it any ideas you have if you have them. Otherwise, it's going to do a really good job of coming up with it for you. And again, whatever it gives you back, reality check it, make sure, if anything doesn't seem right, just tell it what you think is wrong, and then work with it until you get it exactly how you want it. Again, the wording isn't important here. It's just the ideas that matter. Then you're just going to transfer all of it into section 8 of your workbook, the top 3 to 5 objections, and the argument for each. Then I also want you to think of people you've helped before who can help make these points for you through testimonials or case studies. So there is a place in the workbook for you to paste all of your testimonials and reviews that you currently have. So gather them up if you have them from all the different review sites that you have a presence on. So if you have Google reviews or Yelp reviews, if you're on HomeAdvisor, Angie's List, whatever niche websites you might be on that have reviews, gather them all up and then paste them in the workbook. At this point, your potential audience knows almost everything they need to know in order to work with you, but you're still missing a critical piece. What's the possible bad outcome for them if they decide not to? People are motivated by a good outcome, but guess what? They're more motivated to avoid a bad one. 3 times more to be exact. So we need to let our audience know exactly what's at stake here. What's the cost of not working with you? Now, before you stop watching and you think this is some kind of a slimy business practice, I am not suggesting that you turn your whole website into a fear-based propaganda machine. Far from it. You only need a little bit of the negative to make your point. Leave it out and they won't know why they should work with you. Use it too much and you're going to come across like a sleazy infomercial pitchman. So think of it more in this way. What negative outcomes are you helping your clients avoid? For a life coaching client, this could be slower progress toward life's goals, repeating the same mistakes over and over, and a lower satisfaction in life. Or for the design client, poorly planned living spaces, costly DIY mistakes, and reduced property value. Or for an IT client, increased risk of security breaches, frequent system downtime and disruptions, and lost productivity, which means less money. But this is really important. We need to avoid the trap of overreaching. So what do I mean by overreaching? Well, all that means is don't overstate your client's problem or the symptoms or the negative consequences and twist it into something more than it is. For our interior designer to say, you're going to hate your house so much, you're going to fall into a deep depression, develop a drinking problem, and lose your job, that would be a stretch, right? Not every business can talk life or death situations because not every business, including yours probably, deals in life and death. Some problems are bigger, like for our life coach. Some are smaller, like for a photo booth rental company who's essentially just solving the problem of having a boring event. And some are more in the realm of those champagne problems, like our interior designer. But there's still problems that your people want to avoid and can be avoided with your help. So letting them know exactly what those problems are can really raise the stakes in their minds and give your offer the sense of urgency that it needs to sell. But next, we need to flip the script and let people know exactly what success could look like as a result of working with you. So if working with you is a journey, what's the end destination? Is it a relaxing weekend getaway, a happier, healthier pet, financial security? If you want to stand out among your competition, you need to be the one that communicates the clearest what their new improved life is going to look like. In other words, what's the ultimate success that they're going to achieve when they work with you? For the life coach client, it could be reaching goals faster with clear direction, or making more confident decisions, develop a better work-life balance. A design client can elevate their home with timeless style, create a warm, welcoming haven for guests, and feel a renewed sense of pride in your home. And the IT client could enjoy more growth, less tech headaches, empower your team with cutting-edge tools, future-proof your business with expert support. The key here is to be specific and simple. And finally, we want to attach an overall positive emotion to these positive outcomes so we can call it out on your website. Remember, never miss out on a chance to bring in emotion when it comes to showing what's possible and to sell your service. So think of the most specific positive emotion that you can here. And I definitely encourage you to go deeper than happy. Some good specific example words would be things like proud, hopeful, empowered, relieved, confident, motivated, focused, or any one of these. And I do want to stress here, it's really not just about finding a synonym for happy, right? Each of these words on the screen means something very different and specific. So go specific here. If you can use just the right words to describe how your clients want to feel in the end, they will attach that feeling to you and trust that you can actually get it for them. So let's just start now by brainstorming all of those negative consequences that can happen to a prospect if they choose to not work with you. Think of all the consequences of either choosing a competitor or of taking no action at all. So open up your brainstorming assistant, then just type in, help me think of the most realistic consequences of not working with my business. Next, you want to think what ultimate success looks like when a client does work with you. So what's that tangible outcome and the internal feeling that they're going to get? Brainstorm that by asking it to help me think of the most compelling yet realistic positive outcomes that a client would get as a result of working with me. Format it as a table and include the result in column A and the specific positive feeling they get from the result in column B. And work with it till you get it how you want it. Then you're just going to copy and paste all of that into section 9 of your workbook, starting with the 3 negative consequences of not working with you, the 3 ultimate successes they'll achieve, and that internal feeling they'll get from achieving these outcomes. So write it all down, and I will see you in our next lesson. Now we're almost done with Module 1, but there are still just a couple things we want to research to give yourself a few extra secret weapons and the best possible ammunition in your back pocket when you're writing your actual website in Module 2. So to do that, we're going to go back and use Perplexity again. Remember, we used Perplexity back in Lesson 4 to help you create your ideal client avatar. It's just my favorite way of doing hardcore research really quickly and easily. So our first step here is to find what we call voice of customer messaging. Now, that's just fancy marketing speak for what are the exact words and phrases that your clients are actually using to describe their own problems, their pain points and desires. This is really important to know because the more you can use these words and phrases on your website, the more it's going to hit home for them. So first of all, you want to download your in-progress Customer Saga workbook as a markdown file. We're not done with it yet, but we want to get what we have so far. So download that, then go back to perplexity.ai, attach your workbook to it, and then put in this prompt. Find me real voice of customer messaging examples for my ideal avatar. Include exact phrasing that's most common in the following categories: problems and pain points, desires, and where they've failed in the past. Research on real review sites only, and look for common patterns or repeat ideas that come up over and over again. Give me at least 5 messaging points in each category. And as for all prompts, I am putting them in the description below so you can just copy and paste them. So once you've run that prompt, it's going to do the research for you. Now, just take a look at what it gives you back and just make sure that it resonates. Or if you need to ask for any kind of revisions, go for it. But once it looks good to you, go ahead and transfer the phrases into the right box in section 10 of your workbook. Now for step 2, we want to get in their heads even more and figure out all of those questions that they likely have before deciding to go with a business like yours. So staying in the same chat window in Perplexity, you're just going to type in, now give me a list of the top 20 pre-purchase questions my client avatar likely has before deciding which provider to go with or to take any action at all. And it should give you some pretty good ones. So just transfer them all into section 10 of your workbook. And if any don't really apply or you wouldn't have a great answer for any, just delete those. Okay, last step for this lesson. So we're going to switch gears a little bit now, and we're looking for any relevant or impressive statistics in your industry that might be compelling or persuasive for your prospects to know about. Because hard numbers can actually do a really good job at cutting through the noise and make people see exactly why they need a business like yours. So let's take a look at a few examples of the kind of statistics that I'm talking about here. So something like staged homes sell 88% faster and for 20% more than non-staged homes, or outsourced IT support can reduce IT costs by 25 to 45% and increase operational efficiency by 45 to 65%. Or an HVAC system that isn't regularly maintained can use up to 25% more energy than one that receives service. So looking at these, do you see how if these businesses were to include a stat like that on their website, how it could make people much more interested? So let's see what we can find for your industry. You're just going to want to stay in the same chat window and use this prompt. Research the most compelling stats on my industry that would motivate a client in purchasing my services. Keep them relevant to their pain points and their ultimate desires. Each stat should serve as a wake-up call about what stands to be lost or as a positive outcome. Do not include stats to do with the state of the industry, how many people are making a mistake, or specific results of one case. Only include stats with numerical values that would be good at motivating a purchase. Include nothing else. Deliver as a simple numbered list. Now from here, it's just going to give you a list of statistics back, some of which will be compelling, some won't be, and that's okay. You just want to try to dig and find the gold, if there is any, and then transfer it into your workbook. So you just want to copy and paste all of it into section 10, including all of your voice of customer phrases, all FAQs, and all relevant statistics that could persuade clients to take action. So once you've done all that, just come back to me in the next lesson. I'll see you there. Now you'll remember back in lesson 3, we talked about how to handle this system if you provide multiple services. So if you only offer one, you're good to move on to module 2, where we're going to take your completed Customer Saga workbook and just go section by section, writing your brand new client generation website with the help of my best writing frameworks and of course your AI-powered writing assistant. However, if you have more than one service, you're going to need to get a new Customer Saga workbook filled out for each of your main services. But don't worry, you don't need to go back and rewatch all the videos to do that. I've actually made it super easy for you. You'll want to start by making a brand new copy of the Customer Saga workbook. Now the link to that is just below this video in the description. And remember, you need to make a copy to get your own fillable, editable version. Then rename it using the specific service you'll be working on. Then just go back to your Module 1 brainstorming assistant, open up a new chat, and then click the Let's Make My Service Pages prompt to get started. It's just going to guide you through by asking you the right questions, giving you step-by-step instructions, and telling you what to write down in your new workbook as you go. And then you just repeat that process for each new service that you want to add. And remember, I only recommend doing this for the services that together make up about 80% of your business revenue. So do that if you have more services to go, or if not, just move on to the first lesson in Module 2. So I can't wait to get started. I hope you're as excited about getting this all done as I am. I'll see you in the next lesson. Quick heads up before we get into Module 2. The website creation phase is coming up later, and when we get there, I've got a coupon code waiting for you. That's gonna save you 80% on your web hosting and your no-code website builder. It's also the only place where my template lives, the one that's built to show off all the content that you're about to create. And you can get that code anytime in the first link down in the description. All right, let's start on Module 2. Hey there, welcome and congratulations on getting through Module 1. So by now, you should have your Customer Saga workbook completely finished, either one workbook if you offer a single service, or separate workbooks for each of your main services. Now, I'm thrilled to introduce you to your secret weapon for this module. It's a brand new AI writing assistant that my team and I have personally trained in the art of Customer Saga storytelling. Now, this isn't just any AI tool. We've carefully programmed it to understand exactly how to weave your workbook answers into a really powerful story structure where your client's the hero, you're their trusted mentor, and together, you're gonna overcome obstacles to achieve amazing results. It knows exactly how to hit all the critical story beats that are gonna make your website's copy really compelling. And in case you're not familiar with the term copy, it just refers to any written words on your website or your marketing materials. So if you've seen the show Mad Men from back in the day, Peggy was the copywriter for the ad agency on the show. And if you haven't seen Mad Men yet, go back and watch it. It's a good one. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page here, since I know that you're all coming from different levels of marketing knowledge and experience. So right now, let's kick things off by going over the process we'll be using in Module 2. This is how you're going to turn everything you did in Module 1 into that fully written website that converts. So if you have multiple services and multiple workbooks, you're going to want to start with your homepage workbook, the first one you worked on. This is the Customer Saga you filled out for the overall umbrella niche of your business, or for your number one service that you want to make the focus on your homepage. So it's going to be the foundation for your entire site's messaging, except for those individual service pages. We'll get to those later. So grab that workbook, then you're going to click on the link below this video to get to the writing assistant. So it is different from the brainstorming assistant you used in Module 1. So make sure you're using the link below to get it. You're going to start a single chat session that you're going to use throughout the entire homepage creation process, and you're going to attach your homepage workbook. Then just go lesson by lesson, video by video. At the end of each lesson, prompt the writing assistant for each section of copy that you need. And again, you want to stay in the same chat window as you build your homepage, about page, and the rest of your main site content. This is just going to help the AI keep all of that context of your business, which is what you want here. Later on, when we move to the individual service pages, you're going to start fresh chat sessions for each service. And don't worry, I don't expect you to remember all that. I'm going to show you what to do step by step as we go. Just wanted to give you a high-level overview first. But the process will feel pretty familiar to how you use the brainstorming assistant in Module 1. You're just going to have a natural conversation with the AI, and it's going to probably ask you follow-up questions sometimes to perfect your message. And don't worry about losing your work. You can always find your previous chat session in the sidebar on the left. And here's the thing, even though we're using AI to write your site, your copy will never be generic or boring. My team and I have really carefully trained this assistant to always create clear conversational writing that speaks directly to your unique audience. It's designed to hit every critical beat from your customer saga, creating that compelling hero's journey that we talked about in Module 1. So what pages are we going to be writing for your new lead generation website? Obviously the homepage, which will take the basic information you filled in on your Customer Saga form and tell the complete Customer Saga story. It'll call your customer out, let them know that your business is the obvious choice for them by taking them through everything you filled in, showing them the final transformation that's possible in their life. Next, we have the About Us page. Now, this is often the second most visited page of any website behind the homepage because people want to work with people that they agree with philosophically. So this is really your chance to tell them not only what makes you qualified to help them, but things that are much more primal, like why do you do what you do? What did you notice in the world that needed fixing? What do you fight for or against? All of these things are super important to show your client how you can help them while building up your authority even more. Next, we have the pricing page. So obviously websites that sell products include prices, and as a service provider, you should too. So even if you can't list out hard prices, you bid things out, you can at least address common ballpark ranges or starting at prices. And I'm going to go into exactly why and how to write this page later on in this module. Next, we have FAQs. So people will naturally have questions about how you do business, and they naturally have a few objections too. So the FAQ page is a fantastic tool to answer all those common questions and bust objections on autopilot. And we have the success stories page, which is essentially a combination of all your best testimonials, as well as possibly featuring a case study or two. This kind of content used together is very important to build your authority and earn trust from would-be clients. So those are the pages you definitely need no matter what service you provide, but there are a few others that you may need depending on your own situation. Now, here are a few kind of pages that might be important to your particular business. First, we have service pages. So we've already talked about including these, but if you offer several services, you want to talk about each specifically on its own page. Next, it may make sense for you to include some kind of a portfolio type page if you provide a visual service of any kind, like if you're any kind of designer or a contractor or even a wedding planner, right? Basically, if people need to see some of the work that you've done visually, you definitely want a portfolio page. And here's what you don't need on your website: almost anything else. Not only do you not need any other pages on your website, but having any other pages will probably actually work against you rather than for you. And here's why. The more pages that you add that don't talk about that customer saga or don't overcome objections or don't funnel people toward that eventual sale, the more people are just going to wander around on the site on their own, basically getting lost in the woods. Not what you want, right? So including your business's whole history, a gallery of staff bios and photos, even a page about all your community involvement, while nice, are very unlikely to actually funnel anyone toward a sale. Because the truth is, any content that doesn't convey a benefit to your prospective client is actively working against your goal. If they don't see a benefit in it for them to go through that content, they're going to tune it out. It's that simple. The goal of your website is to tell the story about your client and how you can change their life for the better. Any page or sentence for that matter that doesn't work toward that goal is working against it. So if there's anything else you ever want to add to your site, either now or later in the future, it needs to pass this test. Is this content I want to add going to read as a benefit to my client, or is it just something that I care about, therefore I think they should care about it? Because always remember, what people do actually care about and your interests as the business owner are often two very different things. And if you still want to add another page to the site later, go for it. But for now, it's much more important to get launched so that you have something to show the world. And then at that time, when you want to add that extra page, you can do it in a really smart way because you'll now know exactly how to do it. Once you finish Module 4, you're going to know how to add any future page to your site. But for now, we're going to start with the home page. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Getting the tone right on your website is super important because that directly impacts how well you connect with your audience and ultimately how many of them will convert into customers. But to properly talk about the tone of your website, we need to talk about the two ways that I see service businesses mess the tone up the most. The first is what I call woo-woo copy, right? You see this a lot with life coaches and any kind of service business in the wellness space. This tends to creep in. It's when the writing gets super abstract and fluffy. It's filled with vague promises and feel-good language that doesn't really mean anything concrete. And the problem with woo-woo copy is that it just confuses your readers and it really fails to communicate any real value at all. Worse than that, it can make you look a lot less credible because people really just can't figure out exactly what you do or how you help them. Take this website, for instance. I love the promise, but how does she help me become happy? Is she a coach? Is she a motivational speaker? Does she sell a course or a book? I have no idea where she fits into the picture based on this. Do you? Now, the second big mistake is resorting to stiff corporate jargon. You know this type of website, you've seen it before, full of buzzwords like synergy, innovative solutions, and global paradigms. This kind of writing is a big old trust killer because it just makes you sound like a faceless corporation instead of a real person or a team of real people. It alienates those would-be clients who don't understand what you're actually trying to say, much less what you can actually help them with, and it makes it nearly impossible to form a genuine connection with your audience. Think about some of the biggest brands in the world, companies like Apple, Lyft, or even a pretty techie company like HubSpot. Notice how they write here. It's friendly, clear, and conversational. This isn't by accident. These companies have invested millions in testing all different approaches, and they have found that conversational copy connects better and converts better. And here's the powerful truth I want you to remember. The most effective copy isn't about being clever or formal. It's about being clear and relatable. Albert Einstein actually said it best. If you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. That's why I've specifically trained our AI writing assistant to avoid both vague, woo-woo copy and corporate jargon. In other words, when you use it, your copy won't be fluffy or stuffy. Pretty good, right? It takes the detailed specific information you've put into your Customer Saga workbook, and it automatically transforms it into clear conversational copy that actually connects with people. Now let me introduce you to a really powerful tool in our AI writing assistant, the tone setter. So it goes from 1 to 10, and it's going to be your secret weapon for getting your tone just right. So level 1 is super casual, even a little silly and quirky, which is perfect if you want to sound really laid back and fun. It's not for every business, but for the right business, it can be good. Level 10 is as professional as you should ever go. Polished, but never stuffy. Because even at level 10, our AI assistant is still going to be programmed to avoid all that really dense, jargony corporate speak that puts people to sleep. We're not going there. As a part of this program, I won't let you. Now I've set the default at 5 because it works perfectly for most businesses, giving you that really good balance between friendly and professional. But here's where you can get strategic. If your brand personality is fun and playful, feel free to dial it down. On the flip side, if you're working in a field where your clients expect and appreciate a little more formality, like if your ideal clients are more academic, you might want to dial it up a bit. The key is matching your tone to what your specific audience expects and responds to. And remember, if you don't adjust the tone setting, it's going to stay at a level 5. And that's actually, again, what I would consider the perfect setting for most businesses out there. The key here is just to be clear, relatable, and connect with your audience in a way that feels natural. No woo-woo, no jargon, just really clear, effective communication that builds trust and drives results. And don't worry, I'm going to show you exactly how you can adjust this when we get to that step. Your homepage is usually the first impression you have with any new prospect, whether they found you in a Google search or, they heard of you from their friend. The first thing they're going to do then is check out your website. So it better have something interesting to say, right? The homepage is just going to hit every beat from that customer saga in a particular order. So in the end, it's going to basically tell your client's story of where they are today, all the way through what's waiting for them on the other side of working with you. Not in a, once upon a time narrative way. We're not doing anything fluffy like that. But this framework lays that journey out in front of them, which is the best way to engage them and make them interested. It's going to tell the customer saga story in order, starting with your client's problem, your solution as the mentor, your proven plan to success so that they can avoid disaster and get what they ultimately wanted. But you know how in a lot of TV shows and movies, they'll start the episode in a really exciting moment, usually in the middle of the climax, to grab your attention, and then right when it's getting good, they'll flash back in time to the beginning of the story and it'll say something like 3 days earlier. Well, we're going to mimic that approach right here on your website. So the hero section at the top of your homepage is going to give that flash of the ending, the positive result that they'll get just so they know what you can do for them before flashing back to the beginning of the customer saga. We'll then highlight the problem your client's facing before introducing them to the solution to their problem, you, the mentor, who's going to get them where they need to be. We'll then move on to highlighting your benefits, then the super easy process of what it takes to work with you, followed by some solid social proof in the form of well-crafted testimonials, the nuts and bolts of what they'll get with you versus what they'll get with your competition in a cleverly crafted features section, followed by objection-busting FAQs, and finally, a super direct and clear call to action. This is the homepage formula that I've had the greatest success with for the same reason that it's become a TV and movie staple. By showing that glimpse of the best part, then going back to explain how we got there is incredibly engaging. It piques curiosity and it lights up that part of the human brain that responds to stories. Since your homepage is by far the biggest, I've broken it up into multiple lessons to make everything super bite-sized and actionable. So just move through it one video at a time, completing the action step after each one before you continue. That's going to keep you on track, and it's also going to keep you from ever feeling overwhelmed. As we go, you're going to see that none of this is overly complicated. The writing is going to be very simple as long as you follow with me and you follow my proven frameworks and you lean on your writing assistant. You can't lose. So let's get started on your homepage, starting with that happy glimpse into the future, the hero section. See you there. Here we go, starting right at the top of the page, the hero section. So I'm going to use that term a lot probably. The hero section simply refers to the top area that you see on most modern websites, usually with a large image and a headline. Now, this is the first impression that most people will ever have with your brand, so it has to accomplish a few things. It has to tell people exactly what you do, why that helps them, and what they need to do to get it. The trick here is really to use your headline and your subheadline wisely to not only make your promise, but to give clarity to the how, right? So when people read this section, they should have no doubt as to why they need you and exactly what you can do for them. So then your call to action button tells them exactly what they got to do if they want what you're offering. The cool part is there isn't just one way to write a winning hero section. In fact, there are lots of proven formulas that can get the job done right. And here's even better news. I have trained your AI writing assistant with all of these formulas and frameworks, so it knows exactly how to help you create that perfect hero section for your business. Not only that, but based on your Customer Saga workbook, the AI is going to be able to take all that valuable information and automatically determine which of these formulas is going to work best for your specific situation right out of the box. But before we dive into using the AI assistant, I want to walk you through some of my favorite hero section formulas. This way, you're going to kind of understand the thinking behind what makes them work so well. So Formula 1, headline, stop problem, start desired outcome. Then the subheadline goes further, our specific service helps target audience achieve key benefit, transforming pain point into positive result. So this is structured to be as clear as possible while still making it all about their biggest desire. Now, I know this is going to make a lot more sense when you see it in action, so let's take a look at our first example here. Stop feeling stuck, start living purposefully. Then the subheadline says, strategic life coaching to help motivated individuals achieve breakthrough results by transforming uncertainty into clear, actionable steps. So it's pretty clear here exactly what he offers and what that does for his clients. Let's check out Formula 2 now. So the headline says, unique benefit for target audience. We deliver key service that's specific outcome, enabling you to what matters most to the client and additional benefit. So what does that actually look like in a real hero section? So for an interior designer, that might be elegant designs for the modern homeowner. Tailored interior designs that reflect your unique style so you can live in comfort and sophistication. And then one last one here, Formula 3, we have desired outcome without common hassle. Our service provides target audience with key benefit, ensuring positive result, which would translate to something like reliable IT support without the complexity. Our managed IT services provide businesses with dependable support, ensuring uninterrupted operations. And these are just 3 possible hero section formulas. The writing assistant is actually trained on way more. So it's going to help you write exactly what's going to connect most based on your own circumstances. The important thing to remember here is clarity will always win the day. So your headline doesn't need to be clever. It just needs to be clear, and it needs to be clear in about 3 to 5 seconds max. I call that the 5-second rule. So if somebody can't figure out exactly what you do in 5 seconds, you lose. They're just going to go for the back button, and you probably will never see them again. So do not ever worry about clever wordplay on this or on any section of your website. That's not what's going to win you clients, I promise. But now let's talk about 2 extra elements that can really give your hero section a serious boost. First, we have positive outcomes. It can be really powerful to just point blank state 3 amazing results that your clients can expect when they work with you. Let's check out what I mean. For the life coach, it might be know yourself better, get a clear path forward, and goals reached faster. Or a magazine-worthy home, perfected use of space, wow your guests. Or what about increased uptime, reduced costs, and enhanced security? And the second additional element that you probably want to include in your hero section is some kind of social proof. So now social proof is really just showing people that you've actually helped other people before. Nobody ever wants to go first at anything. So by showing that you've been doing this for a while for a lot of people, your future clients are going to feel much more confident moving forward with you. Now, the easiest way to show social proof in the hero section is simply sharing how many clients you've helped, along with maybe a 5-star graphic or a statistic about how much money you've saved them, how many hours you've gotten back for them, whatever makes the most sense for your business. And don't worry here, if you're brand new, that's fine. You can skip this step. But if you've been around and you have helped people, this goes a long way. So now let's just have some fun here and get your hero section completely done using your AI writing assistant. But first things first here, you do need to download your Customer Saga workbook that you worked on all through Module 1. So if you have more than one of them, we're going to start with the first one that you did for your main service or umbrella focus for your site as a whole. Just click File, Download, then choose Markdown. That's the file type that tends to work best with ChatGPT. Next, just click the link below this video to access the Module 2 Writing Assistant. Again, it's different from the brainstorming one that you used in Module 1. That one was trained specifically on, helping you fill out your workbook. This one is trained on helping you write the actual copy for your website. Then you're just going to choose one of the 2 options. So if you're just getting started, you're going to choose this first option to start on your main site. Then later, you'll come back and you'll choose the next option to work on your individual service pages. It's then going to prompt you to upload your Customer Saga workbook, so just upload it like this. And then it's also going to ask you if you want to change the tone. So we did go over the tone back in Module 2, Lesson 2, but just to refresh your memory, I have trained the AI to be able to write extremely casually, friendly, and quirky on the low end, and as polished and buttoned up as you should ever go on the high end. So that's on a scale of 1 to 10. So if you were to type in 1, you can expect that really fun, casual, friendly copy. And if you put in a 10, you can expect a much more professional output. I've set it right in the middle at 5 by default, which is usually a great place for most businesses just to stick with. But if you want to change it, go right ahead. It really should be unique to you and your own audience. So now the stage is set and we can ask for the very first section of your site to be written. All you got to do is type in, give me the best 3 options for my homepage hero section. It's going to go over all of your Customer Saga information so it knows as much as it needs to about your business and your clients. Then it's going to run that past all the headline and subheadline frameworks that it's trained on, and it should give you back 3 really solid options to choose from. It's also going to give you your call to action button text. But now it's up to you to either choose the one that you think works best, ask for revisions, or if none of them are quite hitting home, just ask it to try again. Then you're going to want to paste it all into your copy doc. Next, you're going to want to prompt the writing assistant for the 3 positive results or outcomes that they can expect when they've worked with you. So you'll want to stay within the same conversation inside of your writing assistant. Then just type in, now give me my 3 positive results. Now, what it gives you back should be 3 super short, and by that I mean 2 to 3 word max, outcomes that you'll want to include in your hero section as well. And as always, you just want to reality check them to make sure that they're not only accurate, but that they're outcomes that your clients would actually get excited about and want. So if any part of this seems off, just ask it to try again, give it any feedback you have until you get it right. And finally, let's figure out the best kind of social proof that you can show here. So in the last module, I had you add all of your brags about your business, including how many clients you've helped, how many reviews you've got, how you're different or better, all that good stuff. And the writing assistant should now have all of that. So all you need to do is in the same chat window, type in, now give me 3 options for hero section social proof. Let it do its thing and see what you get. So hopefully you like one of them best and you can just go with it. If not, keep going till you get it right. Then once you've got all these elements ready to go, we're just going to start a new copy document, or as I'm going to be referring to it in this program, the copy doc. Now, I like to use Google Docs for this. That's my own preference, but feel free to use whatever program you like, whether it's Word or whatever. Not important. This is just for you to keep all of your copy in one place. So you're going to want to label this as the hero section. Then you're going to paste in your headline, then your subheadline, and your call to action text. And I like to put brackets around it just so it looks like a button. Then your results as a bullet list and your social proof. Then just add a horizontal line so you know that this is the end of that section. Remember, our homepage needs to mimic the story that your clients already started living in. And that starts with the problem they're going through. There's a really important reason that we need to define the problem and make them feel it. When dealing with people, remember, you're not dealing with creatures of logic, but creatures of emotion. Now that's a quote from the man who literally wrote the book on salesmanship, Dale Carnegie. So people buy based on emotion, and they're already feeling these problems anyway. So the more that you can come across as the business that gets what they're going through, the more they'll trust you up to a point. It is possible to overdo the pain, so just be careful not to veer into fear-mongering or making their situation seem hopeless. So let's take a look at a few problem sections done right for our example businesses just to see how this can actually look. So for our life coach, it could be a headline of, have you lost sight of your true potential? Do you feel stuck in a cycle of unfulfilling routines? Are you achieving success by society's standards, but still feeling empty inside? Do your dreams seem further away with each passing year? Perhaps you're tired of watching opportunities pass by while you remain frozen in indecision. Where does someone with your potential turn for guidance and transformation? Right here. Let me be your partner in rediscovering your purpose and creating the life you were meant to live. So notice here how the headline asks a really pointed question that gets to the heart of the big bad problem. And then the body text underneath it talks about the symptoms of that problem in a way that anyone reading it can really see themselves in. Then right at the end, in the last paragraph, we zag and we offer that glimpse of hope that things can be better. Now let's see another example of this. What's your outdated tech really costing you? So I'm not going to read through this whole thing again. You can pause if you want to, but this headline really makes the client wonder what's at stake by not fixing their problem. Then we go into the specific symptoms of their big bad problem. And then finally, once again, we end it by suggesting, but wait, there's a better way. But I do have another trap for you to avoid if your business is more in that value add category than in the problem solving category. So when your business is more about offering an experience to be enjoyed or a luxury of some kind, you don't want to lean on the problem quite as hard. The way you'll handle this section is slightly different in that case. For example, for our interior designer who's really offering more of that aspirational problem being solved, see how the headline only lightly brushes on the problem, which is really just the opportunity cost of not having a professionally decorated home. This works so much better for a business that's not really fixing what's broken, but that's simply elevating what's already good enough to something extraordinary. So now that you know why the problem section is so important in the overall client story and what goes into it, it's time now to create your own. So let's just go back to your Module 2 Writing Assistant, and you should be working in the same window as you were while you were creating your hero section. So again, if you've closed that out, you can easily find it in your left sidebar to continue. Now, this just helps the AI to see what came before, so it keeps all the context of your project together. So once you're in that same window, you're just going to want to type in, "Now help me write my problem section." Easy as that. Now it's pre-trained on all my best problem section formulas, no matter if you're a problem-solving business or in the value-adding business. It's going to give you the formula that it thinks is going to work best, given all of the unique details from your workbook that you already gave it. So what I recommend here is to ask it for one, then even if you really like what it gives you the first time around, go ahead and ask for another version, and then possibly a third, so you can just pick the one that you think works best. Then once you've got it, just go back to your copy doc and paste in your content. You're going to paste the headline and then the body copy. Just make sure that the section's labeled as the problem section. Then once again, add a line underneath it to signify the end of the section. So that's what you're going to want to do for every section for the rest of the homepage. So that was the problem. But we can't leave your clients hanging like that, now can we? We need to bail them out with your solution, and that's coming right up in the next lesson. See you there. If you've been keeping up with the customer saga we've been telling up to this point, it's all been about your client as the hero so far. So in the top hero section, we focused on what they ultimately want. Then in the problem section, we laid out what's stopping them from getting it. Now it's time to introduce you or your team as the mentor that's going to arm them with what they need to kill their big bad and get their happy ending. This is the solution section. So let's start with the headline. It should be based on the overall desire that your client has, which we defined back in lesson 5 in module 1. But it should also serve as a bit of an introduction to you too. This is super important because how many websites have you been to that talk about, how great they are and how they can help, but there's literally no trace of the people behind the business to be found. You trust a website like that less, don't you? I know I do. So let's see a couple examples of that solution section headline right now. Something like, "I help successful people find their true purpose." "I'm Kate and I create spaces that tell your story." Or, "We simplify the tech so you can focus on growth." And then after that comes the body copy, where we make the case for why you can help get them to where they want to go. So all you need is 2 very short paragraphs. One that's based on your statement of understanding, where you let them know that you empathize with what they're going through, followed by one based on your authority, how you've helped others just like them. And once you've done that, you just want to add one last line that turns it all back around on your client. And we can do the same for you, or some close variation on that anyway. Now let's see this whole section in action. "I help successful people find their true purpose. I know what it feels like, that nagging emptiness despite your achievements. I understand the frustration of doing everything right, yet still feeling unfulfilled. The constant wondering if this is all there is while putting on a brave face for the world." That is your statement of understanding. Now to the authority. "I've guided over 200 high achievers from feeling stuck to finding their true calling. My clients have launched passion projects, switched careers, repaired relationships, and built legacies they're proud of. One recent client went from burned out executive to purpose-driven entrepreneur in 6 months." And here's that final statement. "I can help you make the same kind of transformation." So here we've got the headline, then we've got the statement of understanding. I understand how frustrating it is when your home doesn't reflect who you are. and then the rest of it, and then the statement of authority. I've transformed over 100 homes from underwhelming to extraordinary. Then it goes on to talk about homes being featured in Architectural Digest and a story of a recent client who brought her family closer together. And then the last statement, I can create that same magic in your home. And finally, headline, statement of understanding. We understand the pressure you're under. Your board wants innovation. Your team needs stability. You're caught in the middle, managing legacy systems that eat up time and budget. Authority. We've modernized infrastructure for over 50 Fortune 500 companies, going on to sharing the details about that. And then we can't wait to achieve similar results for your organization. So as you can see, this is a very repeatable formula and it works really well. So now let's get your solution section written. So inside your writing assistant, in the same chat window, just type in, now give me my solution section. Now it should give you back the whole thing at once, including the headline, your statement of understanding, authority, and your ending statement of how you can help the reader get what they want to. If it's missing any of those pieces or anything doesn't look right, just prompt it to include whatever you don't have, then read through it, make sure it hits on all the right notes and doesn't say anything that you don't want it to. Once it's good to go, just add it to a new section in your copy doc in the same way you did the previous section, labeling it and adding a horizontal line underneath it so you know that's it for this section. Now you've already made the case for why you're the very best mentor in business to help your clients get the result they want, but we can still make that case tighter by highlighting some super compelling benefits that come from choosing you. Now this will be easy because we're just going to draw from that list of features and benefits that you already created back in Module 1. Each benefit will get a short title and a short description. But these aren't just standard, here's what you're going to get type benefits. We can do a lot better than that. I want to introduce you to my 3D benefits formula. So this operates on 3 distinct levels. The feature that delivers a benefit that brings about a positive result or emotion. So why do we want to go so deep with our benefits? Well, hitting on all 3 levels helps your prospects see not only what each benefit truly means to them, but it also gives the clarity they need so they understand how they'll get that result. And you've already written out all the raw materials that we need to bring these 3D benefits to life when you filled out your workbook. So right now, I just want you to go back to section 7 of your workbook, and you're going to choose the top 3 most compelling benefits that your various features deliver. Make sure you're choosing the ones that the most people would actually really care about, not just the ones that you think are most important. Then you're just going to prompt your writing assistant to give you the finished version of this section by asking, now give me my benefit section. The 3 benefits I want to focus on are X, Y, and Z. Just list them out there. But what if you're not sure which of the benefits are strongest? Well, you can always modify this prompt to ask it to rate all of your options and then suggest which 3 would be most interesting to your ideal clients. Whichever way you go, it should give you back a section headline that clearly communicates that these are the benefits of working with you, as well as your 3 finished benefits written out in the 3D benefit formula with the benefit itself as the title, then the feature and deeper meaning included in the description. Just be really careful that you're not titling your benefits as a feature. It's way easier to do it that way, but it doesn't do nearly as good a job. So if any of your benefit titles sound like a thing rather than like an action or a result, ask the writing assistant to revise it until it reads as a true benefit. Now we need to tackle the section that's going to make working with you seem super simple and like you've got everything on lockdown. The plan section on your homepage. So people want to not only feel like things are easy, but if they feel like you have a repeatable process, that makes you look infinitely more professional, like you're not just winging it every time. We've already covered this concept in some detail back in Module 1, so now's the time to just let your writing assistant give that section the final polish it needs. But just to refresh your memory, this is a rough idea of what this should look like in the end. So each step is numbered, gets a short title, and a short description that contains not only what happens in that step, but a solid benefit that comes out of it too. Step 1 is always the action that you want them to take right now on your website. Usually it's to click that call to action button that's going to let them schedule an appointment or consultation, or it might be a phone call. It's whatever you defined as your most important call to action. Then step 2, it's a bit of a cheat because this is where everything you do for them actually happens. Then step 3 is the happy after state, where they just get to sit back and enjoy their new life or their problem being solved. So let's do one together right now for our interior designer. Step 1, book your design session. During our first chat, we'll explore what makes you light up, your style, how you live in your space, and what you're dreaming of. Think of it as laying the foundation for your perfect home tailored just for you. Step 2, your vision takes shape. Now comes the exciting part. I'll craft a design plan that captures everything we discussed, making sure every detail feels uniquely you. We'll map out exactly how to bring your vision to life. So that's where all the work happens. Then step 3, your dream home made real. Experience the joy of a home that's beautifully and thoughtfully designed around you. So as you can see here, each step includes what actually happens plus the benefit of that step. So let's break those out real quick so you can see a clearer picture of it. So all this text in green shows that benefit or success that comes from each step. In step 1, it's laying the foundation for your perfect home tailored just for you. In step 2, it's making sure every detail feels uniquely you. Then step 3, the joy of a beautifully and thoughtfully designed home. Now here's a trap to avoid. You don't want to skip the numbers like step 1, 2, and 3. So I've seen a lot of previous students not write out step 1, step 2, step 3. And as a result, this section just kind of looks like it's 3 random features or benefits or options. What really makes this section work is seeing that it's 3 simple steps. So do not skip out on that language here. Okay, so let's get your process plan written now by just asking your writing assistant to give me my process plan section. And if you really want to just double check its work, just ask it to put the benefits in bold for you so you can make sure that they're all included. And as always, ask for any edits you want, then copy and paste it all into a new section inside of your copy doc. By the time someone scrolled this far down your homepage, they're probably thinking, this seems interesting, but, and this is a big but, they've got some nagging doubts still floating around in their head. Maybe they're wondering if you're too expensive or if this will actually work for them or if you can handle their specific situation. You know, all those objections that we talked about in Module 1. Well, this is where the right testimonials can save the day. Because here's the thing. You could spend a whole day telling people why they shouldn't worry. But when Sarah from Minnesota jumps in and says, "We thought planning our wedding ourselves would save money, but Ashley's vendor connections and industry expertise ended up saving us thousands while giving us the night we've always dreamt of." Boom, that hits different, right? Or when Mike shares how after several nightmare contractor experiences, we were skeptical, but Mike's team restored our faith by finishing our renovation on schedule and under budget with 0 surprises or excuses. Game changer. It's like having this amazing sales team working 24/7 on your website, except instead of giving a sales pitch, they're just sharing their real experiences. And that's why testimonials are pure gold for your homepage. They crush those objections in a way that feels totally natural and believable because, let's face it, people are just way more likely to trust other people's experiences than anything we could say about ourselves. Now, I know what some of you are probably thinking, but Wes, I don't have any testimonials yet. We've all been there and it's totally okay. So here's what you're gonna do if you don't have any testimonials right now. Launch your site anyway. Seriously, an imperfect site that's live beats a perfect site that's just stuck in your drafts folder. What you need right now are those first few dream clients. And here's a pro tip. While you're working with these early clients, even small wins count. You know, maybe they send you a nice text or they leave a comment about loving your work. Screenshot all that stuff. These micro testimonials are perfect starter social proof until you build up the longer, meatier ones. So just make sure that you have a plan to collect testimonials as you go. Trust me, it's way easier to ask for feedback right after you've knocked their socks off than, trying to chase people down months later after the details of their experience with you starts getting fuzzy. But when getting new testimonials, there's a right way and a wrong way. You can't simply ask your clients, hey, can you write me a testimonial? Because here's what you're gonna get. Something like, Tom's the best, highly recommend. Not the most compelling or convincing, is it? What you want is something more like this. Now, these are from Marie Forleo's B-School. See the difference here? These paint a picture. Guess why? Well, it's because they more or less follow the customer saga format, except now it isn't coming from you, the business owner, but it's coming from a real-life client like your visitors. Because you can talk till you're blue in the face about why people would want to work with you, but let's face it, you're biased, right? Your former clients, in theory at least, are not biased, so their words carry more weight. So how do you get a testimonial like these? It's all in asking the right questions so that when you put the answers together, it tells a really complete success story. So here are some of the questions that I like to ask here. What was the problem you were dealing with before you found me? How did that problem make you feel? Describe the process of working with me. How are things better for you now that we've finished? And how do you feel today versus before we started? When you ask those kind of questions, then you put the answers together into a narrative start to finish story. It is a much more compelling testimonial, right? So you've got a few choices in how to go about getting these answers. First, you can just email your clients and hope that they take time out of their day and answer them. Unfortunately, people are pretty distracted. And let's face it, your testimonials probably aren't their top priority today, so they'll probably never get around to actually filling it out. Option 2, this is my recommendation, get in touch letting them know that you want a testimonial from them and see if they'll join you on a call or better yet, on Zoom. You'll find that most people will agree to that and honor the appointment time. So if you're calling, you want to get a phone recording app to record the call or a screen recording program to record them on Zoom. You want to let them know that, of course. You got to get their permission for that. So once you've got them on the phone or on Zoom, you want to ask the questions and get their full answers in complete sentences. In most cases, that means you want them to kind of rephrase the question into the answer. So if the question is, how do you feel before us working together? Bad answer would be them just saying frustrated, right? It would be better to say, I felt very frustrated before working with you. Then you want to pull out all the best quotes and write the story out in one short paragraph. Because remember, people aren't going to read a novel here. They're skimmers on websites, so keep it short. Now, here's something I'm going to bring up. So this is a really important concept. So is it ever okay to change the wording around in a testimonial that someone's given you? This is a very fine line. On one hand, the words that they provide you may not be the most succinct or tell the best story. On the other hand, you always want to be ethical, right? And you don't want to lie to your prospects. So here's what I will say about this. If you feel the need to change wording in a way that tells the intended story in a more compact or logical way, try it out, but here's the thing. If you've changed the words around, I want you to email it to your client and let them know that you changed the words around and ask them if this edited testimonial still accurately reflects their opinion and if they approve of you using it. If they agree to it, then it pretty much becomes a legitimate testimonial. Or if you recorded the Zoom call, just isolate their side of the conversation and use it as a video testimonial if they're okay with that. Now, there are many software programs you can use to edit that together, and it's really easy to do. You can also do this whole thing in person, recording it with your smartphone if you happen to be local to your clients. Because here's the thing, video testimonials can be extremely powerful. I highly recommend getting at least one. If not before you launch, you can always add it in later. And if you're going with text testimonials, you want to make them more impactful and believable by including the client's photo whenever you can. But again, if you were just to ask them to send you a photo, people, again, they're distracted. You're not their priority. They're going to forget. They're not going to do it. So you probably want to be much more proactive in getting those photos. What I usually like to do is grab their LinkedIn photo, then ask them if I can use it. And that makes sense for me because my clients and students are all business owners, so it's a little more professional. But you can also grab these on Facebook or Instagram, whatever's going to be most appropriate for your business and for your clients. And you'll find they almost always say yes to that request. But now there are a few more things that you want to include as a part of every testimonial. First, You want a catchy little headline or title for the testimonial. Because here's the thing, 5 times as many people read headlines as the text underneath it. So if some people won't read the meat of your testimonials, it would make a whole lot of sense to at least give them a really good indication of the positive sentiment of that review anyway, right? So what's the 2 to 3 word headline that you can use to title each one that just gives us the gist? And don't worry if you're having trouble there, your writing assistant's gonna help you out with it. And next, you want to include a 5-star graphic along with each one just to visually convey that this is in fact a raving review. You know, it's just a shorthand that helps people see you've really helped others even if they never read the reviews themselves. All right, so let's talk strategy now. When it comes to your homepage testimonials, here's the deal. You want 3 absolute bangers, not 10 okay ones, not 5 pretty good ones. You want 3 that pack a serious punch. So I want you to grab those objections that you wrote down in Module 1 because we're about to get really picky about which testimonials make the cut. Specifically, we're looking for 2 specific types that convert like crazy. First up, the result showcasers. Now, these are your before and after stories, right? You know the ones. I doubled my revenue. I booked 6 months in advance. Our vacation was the best we've ever had. If it makes sense and you have the right testimonials that mention results in terms of specific numbers, even better. Then we've got your objection busters. So remember all those doubts that you wrote down that keep people from buying? I want you to look for testimonials that tackle these head on. You know, if people are worried about price, you want that testimonial that says, best investment I've ever made. If they're worried about time, grab the one that mentions how you actually saved them hours every week. And if you happen to have a testimonial that does both, that shows amazing results and crushes a common objection, that is homepage gold right there. Now, when I've reviewed students' websites in the past in this program, I've noticed that there's a lot of them who deviated from what I'm teaching in this section, and they added in a WordPress plugin that just automatically puts in their Google reviews and displays them on their website. I mean, that sounds good, right? How could it be a bad thing to always be showing new positive reviews? The problem really is just that these plugins don't let you pick, choose, shorten, or sweeten the reviews you get in any way. And as we talked about earlier, not all testimonials are equal, right? Some pack a punch and some just say they were nice to work with. Nice to work with isn't a result that anyone's looking for, and it certainly doesn't overcome any objections either. So resist that urge to replace a good proven marketing principle with technology that doesn't really help you. So now, if you already have some testimonials, it's time to use your writing assistant to help you figure out which ones to use, as well as trim them into a good story if possible. Making sure you're still in the same chat window as before, just ask your writing assistant to give me my homepage testimonial section based on my provided testimonials, emphasizing results, positive transformations, and overcoming my client's biggest objections. Double check that it's given you a good headline for the section and 3 solid testimonials that emphasize results or overcome objections and a 2 to 3 word title for each. And if you think it missed the mark in choosing the best ones, just say so and suggest what might work better until you get what you want. Then copy and paste it all into a new section in your copy doc. So far, almost everything we've done is playing on your client's emotions, and there's a reason for that. It's a well-known fact that almost all buying decisions are based on emotion. But what comes after that emotional decision? For most people, they do need to back that emotional decision up with some more logical information so they can feel really good about it, like they've checked all the boxes off in their head. That's where this next section swoops in, the features. This is the section where you're going to spell out all the inclusions that people will get as a part of your service. But even though this is meant to feed that logical side of their brain, we're not just going to stop there, because if we did, we'd be missing out on yet another chance to connect those more primal emotional dots too. So to pack a real punch, we're going to create a multi-layered feature section very similar to how we created the 3D benefits a few lessons ago, but this time the emphasis will be on the logical features, followed by the more emotional benefits and meanings behind them. And here's the perfect formula to write each feature out. So you're going to start by titling each with a simple feature name as a mini headline. Then, mention the benefit followed by the deeper meaning of that benefit. And you may be wondering this, yes, you do want to repeat the same 3 benefits that you already put in your benefits section, but this time they're just going to be reworded here to be features. You'll want to do this for all 10 of your features, or at least as many as you can think of. Keep it to, 10 to 12 max. We don't really want to dilute it with more. So now let's look at some examples of features. So for the life coach, the feature is goal setting and accountability. Then we go into the benefit and meaning. Stay focused and motivated with built-in progress tracking that turns your dreams into achievable daily steps. Final styling. Finishing touches that turn your space into a magazine-worthy sanctuary, creating a home where you feel like your best self. And finally, 24/7 support. Help is always at hand, keeping your business running smoothly while giving you complete peace of mind. So you can simply list out all your features along with their benefit and deeper meaning, which works very well on its own, but there's an opportunity here to go even further and help you differentiate your business from your competition by displaying what your clients will get with you versus what they'd get if they chose a competitor instead. So you would do this using a simple comparison table. But how do you know if you should use the comparison us versus them approach or just simply lay out all your features on the table? There's really no wrong answer here. You can always position your offer as better than your competition just in how you talk about it. But I would say if you know that your offer is truly better than your competition and you have solid reasons as to why that is, I'd go for the comparison approach for sure. It's just much more persuasive if you have clear arguments. But if you don't really feel good about positioning your competition as being a lesser option, or if you just don't honestly think that you can make a really good case for that, then just focusing on you and what you offer might be the safer choice. But either way, your writing assistant is going to be your best friend here and can help you sell your features in the best possible light. Just kick off the section by asking it to give me my feature section. It should then ask you which way you want to go, just talking about you or talk about you versus your competition. If you're still not sure, just ask it to help you decide. So it's going to ask you a few questions and make a recommendation based on your unique situation. And if you end up going the comparison table route, it's going to ask you to explain in your own words what features you offer that you think are truly better than what your competitors do and why. So try to be as complete as possible here. It's going to pull from all of that stuff, plus everything else that it knows about your business, and especially from your brag board section in your workbook to make your comparisons as favorable to you and your business as possible, while still keeping in integrity. No matter which direction you go here, just make sure you double check everything for accuracy, especially if you're choosing the comparison angle. Make sure that you're not going too overly negative on your competition and overly downplaying what they offer just to, make yourself look better. The first reason for that is you just want to be truthful in your marketing, right? But secondly, people can kind of tell when you're going way too negative on the competition for your own benefit. That's not a good look, and it can actually backfire and make them trust you less if you were to go too far with it. So see what it gives you, then request any changes you need to see, and then once you've got this section locked in, copy and paste it into your copy doc. Frequently asked questions are one of my favorite secret weapons, and often an unsung hero on any website. So people generally wind up reading through them when they already really like what they see, but now they're trying to rationalize their decision in choosing you. I also love FAQs because they're another chance to let people self-select themselves as being either in or out on your offers all on their own. Because the last thing you want is to spend your day on the phone with tire kickers and those unqualified prospects. So the first goal of your FAQs is to answer real questions that prospects often have when deciding if they want what you're offering. Back in Module 1, you should have put together a good list of those FAQs that you either get asked all the time or at least a list of FAQs that are common to your industry if your business is new. But your FAQs have another really valuable purpose, to bust through objections. So you should have also put all of these in your Customer Saga workbook in the last module too. So your job here in this lesson is to create your FAQ content for two places. First, you'll have a short FAQ section at the very bottom of your homepage. Remember, the homepage is mimicking a story, specifically the hero's journey. By the time they get to the bottom of the page, it's pretty safe to say they're interested in what you have to offer. They wouldn't have made it this far if they weren't, but they still have some doubts that once cleared will remove the final roadblock to wanting to work with you. So in reality, these FAQs need to be based on your most common objections, phrased as questions, along with your best rebuttal for each. And you only want to feature around 5 of these on your homepage. But you probably have a lot more FAQs than 5, especially when your homepage FAQ section is mostly going to be taken up with objections. So this is where your dedicated FAQ page steps in so that your really engaged prospects can find quick answers to anything and everything that may be stopping them from continuing. Now, this page should be a really good mix of those objections, but also a lot of those actual questions that people ask when they're considering buying from you. And you can go up to about 20 on this page. I wouldn't recommend doing more than that because it's likely to just dilute the most frequent questions with ones that aren't nearly as common. So let's go ahead and start with your FAQ section for your homepage. Just ask your writing assistant to write my homepage FAQ section, prioritizing the biggest objections my prospects have that might stop them from working with me. And as always, check it over, make sure these are actually the biggest objections that need to be dealt with and that the answers are persuasive and true. Okay, it's really important. So if anything feels off, or if you'd actually refute an objection or answer a question differently, just tell it so, tell it how you might answer it and go back and forth until it's how you want it to be written out. Then just transfer it all into your copy doc. So this will be the final section of your homepage. So congratulations on finishing the biggest one. But we're not done here yet. We got to continue and ask now for the full FAQ page. Now, since we're starting on a brand new page, not just a new section of the homepage, what I like to do here is actually create a page break in your copy doc just to make things nice and organized. So you'll just go to insert and insert a page break, and then we're gonna label this page as FAQ page. I'm not gonna keep showing this for every page we do, but this is the procedure for how you'll do it moving on. And again, this is not a huge deal. This isn't for me to look at, this is just for you. So feel free to organize your copy doc however you want to, but this way just keeps it super clean and organized, which is gonna help you a lot when we get to the website creation phase in Module 4. Okay, so to get all of that content for your FAQ page, you're still gonna be in the same chat window in your writing assistant, and you're gonna prompt it, now write my full FAQ page mixing objections and common questions. Prioritize the ones that you think are the most common among my ideal clients and the ones you think are most instrumental to decreasing doubts and increasing sales. Once again, check it over, ask for changes. Once you're happy, paste all of that content to the new page that we just created inside of your copy doc. So congratulations, we've just wrapped up your biggest page, the home page, plus your very first internal page. But we've got a few more to go, so I will see you in the next lesson. Pop quiz, what is usually the second most visited page on any business website right after the homepage? Yep, it's the About page, and yet it's often the most poorly executed. So most businesses want to treat it like a corporate resume, but I'm going to show you why that's a massive missed opportunity and how we can create a much better version that's going to be way more likely to get you clients. Here's what most About Us pages look like. Founded in 1999, we're a leading provider of blah, blah, blah. Our mission is to deliver exceptional experiences. We value integrity, excellence, blah, blah, blah. Sound familiar? The problem is, not only is that boring and self-indulgent, this approach completely misses what your potential clients are actually looking for when they click on that About page link. While most marketing experts, including me, tell you to make everything on your website all about your client as the hero, your About page is actually the one place where I encourage you to talk about yourself and your business. But and this is crucial, you need to do it in a way that creates connection, not just listing achievements. The data backs this up too. A recent study shows that 82% of consumers want to buy from businesses whose values align with their own. Not their prices, not their features, their values. So what's the real goal of your About Us page? Well, it's to help potential clients see the humans behind the business and to create a genuine connection to what you stand for. Whether your prospects consciously know it or not, they're asking three main questions when they visit your About page. Who are you really? Why do you do this? And what do you believe in? So let's talk now about the essential elements that make up a great About page. Well, they're actually pretty similar to the keys of telling a great story. So I'm going to break this down into 6 key pieces that all work together to tell your brand story and build trust with potential clients. First up, any good story needs characters, right? In this case, that's you and possibly your team if you have one. This is all about showing the real humans behind your business. Now, I'm not talking about stiff corporate headshots and formal bios. I mean authentic photos and personal elements that let people see who you really are. Remember, people want to buy from people, not faceless companies. Next, every story also needs a setting. This one's pretty simple, but super important. So just show you're a real business in a real place. Name your city. If you have a physical office, show it. Have a real business address. Caveat here, unless you work from home, in which case you probably don't want to make that public. Now, this might seem really basic, but in a world where trust is at an all-time low, showing that you're not hiding behind anonymity makes a really big difference. Next, we have conflict, and there are actually 2 different ways that you can approach this. The first is what I call the market problem approach. What was so broken in your industry that you just had to fix it? Maybe you can share some stats or examples that show why things needed to change. The other approach is the founder's passion angle. Maybe you were just obsessed with this field and really couldn't imagine doing anything else. Either way works great. Just pick the one that's most authentic to your story. Next, we have the journey, right? How did you develop your approach? What did you learn along the way that makes what you do different? This isn't about listing services. It's about showing how your experiences led to your unique way of doing things. Then we have resolution. This is where you show the impact of your work. What are the real outcomes for your clients? How are you actually solving that original problem? Remember to include some evidence that your approach works. And number 6 is the sequel.
These days, you gotta have a sequel.
Where are you heading? What bigger impact do you want to make? What's next for your business? This shows potential clients that you're not just solving today's problems, but you're thinking about tomorrow's problems too. Now, here's what's really cool about these elements. You can weave them together in a lot of different ways depending on your story. What really matters is hitting these key points in a way that feels really natural and authentic to you. And don't worry, just like for your homepage, your writing assistant is completely trained on some proven, worked out formulas and frameworks that cover all these bases. But before we get there, let's just look at a few examples so that you can see this in action. So starting off with our life coach, here's what we've got. What if success isn't the end of the story, but just the beginning? I discovered this truth the hard way sitting in my corner office in downtown Seattle, staring at another industry award and feeling nothing. On paper, I had it all, the career, the achievements, the lifestyle that others dreamed of. But that emptiness led me to a profound realization. Success without purpose is just a really comfortable way to be unfulfilled. So this is the conflict. This is that market problem where there's something in the market, there's just something out there that needed to be fixed, right? Continuing, that journey from successful but searching to finding real meaning changed my life and revealed my true calling. For the past 8 years, I've been working with CEOs, entrepreneurs, and high-achieving professionals who have mastered the what of success, but are struggling with the why. Through deep personal work and studying with mentors from Buddhist monasteries to Harvard Psychology Department, I've developed an approach that merges ancient wisdom with modern neuroscience to help successful people rediscover their spark. So that's the journey bit. My clients don't need more strategies for success. They've got those down pat. What they need is space to explore, permission to question, and guidance to reconnect with what truly lights them up. The result? Leaders who are both accomplished and fulfilled, entrepreneurs who have rekindled their original passion, and professionals who've made their success mean something more. So that's the resolution. And now for the sequel part. Looking ahead, I'm expanding into small group masterminds and writing a book about finding purpose at the peak. Because when successful people align their achievements with a deeper meaning, they don't just transform their own lives, they change the world. Pretty good, right? And this is all written with my frameworks within the AI assistant. Okay, next up we have our interior designer, and this one is written a little bit differently. It says, life's most meaningful stories unfold in the spaces we call home. In a world of cookie-cutter luxury and Pinterest-perfect rooms, I've always believed that true design should whisper your story, not shout someone else's. This conviction was born in my grandmother's eclectic Victorian in Savannah, where every room held generations of memories and not a single piece matched the others, yet somehow it was the most beautifully cohesive space I'd ever known. After a decade designing pristine but soulless showrooms for luxury furniture brands, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd lost something essential in our pursuit of perfection. So I took a risk. I launched my own studio with the radical notion that high-end design should feel both elevated and effortlessly lived in. That your home should be your most authentic self, just wearing better clothes. So again, here's that market problem. I couldn't shake the feeling we'd lost something essential in our pursuit of perfection. So she's here to fix that issue. And the results speak for themselves. My clients' homes have been featured in Architectural Digest and Elle Decor. So here we have all of the resolution part. So this is the real impact that she's made. And then looking ahead, so this is the sequel part of what is coming next. And moving on to our IT provider. Your IT shouldn't feel like sci-fi, it should just work. So notice how all of these headlines are kind of a big, bold statement that people would probably tend to agree with who are reading it. Now, I'm not going to read through this whole one, but we can see here we've got the market problem, working in a mid-sized law firm, watching partners lose billable hours, to frozen screens and crashed servers. Something had to change, right? That's when it hit me. The IT industry was built backward. It was all about reactive fixes and tech jargon. So it's him coming in and kind of slaying that dragon that needs to be slayed. We have our setting, right? So it's really important to kind of let people know where you are, just for transparency, and also so people know like if you're in their area to help them. And here we have the resolution. 95% of our clients have never had a major system outage. And then looking ahead, the sequel part, developing a training academy to help other IT providers adopt our proactive approach. So all this together just tells a really complete story start to finish of where you came from, why you do what you do, and where you're going next. Now, going above and beyond that main text, you want to include at least one of these elements. You could have 2 to 3 impressive statistics, how many people you've helped, how much money you've saved them, that kind of thing. A short list of credentials or your achievements. Logos of clients you've helped if you're business to business, or logos of media outlets that you've been featured in if applicable. Like let's say you've been on podcasts or you've been featured on the local news or in a publication of some kind. And finally, you could do a timeline of events that led to where you are now. And this is really important. You definitely want to include at least one image of yourself if it's just you, or you and your team, right? Ideally 2 or 3 candid shots. I don't recommend them being overly posed. Make them friendly and approachable. Now, if you have a team, what I usually recommend here is a nice group shot or possibly a few of them. I like those better than individual photos of every person on your team. But if you're the kind of business that needs to do that, like if you're a law firm, go ahead. But I highly recommend not linking to each person's bio and socials and all that stuff. Definitely not their socials. That just gets in the way of the conversion because you're taking them out of the path at that point. So now let's write your About Us page. Since we're finished with your homepage, it's up to you. You can stay in the same chat window. Remember, you can open it back up from the left sidebar, or you can start over again. It's up to you. Just know, whenever you start over, you will need to re-upload your Customer Saga workbook so it has all those details. Okay, so once you've done that, just ask it to give me my About Us page copy, including the headline and the most compelling stats that I can include on the page. Now, it may or may not have enough information inside of your Customer Saga document to get going, so it might need to ask you some follow-up questions just to get the details of your own personal story right. So answer all of its questions as completely as you can, and don't worry about getting the wording right or being professional, anything like that. It's just about compiling the information that it needs to do a good job, and then it's going to give you your words and final polish to make it sound great. Once it has what it needs, it's going to get writing, and as always, do a final check just to make sure it's saying what you want it to say, and ask for any changes you want to see until it gets it right. Then when you got it and you're happy, just add the new content to a new page of your copy doc labeled as your About Us page, and then we can move on. Obviously, if your website sells products, you would expect to put the price next to it, right? But if you offer a service or several services, it's a little more ambiguous, isn't it? Especially if every job is different and you need more information to put a customized bid together. So while it's not always possible to list out hard prices, it's really important to at least address your pricing on your website. Why is that? Well, it's all about offering potential customers and clients the best possible user experience, which means delivering on their expectations. They expect to see prices on your site the same way that you would expect to see prices when you're in research mode. In the old days, information was really closely guarded, and people very rarely shared what they considered to be trade secrets because they didn't want to be copied or give up their negotiating power. But today, with so much information so readily available online, they're going to find what they want, whether it be from you or from a competitor. So if it's not you, your competition might very well win that business. And a really common mistake I still see businesses make is they want to make customers fill out some kind of a form to request a quote. The problem is your customers are much more savvy than they used to be. They know that you're just trying to tee up a sales call. So unless they're already pretty sure that they want to work with you, odds are they won't fill out your form. They're just going to move on to the next competitor to see if they can find pricing info there. Now, you want to show pricing info whether your competitors do or not, because if they do and you don't, you'll take yourself right out of the running when it comes time for your customer to choose a provider. And if they don't provide pricing, you definitely want to be the one who does, because it gives you several key advantages. It lets you set the pricing expectation for your service. Secondly, since so many people search Google for pricing info, your pricing page can be a key landing page on your website. So let's say you're a wedding photographer. People are definitely searching for wedding photography prices in your city. So if you have this page optimized on your website, you can get quite a few potential clients to find you through that page. And the next reason is just transparency and credibility. With information so readily available these days, anything you hold back is just going to feel shady to most people. They'll assume you either want to pitch them with that sales call, or even worse, they might think that you're going to change your pricing from client to client based on how much you think you can squeeze out of them. However, publishing your pricing in a really straightforward way is going to make people trust you, which is huge. And publishing your pricing also lets you pre-qualify your prospects. So back when I used to do client work, before I published pricing information, I would waste all kinds of time talking to the wrong types of clients. And by wrong types of clients, I mean, they were nice people, but I found that most of them that I got on the phone with truly had no idea how much web consulting or a new website would cost. So I would spend about 15 minutes on the phone with them only for them to get sticker shock when they found out what it was going to cost. Needless to say, didn't win their business. But I consider anyone who's been to my pricing page to be very qualified, making my job of closing them over the phone in a consultation so much easier. So publishing my prices accomplished two things. It weeded out those who couldn't afford my services, and for those who could afford it and wanted that higher level of service, it just affirmed for them that my then business, the Deep End, was the right fit for them and that they were in the right place. So now that we know why, let's take a look at how you should show your prices. So I've got several options for you here. If you can offer straightforward upfront pricing, it's super easy. Just write it all out in a pricing table so that people can see at a glance what's included in each package so they know what they need. And even if you only have one package or one service, this still works the same way. You can also show pricing tiers, including several higher priced options that very few people would ever opt in for, but that make your core services look much more moderately priced in comparison. Think about if you were offered a service for $1,000. That might seem really high at first, but then what if you saw a $4,000 option next to it? Suddenly that $1,000 option feels much more doable, right? Remember, people's brains are hardwired for comparing options. That's why almost every pricing table you see online looks kind of like this one, with the option that they're actually trying to sell being the middle priced option. And you know they're trying to sell this one because it's given a larger size and usually billed as most popular or top seller. And the higher priced option here is mostly there just to make the core package seem like a good deal. But what if you can't really list out actual prices because your pricing is customized based on the needs of your clients? Well, when I still did client work, I couldn't list out most of my prices on my site because custom websites have different criteria and functionalities, which can really vary the pricing. But guess what? I could list out ballpark ranges that people could expect for different services. Some ranges were pretty broad, but at least they eliminate people whose budgets are well below that range. Another option is to use starting at verbiage and then just list out some of the factors that will affect the specific price. This can still work in a tier system, so rather than saying one blanket statement like our services start at $1,000, you could have 3 different tiers, each with their own starting at price. This could be based on different services you offer. So if you're a plumber, sink clogs might start at one price and shower drain service might start at another price. Or this could be different levels of service, right? If you're a wedding band, you might have one starting price for a 4-piece band and then a higher priced one for a 12-piece band. Or you can just use an approach more like the one I did on my old website, where you have headings for all the different levels with a ballpark range or a starting at price, and then a description underneath of what's included and what drives the price up or down. And it's really important, especially if your prices are dramatically higher or lower than your competition, to use your pricing page to justify that difference. A common way to do that is to use what we call price anchoring, where you just put your pricing in context with the competition. So talk about the benefits they'll get with your service that they won't get with lower priced options. But you do want to be really careful here not to go into defensive mode. Don't use language that assumes people will think the price is too high. So if you believe in your prices, just explain what they get included in your pricing. You can include statements like, for the price of your daily cup of coffee or whatever it is, because maybe your price sounds high, but if you give them a way to justify it, like by comparing it to another expense that they don't ever have a problem with, like going to Starbucks every day, they'll be much more open to it. Or how about you could spend less elsewhere, but how much are you really saving if? For instance, I would say this to my potential clients about their websites all the time. You could spend less by hiring a freelance web designer, but that site won't include a lead generation strategy. So how much are you saving when my site will make you money and the other cheaper site is only going to cost you money? Or while we're not the cheapest choice out there, we think you'll find ... right? This helps people see that you're higher priced for a reason. There's something you offer that cheaper options don't. The whole point here is to really truly filter out the people who can't afford you, as well as giving people who can afford you plenty of reasons to justify your cost. So now it's time to create your own pricing page. Based on all of this stuff, you might already know how you'd like to show your prices, or you might need some help deciding. So the good news is your writing assistant can help you figure it all out. Just ask it to write my pricing page. It's then going to ask you any follow-up questions about your service and your pricing that it needs to get, enough information to really do it correctly. It'll ask you questions about what you charge for various services, and if your prices vary, it may even ask you about a few specific projects, what you did exactly and what you charged. This is going to help the AI get a true sense of not only what you charge, but also what variables drive the cost up or down. It's also going to ask you which format you'd prefer to display your prices in. If you already know, just tell it, but if not, ask it to help you decide. And again, no need to write anything out in any particular way. Your job is just to give the AI raw info. Its job is to polish that info into the final words. So get it done, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Only a couple more pages to go. Okay, welcome to one of the most important pages of your whole website, where you get to highlight the successes and positive results that you've gotten for your current and previous clients. So if you're starting a brand new business, you can leave this page out for now, but I still want you to watch this lesson so that you know what you need to do as you move forward and start working with more clients. And this is a cleverly titled page because you'll notice I'm not just calling it testimonials, even though testimonials will play a huge role in this page. And the reason is I actually think there's another type of content that you should include here as well if you want to put this over the top and be even more impactful. I'm talking about case studies. So this success stories page will ideally be made up of reviews from your clients and at least one case study or little mini story where you highlight the results that you got for a client or certain clients and how you did it. Now, I love to use this approach because both of these elements work together incredibly effectively. Your client testimonials come off as unbiased. They're from your clients' mouths, after all, not yours. And while the case studies do come from you, just because of the fact that they're surrounded by your client's own stories, your case studies will feel almost as if they too are somehow less biased. It's all about anchoring the one content type to the other. So let's just start off with testimonials. Now, testimonials are key to the art of persuasion on a website. They give your potential customers some assurances that they're in good hands because they can see that others have gone before them and gotten good results. Now, we've already gone over what makes for a great testimonial and how to get them back in Module 2, Lesson 9, so refer back to that if you need a refresher on it. But as a part of that lesson, you should have created your testimonial section on your homepage consisting of your best 3 that showcase results or overcome a common objection. But what about the rest of them? Well, they're going to go right here on your success stories page. But now let's talk about how you can write and use a case study or two to really beef up this page. And don't worry, it's a lot easier than it sounds. So first of all, when should you even use case studies? And when is it not really needed? The litmus test that I personally use here is this. Does your service provide a transformation or a meaningful result to your clients that they didn't have before? If so, then a case study will probably help you. On the other hand, if your business is more utilitarian in nature and pretty much exists to fix an issue that essentially gets them back to where they were before, you can probably skip it. Some examples of businesses like this would be locksmiths or plumbers. The other type of business that probably doesn't really need case studies are those purely experiential type businesses that offer a great experience, but ultimately not a transformation. Think fishing charters, wedding vendors, that kind of thing. And there probably are outside cases where including a case study would be beneficial for businesses like these, but I'm speaking in general here. And generally speaking, with these kinds of services, testimonials are almost always good enough here. So let's take a look at what makes for a really good case study, as well as a few things to keep in mind as you plan yours out. So as with almost everything else on your website, your case studies are not centered around you and how hard you worked and all the amazing things that you did for your client. We know by now that your client is the hero here, so your case studies need to center around how your client ultimately got exactly what they wanted or needed, and you just happen to be the business that helped them get it. Your case study needs to tell a story very similar to the customer saga, and it needs to end in a positive result or outcome. Now, your case studies can be as long or short as you'd like. I've seen case studies that are long enough to be a full report, and I've seen some great ones that are just, 3 to 4 paragraphs. I tend to go more to the short side because, people are just going to be a lot more likely to read them if they're short. And you could make the argument that a case study's job isn't to give away your entire playbook. It's really more of a teaser to help show your prospects what's possible when they work with you. So first of all, you want to think about which of your current or past clients would make for the most compelling case studies. you want to consider choosing ones that your most ideal clients would identify with the most. Think about their demographics like age and gender here. For online educators like Amy Porterfield and Marie Forleo, their prime customers are women who want to start their own businesses. So if they were to choose just one of them to feature in a case study, they probably wouldn't want to choose a guy, right? Sure, they do have men in their audience. I happen to be one of them, but they would do much better at attracting more of their core audience by choosing a woman who has that same desire of starting a business. And speaking of which, you also want to pick someone who started with the biggest, most common desire, as well as the most common obstacle, problem, or, big bad, as we call it here in the Launchpad. In short, you want your new prospects to read your case studies and see themselves in the story. And most of all, you want to choose subjects that you got amazing results for. So if you got someone a result that you can attach a number to, like we doubled her subscribers or we saved him 5 hours a week, that is a great candidate. Now, your kind of business may not provide a tangible outcome like that with hard data behind it, and that's okay. Just choose the one that you got the very best result for. And of course, I want to make this as easy on you as possible with a really great framework that you can use to make incredibly powerful case studies. So first, you want to introduce the subject, which is, of course, your past client, and include details that your audience would identify with. So basically call out the demographics here. Next, what did they want? What obstacle or problem stood in their way of getting it? What did they already try that didn't work or wasn't a good fit? And this is where your business stepped in. So talk about the solution that you brought to the table. You want to include about 3 to 5 bullet points of what you did exactly. These can be steps or different services that you provided to them. And finally, what results did they see from this? You want to include bullets of the best 3 results that you helped them achieve. And once you've gone through all that, you want to give your case study a really powerful title, because most businesses make the mistake of titling their case studies with the person's name, or more often the name of the business that they helped when it's B2B. But that's not going to mean much of anything to your prospects. So let's do better here and create a title that highlights the result that you got for them. Something more like how this executive's weekend hobby became his true calling, an entertainer's paradise, designing a sophisticated home for seamless hosting, or how one marketing agency fixed their systems to keep projects on track. Do you see how this is much more compelling and much more likely to be read than if he were to just name this after the marketing agency that they helped? Okay, so now that you know what you need for your success stories page, let's get to actually creating the content for it. So going back to your writing assistant, you just want to ask it to write my success stories page starting with testimonials. Find my best ones and tighten them as needed to tell the best story of transformation. Prioritize those that overcome a common objection. Then just give me the rest of them unaltered, other than possibly shortening them to be as punchy as possible. Give each testimonial a 2 to 3 word title that gives the gist of what each one is about. And I know this one's long, and again, these are all in the description underneath the videos for you just to copy and paste. Now let's do your case study. If you think that you have a good enough subject that you got a real result or transformation for. If not, you can skip this, but if you want to do it, just ask it, now help me write the perfect case study. From here, it's going to ask you what it needs to know in order to write it. So it definitely helps if you already have someone in mind here and you know the basics of exactly what you did for them and what the end result was. And then once you've got it the way you want it, you want to start a brand new page of your copy doc and paste in your testimonials and your case study. But what about the order? Does that matter? So first of all, your writing assistant should have done a decent job at ordering the testimonials in terms of most impactful to least. So what I like to do in a page like this is I like to start strong with your 3 best testimonials up top, not the ones from your homepage. We've already used those in a featured area. The best 3 that you haven't already used. Let's put those up top, then switch it up by featuring your case study, followed by the rest of your testimonials. After that, take a little time to gather up all those images of your clients whose testimonials you're going to be using. So we went over this back in lesson 9, but just as a refresher, What I like to do here is proactively find the images that I'd like to use on their social profiles. LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, wherever you can find them. Then just message them and tell them you'd love to use this image to go along with their testimonial. Can I do that? That way you're not asking them to do anything other than just to say yes or no. And you'll find that most people won't have an issue with that and will most likely say yes. So gather up as many as you can and just keep them all in a folder somewhere handy for later. You've already written almost your whole website. The only thing you may still be missing are your individual service pages if you offer multiple services. So if you just offer one, congratulations, you're done with the writing for now. So just go ahead and skip over to the next lesson. Okay, so if you're still here, that means you've got a bit more writing to do. So remember back in Module 1, I had you decide how you were going to handle your homepage as it relates to your services. You either decided to make your homepage all about your number one service that makes up the biggest chunk of your business, or you decided to make your homepage about the big general umbrella that all your services fall under. Either way, that still leaves those individual service pages to tackle next. So since I ended Module 1, having you complete a customer Saga workbook for each main service you want to create a page for, by now you should have all those workbooks ready to go. If not, if you didn't do that, then you're going to want to go back to Module 1, Lesson 14 to get that taken care of. Now, you just need to go service by service and write for each one a new page that's really closely based on all the elements of the homepage. The reason that we want to base it on the homepage layout is because think about it. If someone's searching Google for one of your specific services, that might be the first page they land on rather than your homepage. And since we've gone to such lengths to carefully craft that homepage to tell that customer saga from start to finish, it only makes sense to be as complete on all of your service pages too. So here's what you do next. Start a new chat window in your writing assistant and choose the prompt that says, I'm creating a service page. It'll ask you to upload a Customer Saga workbook for one of your individual services. So just make sure you're uploading the one specifically for the service you're currently working on. From there, it will take control of the process, guiding you, asking any questions it needs to, before giving you each section in order and any further instructions. And just as you've been doing, you're going to add each section's content to your copy doc as you go. And then when you're finished with one service, you're going to start a new chat and choose the second prompt once again to start over for that service. And that's it. It should go fairly quickly at this point. But here's the thing I want you to remember as you go. So when your services are closely related, as they probably are, there's naturally going to be quite a bit of overlap between the content on your various service pages and your homepage. Your benefits, for example, might be really close or even the same from service to service, and that's fine. Don't twist yourself in knots to make those things different if they just aren't. The main thing you want to watch out for here is repeating lots of the same exact words verbatim from page to page. You can run into issues with Google if your pages are all using a lot of the same wording, but as long as you're going through the process each time for each page, you're going to find that your writing assistant will just naturally write each page differently enough to keep you out of trouble. So get it all done, and I'm going to see you in our next lesson where we can have a bit more fun and start talking about how your site's going to look, starting with the images. See you there soon. Okay, so we've already done the harder work of writing. Now we get to have a little bit more fun and talk about the images that you're going to use on your site to bring it to life. Because here's a truth to remember. Choosing the right images are going to help you tell a more meaningful story and help clients feel the way you want them to. But here's another harsher truth. The wrong images will make your site look amateur, resulting in less trust and fewer conversions. So choose wisely. And now in this lesson, I'm going to show you what kinds of images you want to focus on, what you probably shouldn't use, and how to get all of them. So in the past, if you didn't want to take all the photos for your website yourself, because really who wants to do that, who has time for that, you used to have to really carefully choose a bunch of stock photos And it was like navigating a minefield. You had to deal with mismatched styles, cheesy poses, and all those just really cheap-looking photos that didn't do your site any favors. But here's the good news. All of that has changed. So while you could still search and pay for stock photos, AI image generation has gotten good, like really good. Not only do AI images look incredibly realistic now, but it's super easy to be able to match them all to each other. And the best part is, you can get literally anything you need. Need a grandma in motorcycle gear popping a wheelie on her mobility scooter? You got it. Or how about a divorcing couple fighting over custody of a turtle? Of course you don't, but the point here is you can get super specific in a way that you couldn't before. So now let's focus on the kinds of photos you'll mostly want to use, what I call happy customer photos. So everything we've done up till now has been all about telling your client's story with them as the hero. So it shouldn't come as any surprise that you want to lean into that with your images too. Just think of these photos as stand-ins for your actual customers. Images of happy people showing that happy after state of working with you or using your service. And by the way, all of these are also AI generated. But here's a common trap that many businesses fall into, featuring you or your team over your customers and clients. Now, this almost never works. Remember the customer Saga Framework? So using images meant to represent you or your business positions your company as the hero inside your customer story when really, we all know they're the hero of their own story. It's like telling your customers, hey, here we are, let me tell you all about us, when we already know they'd much rather see reflections of themselves on their journey. So if you're a financial planner, you'd be much better off using a photo of someone who's financially at peace than a photo of you in your office, especially in that top hero section. There's actually another place that you would want to use your own photos, and we'll get to that soon. You should only ever even think of using a photo of yourself in your homepage hero section if you are a personal brand and you know for a fact that most of your website visitors already know who you are and would expect to see you right at the top of your website. For instance, I choose to have my own photo at the top of my homepage because nobody comes to my website from anywhere other than YouTube. I don't do anything with SEO, so nobody's finding my business blindly. So if you also get most or all of your traffic from your YouTube channel or your podcast or Instagram, TikTok, anything like that, and they already know you by your face, then and only then might you want to lead with photos of yourself. But if you don't have that kind of following and trust built up yet, it's best to lead with what you do for your clients, then introduce yourself or your business as the solution a little further down, including your own photo at that point. So show your happy customer photo first, then introduce yourself a bit later. Now, it is really important to include at least one photo of you and your team if you have one, just to create that transparency and trust. Think about whenever you visit a website of a business you've never heard of before, and there's just literally no trace of the people behind it. Not very trustworthy, is it? Is this a local business, as advertised, or are they operating out of some janitor's closet on the other side of the world? So now let's talk about those business-centric images and when it makes sense to use those. Now there are two types here, team members and location shots. Now for those shots of you and your team, don't go for overly professional here, right? Show some personality and friendliness in your photos. I happen to love candids way more than superposed shots, but it's up to you. Now in some industries, you might want to keep it a little more buttoned up, but I would encourage you to still go for genuine and personable no matter what. Those cold stoic shots don't really impress anyone, and they're not really even more professional than nice, friendly, warm ones are. So you'll need these for the About Us page as well as for the Mentor Solutions section on your homepage. And again, you don't generally want to use these in your homepage hero section unless you're the personal brand and most people would expect to see you there. Okay, next, when would it make sense to have some custom photos of your workplace? I'd say if people might be judging your location to see if they even want what you have to offer. The first thing that comes to mind is a gym, or if you have an office where people come in to visit, like if you're a therapist or lawyer, chiropractor, that kind of thing. In those cases, you might want custom photos of you and your team in the actual space. That way you're kind of killing two birds with one stone, and it's going to look better than just an empty office space. But for the majority of you who might work remotely from home or without a physical location that people come to visit you in, this type of shot probably isn't even going to be relevant for you. If you've got a newish smartphone, you can probably take these photos yourself. For the shots of you, obviously have someone else take them for you. I wouldn't try to do selfies here on your website. Get a friend, spouse, someone you work with, whoever you feel comfortable being yourself with. That's kind of key here. And in those photos, really try to look friendly. I've had a few past students in here whose websites I've critiqued who posted these really intense looking photos of themselves that just didn't look very inviting. Remember, the purpose here is for people to think that you look like you're nice and easy to work with. That's going to go a long way. As far as those interior shots go, if you need photos like that, there's a little more to get right about interior photography, but I'm going to link to a really good short video that's going to give you the basics of how to do that yourself too with a smartphone. And if you've got the budget for a professional photographer for either your own headshots or those interior shots, go for it. And I'd say if you have that very visual business, like if you're a contractor or an interior designer, anything like that, where people want to see your work, I would highly recommend splurging a bit on nice professional photography for that kind of thing. Everything else you can either take yourself or use AI image generation to get you to the finish line. Now, I do want to tell you about another really common mistake that businesses tend to make with the images on their website. I want you to resist the urge to use photos that show too much of what I call the sausage being made in your business. Remember, most people don't want to think too much about how all the work gets done. They would rather focus on that happily ever after. So if you fix computers, do you think anyone wants to think about their computer disassembled in a million pieces on your desk? So why remind them of that when you could show them the aftermath of them happily using it again after you've worked your magic? And this goes for whatever you provide, right? If you're a lawn care company, you don't show the grass being cut, you show your clients enjoying all the free time they now have on their freshly mowed lawn. If you're an accountant, you don't show you doing their taxes, you show them living carefree, not worrying anymore about their finances. Now let's talk about a caveat to the whole happy customer photo strategy. There are a couple instances where this doesn't work as well, or it's just a bit harder to pull off. So if your service is visually based, like if you're a graphic designer or a contractor or interior designer, then people are probably much more interested in just seeing the goods, right? So while a contractor or interior designer could include the family enjoying the newly renovated space, unless it looks incredibly natural and professional, it's probably not going to work as well as, just showing the space itself. And a graphic designer could show a business owner reacting to their new business cards, but is it really necessary? Probably not, and it kind of just distracts from what's really important. But for most of you, if people aren't coming to your website to judge what you can do for them based on visuals, then you do need those happy customer photos. Yes, even if you're B2B, even if what you do is considered boring, these images not only are going to add the visual punch to your messaging, but they're also going to bring in some much needed emotion. People want to see others interacting with your business, and even more, they want to see that happy after state that you put them in as a result of your service. Now, in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how you can use AI to create all those happy customer images for your whole website. Super easy, and it's actually a lot of fun to see what you can make. See you there. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how easy it is to use my favorite image creation tool, Midjourney, to make any kind of image you need for your site from scratch. Now, obviously, this won't help you with your own images of yourself or your team or your location, but it's going to get you all the other images you need for your site. So go through the tutorial, and at the end, I want you to create and download around 10 happy customer photos that match each other visually. So I encourage you to think about showing different types of people if your ideal client avatars fall into multiple groups, such as male and female, younger and older, as well as various ethnicities. But if you happen to know that your avatar is, mostly female, for instance, you should lean heavier into that. Same thing for age or family status, anything that you know to be true, lean into it. Also, think about all the various scenarios that you could put people in that still feel natural. Variety is gonna be good here, and you're gonna see what I mean as we go through the tutorial. So let's get into it. Okay, so you're just gonna go to midjourney.com, and you're gonna need to set up an account if you don't have one already. And at the time I'm recording this is all subject to change, by the way, but right now the basic plan is $10 a month, and that's gonna give you everything you need here. In fact, if you didn't even wanna keep going with it, you could get everything you need for your website just in this first month. So basically you'd be paying $10 for all the images you need for your site. Not a bad deal. So once you're set up with an account and you're on a screen that looks something like this is where we're gonna start our creation process. So in this box, it says, what will you imagine? This is what you're just going to type in what you are looking for. So let's just start with our life coaching business. What kind of happy client images might we expect to see on a website like that? Maybe something like a successful middle-aged man on vacation with his wife and kids. We wanna show that he is living his best life, not just professionally, but he has time to spend with his family, all that good stuff. So we're just going to let this run and see what it gives us. So to see what's being created, you'll go down to the Create tab over here, and it takes a little bit of time to generate. It's usually gonna do 4 at a time for you. And if you do not specify the sizing, it's going to make them all square, which is generally gonna be pretty good for most of the image slots on the website we're doing. So I think these are pretty cool to begin with. This one looks pretty good. This one looks a little weird. You'll notice things like this sometimes where faces look a little freakish. And that definitely tends to happen more when there's more people in the shot. So you just wanna be on the lookout for that. What I would say here, if I'm gonna modify this, I would rather it not be a posed photo like this. I would rather it be more candid, just catching them enjoying a moment. So let's try this again. If you wanna rerun a prompt, you can just click on it over here, and then you can modify it to whatever you want. So I might say, okay, candid, not looking at camera, and we'll let that run and see if that does any better for us. Okay, so it did not do it. Sometimes you need to experiment a little bit. So I'm going to change just from successful middle-aged man on vacation, I'm going to say playing with his kids on the beach. That way we're giving an activity, so it's less likely that they're just gonna be kind of posed looking at the camera. So let's see what we get. Mission accomplished. So this is already way better. We're catching moments here. So another trick we can do, let's say, because we've got this one and this one kind of have like that almost filter look to them. If you don't want that, if you want something that looks a little bit more natural like this, let's rerun the same one, but now we're going to say exactly the style we want. So the way we do that, we're gonna do the dash twice, then type in style and then raw. And we'll let this run. Now I will warn you, it does not work perfectly every time. As great as Midjourney is, it's still in its early stages and it's as bad right now as it's ever gonna be. It's only gonna get better and better. Okay, so yeah, I mean, we still have one over here that kind of has that hazy look to it, but we definitely got more out of it that have that raw look. So I don't know how realistic some of these look. The physics can be a little wonky on this too. Not everything's gonna be perfect, but that's just why you kind of have to rerun stuff several times in most cases. So as we're planning out the photos for this website, we don't just want one type of person doing one type of thing. So what we would ideally like to show is different scenarios of different people in different life avenues where they're still looking like they're living their best life. So I'm gonna type in a different scenario here. Successful woman, 40s, at nice restaurant with friends. And we will just see, with a simple prompt like that, what we get to start with. Yeah, and these look really nice, especially I like this one a lot. This one, where they're not posing, they look like they're actually in the moment, looking somewhere else, having fun with their friends. So I love it. And whenever you find one you like, by the way, you're just gonna click on it and you're going to click on this little download icon right here and that'll save it to your computer. Now I should say too, if you ever get stuck for the kinds of images that you would wanna do, I would just go right to ChatGPT, or better yet, just go to your Module 2 assistant and tell it, hey, you know all about my business. I need ideas for the kinds of happy customer photos that I should put on my website. And it'll give you some really interesting things you can type into Midjourney. So for instance, I did this already. So it gave me a young professional sits at a clean desk, looking confident while holding a pen and notebook. The photo should capture a bright expression as if they've just had a breakthrough in their life or business. So let's go ahead and see what that looks like. We'll click over on Create to see it work. Now, I don't love these because, again, they're looking at the camera, so I would just probably rerun it. So I would probably say, while looking at a pen and notebook. That way, it kind of gives an activity, gives a direction. Or I could alternatively say, while looking up, that anything like that. So I'm just gonna click there. Apparently, just typing in not looking at camera does not do a good job of having them not look at the camera. So you probably want to tell it where exactly they should be looking. Okay, didn't do it again. So again, this is one of those instances where you might have to give it a couple shots. And this is the kind of thing you want to look out for, right? A third arm. So, you know, it is what it is. It's cool. It's not perfect, but I would just keep going with this, maybe say looking up and inspiration, that kind of thing. But let's move on now to our interior designer. So this one would be interesting because when you're a designer, whether an interior designer or a graphic designer, you don't always need to be showing people in the space. You'd more likely want to just be showing your own work, in which case you wouldn't really use Midjourney to generate images of your work, right? Like that just wouldn't be super ethical. What we could do though is have a couple happy customer photos that are just meant to evoke the happy after state. So I would type in something like a couple stands in a newly decorated living room, smiling at each other while admiring the warm colors, stylish furniture, and clever lighting. And yes, I did get that direct from ChatGPT. So let's see what we get. Cool, some of these actually look nice. I especially like this one. I think that looks pretty cool. Or we could type in a homeowner works in a well-organized home office with clean lines and modern decor, smiling as they enjoy the fresh, inspiring space. You get the idea here. We're showing a couple, then we're showing just a single person. Living room versus office. The whole idea is we're really just trying to get a variety going. Looks pretty nice. And then finally, we'll finish up with one with a family gathering in an open concept kitchen. So let's check it out. Now, I like this one the most, I think. I think these look really nice. And they feel like they'd be right at home on an interior designer's website, you know? The only issue is, again, it wouldn't be their work, but this is just for illustrative purposes, just to kind of see what I mean by trying to get as much variety, both in the subject that we're showing, as well as the activity, the way we're showing the happy customer in the end. Now we'll try for our IT provider. So I'm going to type in a small business owner sits at a desk with a laptop, smiling confidently while checking data on a clean interface. Their posture shows relief that their systems are running smoothly. Now you do not have to get this detailed with your prompts. Again, I've gotten these right from ChatGPT just to give me some ideas. You generally don't have to go that in depth with your prompts. Okay, so here we've got something interesting. We've got illustrations too, and then we've got this one with like weird kind of overlays of kind of infographics on top. So this will happen every now and then. Most of the time, Midjourney does default to photorealistic images like this one. However, not always. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this to use the text again, but I'm going to make one difference. I'm going to type in a photo of a small business owner, and then at the end, I'm going to do the -- style raw one more time, just to really tell it that it's meant to be a photograph undoctored. So we do have one still that has a weird border to it. Not sure what's going on there. I think this one's pretty good, but what we're seeing, we're seeing this thing that's meant to be on their computer screen. And I think it's because we're saying clean interface here. I'm just gonna go a lot simpler here on this. So I'm just changing it to a photo of a small business owner sits at a desk with a laptop looking calm and relieved. Then I will add style raw. Now, sometimes it helps to use words like relieved, calm, peaceful, satisfied even, rather than smiling or happy, because sometimes just having a bunch of smiling photos can look a little inauthentic as well. It can feel a little stagey. So I like to just use other words sometimes too. I think some of these are pretty good. Now, again, not sure why they want to do these little borders on some of them, but it comes up every now and then. But let's just see like what other kinds of photos we'd have. So if this is a small business owner, maybe we want one of a team standing together, right? So we're gonna run this one and see what we get. Yeah, these are pretty good. I like any one of these. I think this one might be the best one. And one more. So I'm just gonna type in, okay, a CTO arrives at work in the morning holding a laptop and coffee, looking completely at peace. And I put in CTO, Chief Technology Officer, because that is the perfect client avatar for our IT provider. So let's see what we get. Yeah, I like these. I think these are nice. And like, notice how well these all will look together on the same website, right? They all seem to match more or less. Maybe not this one, maybe not this one too. Like, this is why you need to be very careful in your image selection. And you need to make sure that none of them look like they have that kind of filter over them, or all of them need to, right? You wouldn't want to have one that has kind of a, desaturated filter next to a photo that doesn't, for instance. So it's going to be up to you just to really compile the right photos together to tell that cohesive story. So that's almost everything you need to know. Remember how I said that square photos are going to be good for almost every image on your website? Well, what if you have a specific area where you have a need for kind of a tall vertical photo or a wider horizontally laid out photo? Well, the way you do that, I'm just going to reuse this. So I'm just going to click on use text. The way you can change the overall dimensions of one of these images is --AR for aspect ratio is what that stands for. And then you would just put in the ratio you're looking for. So for instance, if you wanted it to be horizontal, wider than it is tall, you might do something like 16:9. And we're gonna ignore the fact that these are like cartoons for a second. We're just gonna see the overall dimensions of it, right? We could do the opposite thing too, where we could do AR 9:16 or even just 2:3. And then that gives you a nice vertical photo like that. So that's pretty much all you need to know to get started here. So this is actually the fun part. And I know it can be a little tedious. Sometimes it doesn't give you what you want right away. All you gotta do is ask for it in different ways several times, and you will eventually get what you're looking for. So have fun with this part. And what you wanna end up with here is about, like I said, about 10 happy customer photos that match each other visually, that show a good variety while still leaning into your ideal customer avatar. And just save them all to a folder in your computer, and we'll be ready to go for the next lesson. In this lesson, I want to show you how to handle a few extra really important visual elements of your website so you can truly make it as your own and as unique as your business itself. Specifically, I want to help you nail down your perfect color scheme, font combination, as well as help with your logo if you need that. So first, let's talk about your website colors. Now, this has a huge impact on the overall feeling that your website gives off, and we know by now how important feelings are when selling your services. And trust me, over the years, I've seen a lot of websites really miss the mark on color, so you want to pay close attention to me here. Now, if you were to ask me, I'm not really a huge believer in traditional color theories like blue always inspiring trust and red standing for love and passion, but I do believe in how colorful and vibrant your color choices are versus more muted, or how deep and rich your colors are can say a lot about your brand. It's all about giving off the right vibe. For instance, would you think that this color scheme is appropriate for our interior designer? Probably not, right? Mostly because these colors are just too bright to convey the taste and elegance that she would want to convey here. These colors are kind of fun-loving and casual. They don't say, I'm going to help you create your sophisticated dream home. But I could see these colors doing that. And what about these colors for our IT company? It feels a bit too casual and playful, right? IT companies usually try to project trust, reliability, and professionalism. But what about if we switched it to something more like this? See what I mean? These colors just have a bit more of a corporate sheen to them, but they're still colorful enough to pop out. It's just about choosing something that's really appropriate for your business. So where can you find the perfect color scheme for your website? Well, I have a free resource that I always go to when trying to find the best colors for any project, and that's a website called palettemaker.com. All right, so here's how you use it. You're just gonna go to paletemaker.com and click on Create Your Palette Now. And now the first thing I wanna do, it's gonna show you all of these different ways of kind of visualizing the color palette. I like to keep it nice and clean and go up to Web Mobile UI. Now, of course, like this isn't exactly what your website's gonna look like or anything like that, but it does give you just kind of a nice visual of how these colors will work together. Personally, for me, I like to come down and look at this layout right here. I feel like this is the most helpful for a website just to see what these colors are gonna look like together. So I recommend just looking for this guy right here. And then over here is where all these color palettes live. And I don't know how many they have. I don't know if they infinitely generate them, but there's definitely something here for you. And these are the steps I would generally recommend following to arrive at your color scheme. So let's go up to filter. I like to have 5 colors. Does not mean you have to use them all, but I like having more than needed so that we can kind of start fleshing it out from there. So now there's a few different ways you can go here. You can just see what it's gonna show you, or you can start with a color that you feel like you know you want. Let's say you know you wanted it to be a green color scheme. You can click on green, and then it's gonna show you all those options. Some are just all green, some just have green in them. The only commonality here is they will all have some amount of green in them, right? So you can start clicking on them and see how it changes the mock-up right here. So you can start to visualize in a better way than just looking at 5 dots, exactly how these colors are gonna play together in a real world scenario. So just click through, and then once you find one that you feel like you kind of like, and I'm gonna play around here for a bit and just kind of come up with one that I think looks nice. Like I like this one, I like this one. There's lots of good choices here. But what I like to look out for, there's a couple rules that I have when choosing a good color palette. I would highly recommend you choose one that has at least 1, preferably 2, what we would call neutral colors in it. So anything like if you click here, like this would be a nice neutral color, this would probably be a nice neutral color as well, and this would be too. So I like to go for at least 1 or 2 neutral colors, and I like to have possibly 3 other colors too. 2 that can be accents, and then 1 that stands apart from the others. That would be our call to action button color. So that would be the one that we would want to put on the button, and that's meant to stand out, right? So people can know that this is the action you want them to take. So I'll say that again, at least 1 neutral, preferably 2, then 3 other colors, 2 to be used kind of anywhere around the site here and there as pops of color, and 1 that stands apart from the rest that's only going to be for your button. So let's try to find something that fits that bill the best. Maybe something like this, because it's got a lot of purples going on. Then it has a standout green. So what I like to do is I like to visualize this. So once I found the color palette I think I like to actually see what it's gonna look like with the right color on the call to action button. So the way we can kind of shuffle these colors around is this icon right here. And I'm just gonna keep pressing it, there we go, until we get the green here. And I think it looks pretty good. Now, if you wanted to, like maybe you're in a situation where you feel like this call to action button color just isn't quite bright enough, like you like the idea of it, but maybe we want it to be a little bit more saturated, a little bit brighter, so it stands out even more. Well, it's an easy way to fix it. Just click on the color that you want to kind of amp up. And so here's where it is on the color board. The more you go to the left, the more kind of grayscale it becomes. And the more you go to the right, the brighter and more saturated it becomes. So if we're just gonna kind of stay right there, more or less, we can amp up the brightness just by kind of dragging it over to the right a bit. And it should still match everything pretty nicely. So I think something like this definitely looks a little bit more in your face. It still goes with the other colors nicely, but it just stands out a little bit more. So, and I like this palette because this is a nice neutral color right here. Then we have some other accent colors we can use. It all matches really nicely. Once you've got the colors how you want them, you're just gonna go up to Export Palette and you're gonna click on Image. Click on Allow. Now this is going to download a nice image of all of your colors along with what we call hex codes that you're going to need once we get into module 4 to be able to put those into Elementor. So just take a little bit of time, maybe set aside 15, 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes to kind of find the color scheme you like, decide on your call to action color, and you'll be good to go. And then once you've got your color scheme, let's talk about a few best practices and rules about how to use them. So rule 1, avoid bold color blocking, especially if you don't really know what you're doing as a designer. A lot can go wrong if you take your big bold colors and you use them as your section backgrounds, one on top of the next. I really want you to think of your color palette really more as accents to use here and there, not everywhere. Most really pro-level websites you'll see use a lot of white space and a lot of neutrals and great images. Then they use little pops of color much more sparingly. Okay, so color rule 2. From your color scheme, designate the one that stands out the most as your call to action button color. That's the color you're going to use on your primary call to action button that gets people to call you or schedule something with you. And listen close here, because this is the rule I tell everybody that almost nobody actually listens to. Don't use your call to action button color anywhere else on your entire website. Let me say that again. You're going to designate one standout color as your call to action button that you use on every instance of that button and nowhere else on your site. Not in your logo, not in your text, not on your icons, nowhere. This is really important because it signals to your site visitors that this is the thing they need to do to get started. Okay, our next rule, really more of a good to know, actually. Just because you've got a color scheme with 5 or maybe 10 colors in it doesn't mean you need to use them all. In fact, just a few really good colors will do. Less is more here, especially when you're not a trained designer with lots of experience working with color. So take it from someone who's been around the block here. Nobody's ever gone to a website of a business they wanted to work with and said, you know what, I wish they had more colors. Okay, so next let's talk about your fonts. So I put together a really handy online font pairing guide for you, which condenses all those options into what I would consider to be the best of the best combinations. So go through the guide and you're gonna see it's all arranged into my top choice headline fonts in a variety of styles, from sophisticated to quirky, vintage to ultra modern, and everything in between. And you can access that guide by clicking the link for it in the description below this video. You'll start by just picking the headline font that you think works best for your brand. Notice I didn't say your favorite. I said what's best for your brand. Always be really careful not to get tripped up there and confuse the two. Then when you have the one you want, you'll just pick one of the accompanying body copy fonts that's going to work best for you. Now, these combinations are all designer approved by me and my team, so you really can't go wrong as long as they fit your brand. And if you want to go and pick your own Google fonts on your own and you're confident in your designer's eye, go for it. Okay, next, let's talk about your logo now. You know, maybe you have one and you love it, which is great. Or maybe it's older and maybe it looks a little amateurish. And I've seen way too many awesome new websites get dragged down a bit by, slapping an outdated or amateur logo on it. But you've got some great options for a refresh here, so there's no reason for you to not have an awesome logo for your business. You'll need your main logo, of course, but in order for your website to feel truly complete, you also need a tiny variation on it that goes right here in the browser tab when someone visits your site. This is called a favicon, and all it is a square scaled down version of your logo. So it's going to be shown at various sizes depending on which browser and device that people are using to visit your website. But a good all-purpose size that can be scaled down is 192 by 192 pixels. You can either create one yourself for free using one letter in whatever Google font you want with whatever background color you want by going to formido.com/tools/favicon. Then just create it there. It's really easy to do. Then you just want to export it as an SVG file. Or if you don't even want to mess with it at all, just go to fiverr.com and hire someone to turn your existing logo into a favicon starting at about $5 at the time of this recording. So either way, Just make sure you've got that file ready so that we can show you how to add it to your website in Module 4. Okay, so your assignment for this lesson, I want you to nail down your color scheme and your font combination within the next 24 hours so we can move on to Module 3. And don't worry, you're not going to be locked into anything once you've made your choices. You can always revisit it later if you don't like how it looks on your actual site. But I really want you to get those choices made. And I also want to make sure that you've got your logo, even if it's a super simple, pure text logo. So get that, get your favicon, and I'll see you in the next module. Okay, Module 3 is coming up next, but I just wanted to remind you that I've got a coupon code that's going to take 80% off of your hosting and your website builder when we get to that part. It's also the same spot that my template lives. It's made to fit the content that you've been working on perfectly. So you can get that code anytime in the first link in the description. But that's it. Let's start on Module 3. All right, welcome back. We're flying right through now. So thank you so much for sticking with me through all of that stuff. It's going to really be the basis of a great customer generation website for your business. We've talked about all kinds of things that are going to make your website a success, but we've missed one important thing until now, and that is your future client generator, AKA your lead magnet or freebie. So next to scheduling consultations or bookings, the next best thing that your website can do for your business is to capture all those people who are on your website today, but aren't necessarily ready to pull the trigger on you just yet. The ones who are just in research mode. You want to get them on your email list so that you can stay in front of them and coach the sale over a short period of time, helping get them there much faster. Not only can the right lead magnet capture people that are already on your website, but by using the right social media ads, like Facebook ads, for instance, you can actually advertise your lead magnet to get new people onto your list and into your business each and every day. And that actually works much more effectively and costs a whole lot less than to just go right for advertising your business itself. So let's just get this out of the way. Email is definitely not the shiniest new toy in the world, but it is still the best way to stay in front of your prospects that entire time that they're thinking things over, wondering if they even need what you have to offer or who they want to work with. And not only that, but you could build a massive following on social media, but guess what? You don't own that list. You don't own those contacts. The social network does. So while Facebook may not be going anywhere today or tomorrow, it does continue to lower in popularity. And they keep threatening to ban TikTok. If you're watching this in the future, maybe they already have. I don't know. That's the point. And also, people are just fickle. They jump around from platform to platform every couple of years. But your email list, you own that list and you can do whatever you want with that list. So in this module, I'm going to walk you through the entire process of creating one really valuable piece of content that you just create once, and then you can use it over and over again to continually build an ever-growing list of prospects every single day. But first, let's talk about the elephant in the room. You may be thinking, lead magnets don't work anymore. Well, I'm here to tell you that is wrong. The same lead magnets that worked in 2008 don't work anymore, but the right upgraded lead magnet can work amazingly well. So what exactly doesn't work anymore? Well, first of all, newsletters, right? Remember when every website had that, subscribe to our newsletter part of their website? Nobody wants your newsletter because there's nothing in it for them. Or how about ebooks? These used to work really well because people thought that they were getting something really valuable and thorough. Now, I'm not saying an ebook can't get people excited if the topic and title are really amazing, but the perceived value they used to have has just been lowered considerably. Or how about anything considered to be general information? People have access to all kinds of information and they know it. So if you try to get people to give over their email address for something like how to save money, that's just way too general. Remember, it pays to be specific. Or any lead magnet that simply promises what you'll learn. Remember, nobody gets excited about information, they get excited about results. Today, it's all about creating a really exciting hook, a compelling subject and intriguing title that promises an outcome or a transformation, not just that they'll learn something. So think transformation, not information. So what type of lead magnet can you create? Well, there are a bunch of different types of lead magnets. Some are easy but powerful. Some are much more complex, like a video series. But for the purpose of this training, the goal here is just to get you up and running quickly. So we're going to focus on the types you can brainstorm, create, and publish in a very short time frame. Now, any one of these can be high value as long as the topic resonates, and if you feel like you want to go more advanced in the future, go for it. But for now, let's get into the options that you have for a really quick lead magnet. First, we have the checklist or a cheat sheet. Now, these convert extremely well because it's so easy to digest and it's meant to be actionable. And it just happens to have the added bonus of being really easy to create too. Now, this type of lead magnet basically just condenses everything your client needs to know about a subject into one actionable to-do list, removing their need to think about it at all. So I recently made a checklist about all the items a business needs to check off in order to rank in the map listings in local Google searches. And that checklist is downloaded hundreds of times every week. So just think of a result that your potential clients might want to achieve that's closely related to your core service. Could you help cure separation anxiety in their dog, or ensure that they're getting every single deduction on their taxes, or have the best decorated guest bathroom of all their friends? So have that result in mind, then reverse engineer that outcome with all the steps they need to take to get there. Next, we have the resource list or swipe file. So lists of resources are really valuable because they're huge time savers, right? Whenever you pull all of the best stuff together in one place for your clients, you're saving them a ton of research time. For instance, if you're a wedding planner, you might put together a comprehensive list of all your pre-vetted vendors that you recommend with personal notes on each of them. Or our interior designer might put together a curated collection of all of her favorite design inspiration, examples, and photos. I recently made a swipe file of all of my favorite Facebook ads so that people could, see a bunch of really highly converting examples all put together in one place, which would be hugely helpful for anyone who's trying to create an ad themselves. Next, we have the 5 to 7 day challenge. Now, social media expert Jasmine Starr created a 7-day Instagram challenge that transformed how her audience used the platform. But what's really interesting is how this multi-day challenge format can work for any expertise you want to share. First, you're providing daily action steps to guide them to a result. Each task then just builds their momentum toward getting there. Next, this format lets you build a bond through multiple touch points. Over the course of 5 or 7 days, you're becoming a really trusted guide to them in their journey. Now, here's a really important planning tip. Think of the ultimate result and then break that into bite-sized steps. When you do it that way, that makes any complex transformation seem a lot more manageable. And then delivering this is pretty straightforward. You simply email them each day's step over the course of 5 to 7 days. Now, this structured approach turns any expertise you want to share into an engaging step-by-step journey that actually gets really good results for people. Next, we have the template or blueprint. So a template can be anything that provides any kind of an outline or some kind of a starting point so that your potential client doesn't have to start from scratch. Nobody likes staring at a blank page, so this is a highly converting lead magnet type. This magic email template is a great example. It's something that entrepreneurs and small business owners can just copy and paste, customize a couple words, and then it's ready to send. Now, a template or a blueprint could be a visual template, like if you're a designer, you can create a Photoshop file that people just need to fill in with their own logo to make an instant mock-up, for instance. Or it could be as simple as a Google Doc or a spreadsheet. It really just depends on the nature of your content. Next, we have the good old-fashioned guide. So this is kind of like those old school ebooks that people used to offer, but it's usually quite a bit shorter. I recommend it being about 5 to 20 pages max. And all you do here is just write on a topic that you can cover that promises a result that your prospects would want. Like this example here, who wouldn't want to be a better leader, right, if they're in a leadership role in their company? But one of the most effective lead magnets for certain business types is an interactive quiz. Now, the real magic of a quiz is that it lets you give tailored advice or next steps based on their own unique situation. Now, that level of personalization makes your lead magnet instantly more valuable to each person. But here's the key to making it generate leads. They fill it out, then they have to provide their email to see the results. It's a really natural exchange. They're eager to learn their personalized recommendations. Now, one thing I gotta say here, you're gonna need a third-party software service to create this. And if you go this route, you're gonna be a little more on your own throughout the rest of this module. The steps I'm gonna show you don't really apply so much to a quiz. So just know that going in, if you go the quiz route, you're probably gonna need to do a little digging on YouTube to figure out exactly how to pull this off. But don't worry, there are a ton of user-friendly options available to you. And just to show you how powerful the right lead magnet can actually be for your business, I want to take this out of the world of theory and into a few real-world case studies just to show you how this is played out for real business owners like you. This is business and mindset coach Lilac Bullock. Her lead magnet is called the Ultimate Email Swipe File, where she shows all her highest converting sales emails that anyone can just take and use for inspiration. Now that swipe file converts over 56% of everyone that comes to her website, which is very high, but it's completely possible. This translates into some months where she adds as many as 1,000 new potential clients to her email list. And if she closes just 3% of that list into paying clients, that is up to 30 new clients every month that would otherwise have just gotten lost in the shuffle. Even if she just closed 1%, that's still 10 new clients every month. And it's a pretty similar story for Danny Rustine, who shows Airbnb hosts how to get more bookings. His guide is the 3 biggest mistakes most Airbnb hosts are making. And that guide got him 1,500 subscribers in just 6 months and increased his overall revenue by 66%. Not bad for just a single piece of content that these guys created just once, right? So can you see now just how powerful this can be for the future of your business? Now, before I'll have you brainstorm your own lead magnet ideas, I want you to watch the next video where I go over the top 5 mistakes that you definitely want to avoid in this process. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Since your lead magnet is such an important piece of the puzzle when it comes to automating client generation for your business, I have to point out some common mistakes that I see over and over again when it comes to lead magnets. Because it's really important to remember here, just because you create a lead magnet doesn't guarantee any kind of results. You have to create one that does a really good job at conveying real value to your prospects. So here are my top 5 mistakes you want to avoid in this process. Mistake 1, emphasizing what you'll learn over what you'll get or achieve. So here's the thing. People guard their privacy and their email address with their lives these days, and they don't just hand over their email for simple information. They'll do it when your guide or checklist or swipe file promises to get them to a specific outcome that they really want. So here are a couple examples of this mistake. You'll notice that both of these lead magnets are just emphasizing learning something, not what they're actually going to get on the other side. So our first example, 10 best makeup and beauty tips for women over 40. Anytime you're using words like tips or 5 things to know, this is what I would consider to be a blog post title. This is not a compelling lead magnet. If I were to rethink this one, I'd probably give it the new title of 10 Clever Makeup Secrets to Instantly Turn Back the Clock 10 Years Over 40 edition. And yes, it's a little long, that's okay. But do you see how this one actually promises an outcome of turning the clock back 10 years? Psychologically, that's way more valuable than just 10 makeup tips. And for this other one, I would refocus it away from just learning internet marketing because the learning isn't a result, right? How about something more like this? The 1 weekend digital marketing plan for your small business. That sounds actionable, doesn't it? It sounds like you're gonna knock this all out in 1 weekend and have something to show for it on the other side. Okay, mistake number 2, solving the wrong problem for the wrong audience. Now, there are 2 parts to this. First, solving the wrong problem. So many businesses don't take the time to really figure out what the most pressing problem is that their ideal clients have that they can help out with. So let's say there's a career coach who offers to help struggling executives reach all their biggest goals and milestones. For him, the wrong lead magnet might be something like, what career path should you choose? And it's wrong because his ideal client is way beyond this stage and is probably already on their chosen career path. It's not the coach's job to help you figure out what career you should choose. It's to help you get further on the track you're already on. So this particular lead magnet promises to solve a problem that doesn't actually need solving, at least not for his ideal client. Because anyone who has this problem is just too in the beginning stages to be a good candidate for working with him anyway. And along the lines of solving the wrong problem, a hiring guide is not a good lead magnet. In other words, your client's problem isn't finding the right company to hire. So for our IT provider, a bad lead magnet would be something like how to find the best IT company for your organization. His clients have an actual problem, which is the reason they need to hire anyone at all. So solve that problem instead. All right, mistake number 3, a boring title. Now, it's not about making your titles clickbait. It's about keeping your titles specific and results focused. And let's face it doesn't hurt to have a few power words thrown into it as well. So I do have a whole bonus guide all about creating a super irresistible title. So make sure you go through that when you're trying to decide not only on your title, but it's actually going to help you with your overall topic too. So let's take a look at our first boring title example. SEO 101, learn the basics of search engine optimization. Again, emphasizing what we're learning, and it's just a really boring title. But what if we spiced it up to how we rank any new website in Google and how you can do it too? Not only is that more actionable, it's just more exciting too. Or what about the 28-day keto meal plan? Pretty vanilla, but let's see what we've got here. The only keto meal plan you'll ever need. Eat your way to less weight and more energy in 28 days without ever feeling hungry. So just right there to say the only keto meal plan you'll ever need is already a lot less boring than just 28-day keto meal plan, right? And as I said before, longer titles are perfectly fine here. In fact, they tend to be more specific and carry more benefits. So don't be afraid to use a longer title like this for your lead magnet. People do it all the time and they still convert really well when they're done right. Okay, mistake number 4. It's not visually appealing. Now, when it comes to asking people to hand over their email address, perceived value goes a long way. Now, the biggest thing that's going to help that out is just having the right topic and title like we talked about, but the visuals are the next most important thing to make it feel like a really nice special little package. And having a really nicely designed cover and page layout can do that. Now, the cover is the most important thing because if you show it on your website and it looks like this, that doesn't really get me going, does it for you? If anything, these lead magnets look complicated, outdated, overly corporate, and let's face it, boring. That's why it's so important to put some care into the design of your finished lead magnet. Something more like these examples. They're eye-catching and they make the material seem accessible and doable in a short time frame. And in the next lesson, I'm going to give you all my advice on how to get this done quickly, easily, and on the cheap, so you can have that being worked on in the background while you keep going on other parts of this program. Now, I know you're probably not a designer, but the good news is you don't have to be. I've totally got you covered in the next video, and here's a little hint. All 3 of these covers were made in about 30 seconds using an incredible and free AI tool. So we'll talk more about that in the next lesson. Okay, lead magnet mistake number 5. It doesn't align with your paid offer. So when we talk about creating a truly profitable lead magnet, it needs to overlap 100% with what you actually charge for. So let's look at a home staging business as an example here. They help homeowners sell their houses faster and for more money by furnishing them to appeal to more buyers. So if their clients have a house that isn't selling, the wrong lead magnet would be how to decorate your new home, or something like 5 repairs to make to your home before selling. The first one's wrong because it's just all about decor, which isn't the client's problem. And the second one, while it does address the home selling process, making repairs does not align with what they actually charge for, which is home staging. Someone who downloaded either of these lead magnets isn't necessarily interested in staging their home, so these are both pretty big misfires. So what kind of lead magnet would be better? They could go micro level here and help a smaller problem in depth. If it's a fact that the kitchen's the most important room to get right to sell your house, maybe they can give away a 5-step checklist to staging your kitchen to sell. That's a small, quick win that can be very powerful. Or they might want to go more macro with a more all-encompassing solution that isn't super in-depth, but gives all the broad strokes of what they would do for you if you hired them. Something like a stage to sell starter kit that might have a full home checklist and access to her secret Pinterest board with all her best staging secrets, complete with her notes on all the images. Now, both of these lead magnets are in perfect alignment with what this example business offers on a paid basis. Now, here's another bonus trap to avoid. So I don't want you to be afraid of giving away your best stuff for free. So many business owners really drop the ball on their lead magnets because they're really cagey about giving away what they consider to be their tricks of the trade. But let me tell you from experience, I've found that the more I'm willing to share for free, the more people want to pay for my paid services and products simply because I'm building a better connection through transparency, and they really get to see my expertise shine through. And sure, there are going to be plenty of people who take your freebie and run with it, and that's okay. They were never your client to begin with. The truth is, lots of people are going to try to attempt a DIY solution in the beginning stages, but most of them are going to end up wanting to hire it out. And the reason is they'll either get overwhelmed or they'll be impressed enough with the level of information you're giving them that they'll see you as the business they trust to do it for them. So while the home staging business gives away some of their best secrets in their lead magnet, most people who will download it just won't have the time, and let's face it, the furniture, the supplies, right, to implement it all themselves. And here's the thing to remember. Your lead magnet is truly the secret sauce that's going to fill your business with clients on demand. So I highly recommend that you treat this as an actual vital piece of your overall website, not as an afterthought. To help you get this part done as quickly as possible, I created a bonus AI assistant to help you brainstorm and create your lead magnet from scratch. Everything from the right topic and title that has the right hook to get people excited enough to actually opt in for it, all the way through creating the actual content for it. So what used to take days of planning and writing, you can now do over a lunch break. So in the next lesson, I'm going to show you exactly how to use it step by step. Ready to create your future client generating lead magnet? Great. First things first, let's decide on your lead magnet topic, format, and title. Now, the AI assistant you're going to use to help you here, again, is separate from the other AI assistants you've used up to this point, because each one is specially trained to help you with a really specific set of tasks. Now, to use this one, you can access it by following the link below in the description, and here's what you'll type in to get it started. Help me brainstorm my lead magnet. Now, it's your choice here if you have any ideas you want to bring to the table, whether you think you know which format type you want to go with. Like, let's say you have a rough idea of the kind of template you want to do, or you have a really strong feeling that this is the type of problem you can help with, or that result is what you want to help them get. If you have any kind of inkling or idea here, go ahead and tell it in your own words. If not, no worries, your AI assistant's going to help you figure it all out. Then you're going to attach your main Customer Saga workbook and your completed copy doc here, so it has all the meaty details of your business, including what your clients want, their biggest problems, all that good stuff. Then it's going to get to work and give you some really great ideas of overall directions you could go with, topic and format wise. So if nothing is jumping out at you right away, just give it some direction or even just ask for more ideas until something sounds like the perfect thing that your ideal client would want today. Then once you see the topic and format you like, tell it which one you like and that you want to start brainstorming titles. Remember, the title really does a lot of the heavy lifting here. It needs to sound really juicy and compelling for people to want to hand over their email address for it. So again, go back and forth with it if you need to until you find the exact right title that promises a great transformation, not just information. Okay, so once you have that irresistible lead magnet type and title picked out, now it's time to get to work and bring it to life. And not to worry, your lead magnet assistant is going to guide you through every single step. So just make sure that you're still in the same chat window you used to brainstorm it so that it keeps track of all the context that came before. Then just tell it that you're ready to create the outline. Now it's going to ask you for some information that's going to try to make the lead magnet really unique to you, including just brain dumping every single thing you can think of from your own brain and experience that you think should be included in a resource like this. And it's really important not to skip this part because this is the step that's going to take your lead magnet beyond being simply AI generated, right? You're the expert here. So bring in your expert insights, and this is going to be a whole hell of a lot stronger. So what you should do here is take 10 to 15 minutes and just put in everything you can think of here. It doesn't need to be pretty or organized. Just type out your ideas. Then it's going to ask you for any external resources that you'd like to draw on. So go ahead, watch some YouTube videos on a topic, read blog posts, and just gather up those links to share. Literally, you just need to copy and paste the links of those YouTube videos and blog posts into the prompt, and it's actually going to be able to go through all that material and fill out the rough ideas you gave it to come up with the perfect outline for your new lead magnet. And then once you're happy with the outline, go ahead and ask it to actually write out the first draft. Then just ask it for any revisions or edits and keep going with it until you get it to where you're happy with it. At that point, just copy and paste it into a brand new Google Doc or Word document, whatever you want to use. And now, congratulations, you now have the content for your new lead magnet. But I do want to make sure that you don't fall into the all too common mistake here of making your lead magnet a sales tool. It's not, it shouldn't be, at least not directly. So you might be able to give a really soft sell of your service at the very end, but I encourage you to think of this as having a very different purpose. Your lead magnet really should give massive amounts of free value with no strings attached. Doing it that way builds trust and lets them see you as the authority that you are. Because I gotta tell you, I've seen a lot of lead magnets that end up kind of just being a really thinly veiled sales pitch all throughout. Not only does the content suffer when you do it that way, but it really just turns people off too. Because it's like, wait, I thought I was downloading this really valuable thing, but it's really just them trying to sell me their services. It feels kind of slimy. So where does sales actually come into play here? Well, in the email follow-up sequence. Remember, you now have the prospect's email address, so you want to give them lots of value and a quick win on the first date, then you can ask for more of a commitment later. And while the content is the most important thing, the way you present your lead magnet to the world is also really important. Remember, perceived value isn't to be overlooked. You want to deliver your prospects a nice little package that makes them feel like they're getting something really special here. So first, we want to create a cover that you can show off on your website that feels nicely designed and like that nice little package that we talked about. Now you can optionally include this cover as the cover page on the actual downloaded document, but it really isn't necessary. I don't tend to include it with that. It's more just for when you display it on your website that I use the cover, but you can hire a designer for this kind of thing, or you really don't need to even do that anymore because you can let AI create one for you for free. Here's how you can do that. Okay, so the tool that I like to use to create these lead magnet covers is called ideogram.ai. It's kind of like Midjourney that we used earlier to create images, but with one important difference, and that difference is Ideogram does a really good job with text on screen. So if you were to use Midjourney and put in the title of your lead magnet, it probably wouldn't go very well. It would probably be misspelled. It would probably kind of look like gibberish, but this does a much better job. So you can kind of just ask it exactly what you want to see. So I'm going to type in to start lead magnet checklist cover design, title, 10 easy cybersecurity wins that secure your business fast. Obviously, you would just type in the title of your lead magnet there. Now, you can ask for a certain style if you want. You can ask for something like minimalist line art or mid-century modern design or photorealistic, whatever you want to look for. Although I find a lot of times I don't necessarily know what I want for something like this, so I like to just see what it's going to give me first. But the main thing you got to do here We do have to mess with the aspect ratio a bit because if this is going to look like a lead magnet cover, we don't want it to be square. We don't want it to be horizontal. We want it to be vertical. And I generally like 3 to 4 is kind of the aspect ratio I go for here. So I'll just choose that. And then I will click on generate. On the free plan, you're kind of limited to how many of these it'll do for you before it throttles you. So I do have a pro plan. I think it's like about $10 a month. But I would say just go with the free plan and you can probably get exactly what you're looking for. So let's check out what we've got so far. I think these look pretty good. I think this one and this one look pretty boring, if I'm being honest. I probably wouldn't choose these, but I think this one and this one look pretty engaging and I like the colors. I do feel like I like this one the most. 10 easy cybersecurity wins that secure your business fast. Doesn't need to say lead magnet on there. And if you wanted to get rid of that, it's probably just a matter of removing the term lead magnet up here and just trying to, so checklist cover design. Let's just see what we get with that. And I think this one looks pretty fun. I think the others look kind of boring, but let's say we wanted to go with that. All we would have to do is just right click and then save image as, and we would have it. Or if you're not quite happy, you can give it more of a style direction. I might say blues and greens, minimalist line art style, and just see what it gives us there. And I think this one's kind of cool. And I think it's a little more appropriate for that CTO role that this would be leaning towards. So that's the other thing you want to keep in mind. You always got to keep in mind your ideal client avatar, what's going to appeal to them the most. So this is one way of doing it. There's another way. What if you wanted to show your cover kind of in a real world application, right? Like where it looks like it's on an iPad or it looks like it's actually the cover of a little booklet on someone's desk. You can get something like that too. I would just modify this prompt to say, mock-up of checklist cover design on an iPad on a nice walnut desktop, for instance. Or it could be, mock-up of checklist cover design on a booklet on a kitchen island. You know what I mean? So it's just a matter of telling it exactly what you want and where you want it. You could even say close up on a person's hands holding an iPad with this guide cover on it. So let's just see what this is going to look like. Yeah, check it out. This is pretty cool, although we're running into weird text issues there. But this looks pretty good to me. There is one misspelling here, but you would just play around with it. You'd ask for it a few times until you get it exactly how you want it. And next, you just need to get the document itself designed. So for this, I'd recommend finding a good, affordable PDF designer on the freelance marketplace website, Fiverr.com. All you gotta do is search for PDF lead magnet design and look for someone with a style you like. But a lot of these, I gotta say, are way too designed for a lead magnet. So you wanna be looking for simplicity here. It shouldn't look like a brochure. It should just look like a nicely designed document. But you can see the prices here really aren't bad. You can definitely get this done very affordably. Okay, so your assignment this time is to outline and create your lead magnet. So make sure you have any necessary images you need. You want to create the cover design, and you can do that yourself using ideogram like I showed you. And you want to get the content, the guide itself, all the pages designed professionally and edited. Okay, so while you're having your lead magnet professionally designed, now is the time to create the copy you're going to use to promote it on your website. And in Module 4, we're going to be creating 2 places where people can opt in for your lead magnet. We have a standalone page, which will tell people exactly why they would want to download it. Now, this can also be used later if you want to send traffic to it from social media, even social ads like Facebook ads or Instagram ads, to get more of your ideal clients onto your email list. But we're also going to create a reusable opt-in block that you can use over and over again on just about every page of your website, giving your visitors plenty of opportunities to opt in for it. And we're going to start this by creating one simple, enticing description of your lead magnet. Check out this example from one of my own lead magnets. So it says, I'll show you how to install and set up the Rank Math plugin the right way in a simple step-by-step checklist so you can start ranking your WordPress site in minutes. Or this one might look familiar if you signed up for my masterclass. Discover the 4 profitable website secrets to build a site that not only looks stunning, but becomes your hardest working salesperson. In just 1 hour, you'll have a step-by-step plan to turn your website into a client attraction machine that works for you around the clock, no tech skills required. So notice how each of those really went into the results that you can expect. It was not just promising, here's what you're gonna learn. It's more like, no, here's what you're gonna do. Here's what you're gonna have at the end of this. That's what this should do. And then next you need to create a bullet list of what people are gonna learn or get access to inside of your freebie. But here's the catch. You can't say exactly what those things are. You wanna use this list to build curiosity so that people just have to know what's in there. So going back to one of my own examples, let's check out the bullets that I wrote for this. So it says, here's what you'll discover inside, the 3-step formula we use to lock in the goal of your website, the 2 magic questions you need to answer about your customers to effectively engage them, the most important but most commonly mishandled element on any web page, and how to do it right. The secret weapon content type that you need to use right now, we'll show you how, why building your email list is more important now than ever, and 7 effective ways you can use your website to do just that. And finally, little known design tips that'll delight your audience, keep them on your site longer, and lead them to do exactly what you want them to do, increased conversions ahead. So you can see here, I didn't give anything away in that text, right? All I did was tease the content that was waiting for them, which is key to getting lots of signups. So ideally they read these and they get some FOMO, like, I have to know what these things are. So now let's go back to your lead magnet assistant in the same chat window you were in before where it wrote everything for you, because it needs to know what the content of your lead magnet is to do this correctly, right? And again, if you've already closed that out, you just want to find that chat over in the left sidebar. So once you're back in that same chat, just prompt it to write my opt-in page. That's simple. It's already trained on all the formulas and exactly what it has to do. So that's really all you have to write here. Then just see what it gives you and do a reality check on it as always. Does the description seem enticing for your ideal client? Do the bullets do a really good job of piquing curiosity and creating that sense of FOMO? Just ask it for any edits you need, and then once you're happy, transfer all of it into a new page in your copy doc. So just make sure you've added a new page break and label it as lead magnet opt-in page. So you want to start by writing, insert the format here, guide, checklist, template, whatever it is. Then on the next line, you want the title of your lead magnet followed by the 1 to 2 sentence description. Then under that, add a horizontal line and then your bullets. And that is it for your opt-in page. So your new lead is opted in for your freebie. Now what? Well, the delivery email needs to send off right away automatically, and it has to set the right tone and get them excited to actually use it. And here's one of mine so you can see what it could actually look like. I'm not gonna read through the whole thing. Feel free to pause it if you want to, but it's pretty simple, right? But that can't be the end of the story. The secret sauce to making all of this work isn't just in one lead magnet being delivered. That's just the bait that gets them on your list. The real magic happens through repeated exposure to you and your business over and over again. Now, to get that repeat exposure, you also need an automated email nurture sequence. A nurture sequence is just a series of emails that are set up to go out on a certain schedule, usually every day or every other day, that help them get even more out of the lead magnet that they originally opted in for. And the side benefit that comes out of this is a small relationship begins to form. You're in their inbox, helping them out, cheering them on, and that's how you stand out in a crowded marketplace. So let's take a high-level overview right now of exactly what this sequence looks like. Let's imagine our IT company offers a guide called 10 Minutes to Transform Your IT, Double Your Speed, Lock Down Security, and Stay Ahead of Threats. Here's what the first email in their nurture sequence might look like. Now, the goal of this first follow-up is just to thank them again and give them a quick, easy to implement tip that builds on the lead magnet's content. Then we're encouraging them to apply this tip and share their results by replying back. Because whenever people actually reply to your emails, not only is that just good engagement, but it's often a great opening to start a sales conversation. Plus, the extra benefit of getting replies to your emails is that it starts to train email systems like Gmail or Outlook that your emails that you send are actually valuable and non-promotional, which is going to help more of your emails reach people in their primary inbox, which is exactly where you want to show up. So again, I'm not going to read through each of these. You can pause if you want to read them just to kind of see, but I'm just going to go over the general gist and the general goal of each of these. So that's day 1. Then day 2 is taking a deeper dive into a key concept within the lead magnet. So pick out maybe the most important part of the lead magnet, the most important piece of advice, and drill down on it. Then on day 3, you can address a common challenge. So what's like the most common sticking point that people have when they're going to try to implement what you're teaching them in the lead magnet? Pinpoint what that is, and then try to navigate them around it. Then on day 4, give them a more advanced strategy. The idea being they've already kind of gone through the lead magnet. Now they have the basis of the information they need. Now go a little further with it. Now, day 5, here's where the magic happens. You're going to recap everything they've learned up till now, and then look what's happening in the PS line here. This is where we do our first direct call to action. This is where you can ask them to reach out to you directly if they want even more help, or to book a consultation, book an appointment if they're really serious about getting the kinds of results that their lead magnet promised. But of course, these emails are only going to build trust and ultimately coach the sale if they get opened, right? That's where the right subject lines come into play. The subject line for your delivery email can be really simple. Things like, just here it is, or get excited, or your checklist is ready, that kind of thing. It's really all you need here. They opted in for it. They just need to know that it's arrived. But each subject line in your nurture sequence needs to be intriguing enough to make people want to see what's inside. So for that reason, your subject line should all pique curiosity, emphasize a benefit or results, and be short and punchy. So luckily your lead magnet assistant's trained on all of these formulas for the emails, as well as the subject lines. So this should be a really easy last step to get your emails ready to be scheduled out. Just start a brand new window. So we're not going to be in the same chat anymore. We're in a new window now. And you want to tell it to start writing the email sequence, starting with the delivery email. Now, you want to attach your lead magnet document and your main customer Saga workbook here so that it has enough information to go on, and then just watch it do its thing. It's going to give you 3 subject line options, so just pick the one you like best, and as always, ask for any revisions you need. Then when you're happy with the first email, transfer it over into a new Google Doc named Email Sequence, paste the subject line you want, followed by the email copy, then insert a horizontal line. Then you're going to go back to the assistant and ask for the next email, and just keep going until you've gotten all 5 of them finalized and transferred into your email doc. So in the end, you need to make sure you have all 6 emails, the delivered email plus the 5 email nurture sequence, and a subject line for each. And in the next lesson, we're going to get the whole sequence set up on automation so you can just do the work once and watch it bring you in new clients on autopilot for years to come. It's exciting stuff. I will see you there. So now that your lead magnet's either designed or at least underway, now it's time to set up the email autoresponder program. So that's going to automatically deliver your lead magnet to anyone who opts in for it on your website. You're just going to need a free or basic account on any automated email program like MailChimp, Drip, or Kit, formerly known as ConvertKit. So you may already be using one of these programs, or you may be starting from scratch. In any case, I can't go over the steps of each individual autoresponder program, but the steps are mostly going to be about the same from program to program. So if you're brand new to this, or you're open to changing providers, I highly recommend using Kit. They have a completely free basic plan for up to 10,000 subscribers that's going to let you do everything you need to do in this program, including setting up that automated email sequence. So it just sends out on schedule every time someone opts in for your lead magnet. Plus, they just have a lot of really robust features you can grow into, and it happens to be really easy to use. And I do definitely recommend using Kit over MailChimp, which is probably a much more popular option. So why Kit over MailChimp? Well, I'm going to give you a couple reasons. So the first one, Kit has more automation features for sure, But the biggest reason for me is way more emails that Kit sends out are going to wind up in a person's primary inbox, which is where you want it to be, as opposed to an email sent by MailChimp, which their emails almost always get routed into the promotions tab in someone's email. And people are just much more likely to miss an email when it goes to the promotions tab versus the primary inbox. So obviously, if they never see the email, they're not going to read the email, right? In other words, landing in the primary inbox can mean the difference between actually having your email seen, much less read. So if you want to go with Kit, I've included the link to get started in the description right underneath this video. And I need to say at this point, to get it to seamlessly work and link up to the website that we're going to build in Module 4, I do recommend you go with one of these programs: Kit, Drip, MailChimp, ActiveCampaign, GetResponse, or MailerLite. Any other program you choose is likely going to require extra steps, in which case you'd need to reach out to whatever program you chose to go with customer support to make it work. So for right now, just go ahead and get set up with whichever email provider you want to work with from that list. Highly recommend going with one from that list. It's just going to make it a lot easier on you. And again, I especially recommend Kit using my link below. It's going to be the easiest way, and it's the only one that I'm going to be able to walk you all the way through step by step. So get signed up and then come back to this video, and I'm going to show you how to make all of it work. So hit pause and I'll see you soon. Okay, so once you're all logged in, this is about what it's going to look like. Now, the first thing you're going to have to do before we even get started here is you're going to need to check your email if you haven't already done that, the email that you signed up with, and you're going to need to verify that email address. If you don't do that, none of your emails are going to send out, so it's a really important first step just to take care of right away. Once you've done that, there are two main things we're going to accomplish right in this tutorial. So the first one is to create the actual email campaign itself. And then the second thing we're going to do is we're going to set off the automation that's going to kick it off so that when people opt in, it sends automatically. Okay, so to create that email campaign, we're going to go up to where it says send and then go down to sequences. And again, if you're using a different program other than Kit, a lot of these processes are going to seem very similar to whatever you're using. Some things will be different, some things will be in different places. So you'll probably need to try to find a YouTube video that's going to show you how to do these things with whatever you're using. But assuming we're using Kit, we're just going to go up to where it says new sequence and we're going to click on that. And we've just got one template here. We're just going to click on this guy. Okay, so you'll see we have a basic editor here where you put in your subject line. It's got all this dummy text here. I kind of wish it didn't have this, but it does. So what I'm just going to do real quick is I'm just going to choose all of this and delete it. You can delete this too. Okay. You cannot delete this bit, the unsubscribe part. You want to make sure people are able to unsubscribe at any time. A, it's a legal requirement. B, you want to keep your list clean. If people aren't interested in getting your emails anymore, you want them to unsubscribe rather than hitting the spam button, right? You don't ever want people reporting your emails as spam. So giving them a way to unsubscribe is the best thing to do. So this is just going to be the first email in the sequence. And remember, that first email is the delivery of your lead magnet. So the first thing I want to do here is right where it says send this email after 1 day, we're actually going to change that to 0 days. And then it sends out immediately. And you do want to make sure every day of the week is checked. Even if it's a Sunday and someone opts in for it, you do not want them waiting until the next day to get it. You will get angry emails if that's the case. So let's go ahead and pop in our subject line. You'll just get this right from your email document and just paste it. And then you're going to take the email copy itself and you're going to go right here and you're just going to paste that in as well. Now, you should have some kind of a line like this. Click here to download your guide, your checklist, whatever it is. You're just going to want to make sure you highlight that and then you go to the little link icon. And this is where you need to actually put the link to it. So a little bit of background. All you're gonna need to do is once you get your finished lead magnet, you do need to upload that to either Dropbox or even easier is probably gonna be Google Drive. And if you need to know how to do that, just YouTube it, it's really fast. But you're just gonna upload that, grab the link, and you're gonna put that in right here and then click on apply. And if you wanted to just preview this and see what it looked like, you can click on preview. And this is what the email is going to look like. Pretty clean, pretty nice. So we're just going to exit out of that. And then once you're done with it, you're just going to click on publish so that it's ready to actually send out. Then we're going to go to work on our next email. We just click on add email And then it gives us the same kind of dummy copy here. We're just going to highlight all of this as much as we can, delete it. Okay, so we're going to start by just pasting in the subject line for our first nurture sequence email, and then we will paste in the email copy itself. Only other thing that's important here is the timing of it. So you've got a few choices here. You can go a little more aggressive and send these out every day right in a row, or what some people do is they'll go every other day. It's really up to you how you want to handle it. There's no right or wrong here. It's just, what do you think that your potential clients would want? So let's just keep it easy. I'm just going to send it. I'm just going to send this on a daily schedule. But here's where it gets interesting. What you might want to do, particularly if you're a B2B business, right, is skip over Saturdays and Sundays. You know, it's really important that your download goes out right away when people request it, but the nurture sequence, they're not really going to be expecting it. So it's not like they're going to be upset if they don't get an email from you on Saturday or Sunday. So it's all about, when are your potential clients checking their emails? If your stuff is all about parenting or something more personal and they check their emails on weekends, then go ahead and leave these checked. But for a business like IT, where they're talking to CTOs who are probably only checking their work email while they're at work, this is going to be a better schedule. So what would happen, let's say they signed up on a Friday, it would go out right away. Then it would skip over Saturday and Sunday. And then this first nurture email is going to go out on Monday. All right, so let's go ahead and click publish on this one. And we'll click on add email. Now, I'm just going to do this one more time for you so you can really see how it works. I'm not going to make you watch all 5, but we'll just do one more together here. So we'll pop in the subject line for nurture email number 2. We will delete all of this kind of dummy text here. I really wish they wouldn't include that. I think it's silly to do it on each one. But anyway, we'll paste this in. And once it's good to go, it's also sending after 1 day. Again, we're going to want to uncheck Saturday and Sunday, and then click on publish. So you can see what's happening here. The first one's going out right away. Then we're waiting a day, only on weekdays. And then the next one is also waiting 1 day, only on weekdays. And from here, you're just going to keep adding your emails until you have all 6. You have your delivery email plus all 5 nurture emails. And once you're done with adding all of your emails and making sure they're all published, we're going to move on to the next phase here, which is creating the automation. And this is super easy to do. So we're going to go up to automate and visual automations. Now, it is worth mentioning here, with the free kit plan, you do get 1 free email sequence that we just created that. That's the only one you can do. You can't create any more sequences. You can send out emails, right? Just you write an email this week and you can send it out to your whole list. That is fine. That's not a sequence, so you can do that. And you also get 1 free visual automation, which we're going to create one here. This should be all you need, at least for now. If you ever need anything more, you would just have to step up to the next highest plan. All right, so we're just going to click on new automation and start building. So the way an automation works, it's always kicked off by a trigger event. And that trigger event kicks off a series of actions to take place. So there's several you can do here. What we're going to focus on is added to a tag. So you will see in module 4, when we get there, whenever anyone fills out the little form to opt in for your lead magnet, it's not only going to send them into your email program, it's also going to add a tag to that person. So you can name this tag anything you want, but I recommend something just super simple, like either opt-in or sign up. Whatever it is, whatever the tag is you're going to make, you can make it right here. Just write it down somewhere, all right? Write it on a Post-it note, write it in your notebook, because you are going to need to know what that is once you get to that point in module 4. So we're going to use sign up, and we're going to create the new tag sign up, because it's not created yet, but now it is. Okay, so here's where we're at so far. When someone is added to the tag sign up, this new event is going to happen. We'll click on add event, and we have to click on the little plus sign here. We're going to click on action, and we're going to click on email sequence. And we're going to choose the sequence that we just created. So that's why we needed to create the sequence before we did this bit, because we need to actually choose the sequence we created. So let's just click on add action. So check out how simple this is. As soon as somebody is tagged with the tag sign up, that kicks off the automation where they're sent the email sequence. Remember, the first one goes out right away, then the next ones go out a day apart, or 2 days apart, whatever cadence you gave to it. And then it's the end of the automation. It's that simple. But we're not exactly finished yet because we do need to make sure that this is working. Right now, it is not active, so we're just gonna click on this little toggle to make it active. All right, so now it is ready for people to start signing up and getting those emails on autopilot. But we have one more quick thing to do here before we wrap it up. We're gonna go up to Grow, and then Landing Pages and Forms. So we do need to create a really simple form. We're gonna go down here where it says Forms, and then Create a Form. And again, this may be different if you're not using Kit, so hopefully these steps are more or less the same. But we're just gonna choose inline here, nice and simple. And we're also gonna choose the easiest form right here called Claire. We'll click Choose. Because the thing is, no one's actually ever gonna see this form. We're gonna actually do our styling on Elementor, so this isn't really ever gonna be seen. We still have to make it. It has to, what we make on Elementor has to attach to something that we create over here. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna rename this, click on the pencil, and I'm just gonna name this something like Lead Magnet Opt-in. And then it's already asking for an email address, which is good. Now we're just gonna ask for one more thing, click the plus icon, and then under custom field, I'm going to select first name. And then I'm gonna go right here where these 3 lines are. I'm just gonna put first name ahead of email address. And it's as simple as that. I'm just gonna go click on save and then publish. And then I'm not gonna worry about any of this. I'm just gonna exit out of it. And that's all we need to do for now. So we're now 3 modules down, 1 more to go. I will see you inside of module 4. All right, welcome to module 4. This is where all of your hard work's about to pay off big time because we can turn all those materials that you've been gathering and creating into your finished website. And good news, we're not doing anything from scratch. We're gonna be using my customizable template that works for any service or information business out there. So the first thing we need to do is get you set up with the website builder and hosting plan that helps us make this really easy. And if you're not sure what hosting is, just think of your website host as the computer that all of your website digital files are stored on. Except it has to be really fast and always powered up so your site's always on and always attracting your new leads. And there are tons of web hosts out there, but by far my favorite one, the only one I use anymore, is called Hostinger. So just click on that first link down below in the description to follow along with me. Okay, so this is the landing page you're gonna end up on. It may look different by the time you get here, I can't be sure, but all you're looking for is that the West coupon was applied. That's gonna make sure you get the best discount. I made sure of it. And by clicking that link, you're also helping to support my small business, so I thank you very much for that. And so we'll just click on Start Now. Okay, so we've got some choices here. Right away, we can safely nix Cloud Startup. It's probably gonna be too much hosting for a small business, especially the one we're gonna be making today. So that just leaves us with Premium and Business. So there's a small monthly fee difference. They both come with 2 months free, which is great if you use my coupon. The main difference I'm gonna point out here is the number of websites you get. This one gives you 3, this one gives you 50. So if you're a web pro, you do this for clients, you probably wanna go with Business. If it's just for your website, you can probably go with Premium, that's gonna be fine. With both plans, you also get a free domain for a year, so that's like your .com. We can choose that in just a bit. So basically all of these things are in addition to the things you get over here. So just look it over and see what you'd like. And then I'm just gonna click on this just to get going here to choose that plan. And we can see our West discount is still applied, so that's good. Now you just have to choose your term. So basically, how long do you want the hosting for? I don't recommend anything less than 12 months. 1 month is, you're basically gonna lose your discount at that point. But I honestly recommend going as long as you think you're gonna be in business or hope to be in business, because that extends this discount out for as long as possible. So I'm gonna choose 48 months. And here's where you can also search for your domain name. So like your .com. So for our life coach example, I might put in, Robert Mace Coaching, and then we can see we've got .com, .eu, we've got all these available. So yours may be available, it may not, and you may have to get a little more creative to find something that works if it's not. But always try to go with the .com if you can. That's just what people remember, and that's just pretty straightforward. So we're gonna add that to the cart as well. All right, so we're gonna click on Continue. So it just wants you to register. You can either do it through Google or you can just put in your email address and choose a password and then register. So obviously you're just gonna fill out your billing information, continue, and then all your payment information, and then click on submit payment. Okay, so now it's gonna ask you what kind of website you wanna build. We're going to go down to Hostinger Website Builder. That's where my template is. Once you get to this screen, you technically have a few options. You can use AI to help you, just tell it about your business. We're not gonna do that. It just doesn't work quite as well as I would want it to. Or we can do pre-made templates, but we're going to use my template that's kind of on the secret menu that does not exist inside of here. So there is a link to that template down in the description. I want you to click there. The link is also in the companion guide for this video. So either way, click that link, and this is where you're gonna end up. So this is the template. Now, this is a wireframe. Think of it like a wireframe. It's not fully designed. It's not meant to be right now, because we're gonna bring in all your colors, all your fonts, and all your content and images and all that good stuff. So, but this is the bare bones of it. And you can see we have a home page, we have an About Us page, a Success Stories page. These should all sound very familiar. Pricing, FAQs, and your book a consultation, or whatever your end call to action is. We have all these pages and they're all ready to go. So we're gonna go back over to home and we're gonna click on Start Building. Okay, so now we're in the builder view and we've got what I call the stage over here. It's all the elements of your website. And then over on the left, we have our panel where we can set the styles, we can add elements and pages even if we want to do that. So there's all kinds of stuff we can do over here. The first thing we want to do though is set the styles. So by now, you should have already chosen a color scheme with some nice neutrals in there and a color for your call to action button. So I'm gonna show you the really easy way to set that. So we're gonna go over to styles. Okay, so the first tab we have is colors. So basically, we're going to replace some of these colors with the ones you've picked out. The top one, that is most of our text. So I would recommend probably not changing it. Maybe change a headline or two in context. We're not gonna do it globally here, but you can do that sometimes if you want. Then we have white, which is mostly for backgrounds. I recommend keeping it unless you have another really light neutral that you'd rather use instead, but we kind of have a neutral here. So I recommend keeping white. The blue is basically our pop of color. That's not our call to action button. So the star ratings, there's a few style elements here and there. So if you chose kind of a pop of color, you'd put that here. Here's a neutral. This is kind of like a dark background. So if you have another neutral, like especially a dark one, it would be like this background or like this background, for instance. And then of course, the green is our call to action. So let's just go ahead and one at a time change these. I'm gonna keep the black as is. I'm gonna keep the white as is. But for our blue, I'm gonna click on change and I'm going to click select. And then I'm just gonna paste in the color code that I've picked out right there. And if you don't have color codes, at this point, you can go back in the video and watch how to get them, or you can just play around with the colors here if you trust your own design sense. Accept. So we have a nice kind of dark green color. Not sure if you can see that. Then for our neutral color, which you can see is like the background here, click on change, select, and then I will paste that in here. And for our dark background color, I'm going to change that. It's just another dark green. You can see that change applied. And then for our call to action color, so I'm going to click there, select. I'm going to exit out of here. So this is our color palette that I'm working with. Doesn't have to be the same for you. Obviously it won't be, but this is just so you can see in real time that everything has changed. Now you can go and choose one headline or one element and change the color manually as well. So let's say we wanted a green headline here. We can just click on the element, edit text, and then text color. And then this is the cool part. We have all of our colors right here, so it's nice and neat. So just click on the green, the blue, whatever, so you can see it works. But I'm just gonna put it back to black, but that is something you can do. Okay, before we move on, now let's talk about our fonts. So we're gonna go back to styles, and then under the font tab, I would highly encourage you to choose one of these predetermined font pairings. Unless you know you're a good designer and you trust your ability to pair fonts together, what would have been otherwise really nice looking websites suffer because they choose kind of crazy fonts that they thought were cool, but just weren't appropriate. Here, I'll just kind of go through a few that I like in general. I think this is a nice one. And whenever you choose something that's gonna say discard changes, so I'm just gonna click reset so you can see that change was made. And I like DM Serif display. I also like DM Sans. This is a nice modern kind of look. It's very different from the last one, but it's modern. We are going to go for our purposes here with Prada, not Prada with a D, Prada with a T. And then Montserrat is the body copy font then that goes with it. I think it looks really nice together. It's just a nice sophisticated look for our life coach example that we're going to be working on here. And you can click on edit text styles, and that's how you can get more granular control. We're not really going to go over all that. I would say you can play around with it in your own time if you'd like to, but it can get a little technical, so I'm not going to stop the tutorial for that just yet. Okay, so let's click out of there, and this is what we've got. It's pretty good bones so far. Now I do want to show you a few things just so you know. You're not locked into the colors that are predetermined here, right? Like you could change them around. You can take any section just by clicking on it and then edit section. You can do different background things. You can change the color just by going down here, and you can choose anything you've got. You can choose anything from the whole color wheel, anything goes. I'm just gonna put it back to white. You can even put a background image. So you would just click on add image, and then you would upload something. We've got this one right here. Let's just go ahead and just see what that looks like. And then it's got an overlay on top of it. That's why it's really dark. It darkens it up so text is easier to read, but you can slide that around. You can make the background fixed or not. So basically see how the background doesn't move as the section moves. That's because this is on. If you turn that off, then it moves with you. So lots of different things you can do. You can change the up and down position of it if it's someone's head and it's getting cut off or something like that. You can even do a background video. And these are all like stock videos. So if you click on replace video, you'll have all these different options. You can search for things. I might just put like city, street, for instance, and we could choose something like that and select, and there you go. You can do it, doesn't mean you always should. I'm just gonna go back to color and keep it on white for now, but these are just things you can do, so be aware of that. Now let's go ahead and get customizing our actual site. And we might as well start right at the top, right? We've got our header bar right here. So the first thing I would do is change the logo. So we'll click on logo. By now you should have a logo made. If not, you can go to ChatGPT. Their new image generator 2 is amazing at creating logos. You would just tell it you want it on a transparent background, and you just want it to be sized for web, meaning it should be wider than it is tall. But we've got a few other options here. So right now it's just text. So what we could do is just keep it on text, and I could type in the name of the business, and that works just fine. You can change the color of it right here. You can change the font. We could just choose something like that and change the font size, all these kind of things. But I've actually got an image chosen here, so I'm gonna click on image, replace, and I actually have all the images of the website ready to go. So I'm just gonna drag them all right here, and it's gonna add all of them. Maybe you have all of them, maybe you don't. If not, you can just go one at a time. But this is just kind of a nice time saver, I think. Okay, so here is our logo. We'll click there and then click on select. And of course it's really small, and the way we change that is just logo width. We drag it up to somewhere that looks nice. I think that looks pretty good. And yeah, I totally just made that with ChatGPT in about a minute. So it's really easy to do. And we've got a few other elements up here. So we have the menu bar and the button. So if you're just hovering over the top section, you can click on edit header. And what I have here is I've made it sticky. What does that mean? Well, that means as you scroll down the page, it stays in place. It doesn't do that on the preview. So you're not gonna get the true view of it until the site is live. But as you scroll down, it stays in place, which is just good practice. You can change element spacing. You can make things a little closer, further apart. Link spacing, so make these closer or further apart from each other. And then top and bottom, so we can make it bigger. I don't think you should make it big. It's generally better if it's somewhere in this region right here, to where everything has a little bit of breathing room. Like you don't want this, that looks bad. But you want a little breathing room without it taking up too much space on the screen. I like that. You can also change the layout. The way I have it right here is how I recommend you have it, because people expect these things to be where they are. They expect the logo here, the menu here, and the button here. If you start going crazy with placement, it just kind of confuses people and they don't really like that. So I would just keep it like this. Then if you go over to elements, you can see all the things to show. So you could hide the logo. I don't know why you'd want to. You could show social icons. I don't recommend them in the header though. The button we definitely want to show, and shopping cart, this probably is not an e-commerce site, so we're gonna hide that. And then the last thing we wanna look at is style. So under style and header, we can change things like the background of it. I have it set to transparent, which is like kind of a really nice modern approach. It's just gonna look like it's above whatever is happening in the hero section. So it's beige, so that's beige. If this was a background of a forest, like an image, that would be there too. But you can turn that off if you'd rather, and then it would be its own color. You can change the text font of the menu right here, just by clicking here. We already know how to do that. And the header color as well. And then if you go under here, we go to button. This is where you can change the button style. It's already set to your call to action color, so I would keep it like that. If you wanted to change the text color, here's where you would do it. And the text font as well, and the size. So you could drag it really big if you want, but don't do that. I think that looks pretty good to me. What I might do is just make the text a little thicker. It's kind of thin. So let's go over to text font, change. We're gonna keep it at Montserrat, but I'm gonna do, let's see what medium looks like. Yeah, I think that looks good. We will roll with that. And then the other big thing for buttons is corner radius. You can see it's kind of rounded corners right now, and it's at 10. If we dragged it up, like all the way, it could be like that pill shape that you see a lot on websites. All the way down, it's a rectangle. So let's just put it back at 10. I think that looked pretty nice for what we're going for. Header is done. So now we can focus on what we call the hero section. So we're just gonna be following your copy doc bit by bit. I've got mine at the ready, so if you're ready, we're just gonna keep going and we're gonna customize this whole page. I'm just gonna grab the headline and I'm going to copy it. Then I'm gonna choose the headline, edit text, and I'm not gonna paste. Here's the reason why. If I were to paste it, it's gonna change the font because it's just gonna copy what was in the copy doc. So I'm gonna do a Command Z to undo that. What we wanna do instead is right click and then paste and match style. So it definitely matched the style and it matched the size. I think it might be too big though. What about you? So if we wanna change it, we just have to select everything and then here we have font size. I'm just gonna, let's see what 48 looks like. And then we can actually bump it up manually if we choose that and just do the up button on the keyboard. I think like 3 lines is plenty. Yeah, that looks nice to me. And then if we go over here under more options, here's where we can change what's called line height. That's like, does it get really close to each other? Does it get really far away? Depends on the font. So you don't want something that looks like this, and you don't want something like this, where like things are overlapping generally, unless that's a look you're going for. I think where it was, like right about 1.3 in this case, looks pretty good. Okay, so then I'm going to choose our subheading and I'm gonna just copy what I have from the copy doc, edit text, and then again, paste and match style. And then we have an extra line here, so I'm gonna delete, there we go. And I wanna show you something cool here because you can actually start bolding certain key phrases that you want people to see. So people's behavior on websites is they skim, they don't exactly read. So what's the one thing you'd want them to take away from this, if nothing else? You know, you could highlight personalized coaching because that gives context, right, to what exactly you offer, which the subheading is kind of all about that. You could also do break free from stress, self-doubt, and emotional exhaustion. So let's just go with that. I think that looks pretty good. So we've got some issues here where things are kind of getting a little out of whack. There's a little too much space. I like to see it a little closer to like this. So yeah, all I did was I clicked on it and I started dragging it around, and you will see this grid pops up. So just be mindful, like it gives you these little cues of like about how much space is between elements, and you want to be fairly consistent about that. So if I move that up to here, then I might move the button up to, you know, be about the same, you know, distance between. All right, so now we have our button. So I have it by default just to say book a free consultation. That's good for 90% of you watching. But if you have something else, go ahead and change it just by clicking on it, edit button, and you just change the text right here. It's already linked to go to that page. Now, you may run into a scenario where the text gets longer and then the button does not compensate for that, you'll notice. So what you have to do is you have to drag it to where you don't want to drag it like that. That doesn't look very good. You want to drag it more like this, so there's a little bit of space. Let's go ahead and change that back. And I do notice, this is the designer eye in me, I notice this font does not match. So we're going to click on style and then text font. Yeah, it's on a random font here. I'm going to change it to our Montserrat medium to match what we got going on up here. All right. And then I'm also going to drag it back to where it looks more normal. Okay, great. Now we have this little bit right here, our social proof. So let's go ahead and move that up closer to the button. And let's say you wanted to change the color of this manually. You just click on it, edit text. Yes, it is text. It's not actually graphics or anything. So we just click on text color and you can choose whatever you want it to be. But I will just put it back. I was intentional about that color. And then here's where you're gonna put in whatever your copy doc kind of wrote out for you for your social proof line. Click edit text, and I have this. I'm just gonna click paste and match style again. Now we can see that spilling onto 2 lines. There's a few things we can do. We can kind of drag this out. I don't think this looks that great. So I'm just gonna edit text again, and we can do things like we can change the size of it. I think it's a little hard to read in this font, so small. So I'm gonna change that manually to Montserrat regular. I think that looks pretty good. And I might actually change this, I might drop it down to like 14 actually. I think that looks nice. Okay, so now we have all of our text in place. What about our images? Super easy to do this. So hopefully you have your images selected by now. If not, you can go back and rewatch that part where I talk about how to get them in Midjourney. That's how I got these images. So we're gonna click on the hero image right here and then edit image, replace. And I have this one selected right here. So again, these are not meant to be you. These are meant to be a happy client or happy customer. And by that, I don't mean a real client, like obviously we generated this with AI, but it's meant to evoke the feeling of your client after you've helped them, right? This guy looks like he's excited about life again, he's a professional, all that good stuff. And we can do things like we can change the size of it if we wanted to. We can kind of like redo the dimensions a bit if you want to do that. It's really flexible. And there's a few other cool things we can do here too that's going to make it feel a little more custom. So let's go over to edit image. The first thing we can do, let's go to style, and here's where we can change the corner radius. You'll notice it's just kind of a rounded corner rectangle. We have 20 pixels of radius there. We can make it bigger. We can just square it off if you want to go really kind of utilitarian. Or here's what's really cool. We have shapes. So we have all these different shapes you could do. Now, some of them are a little crazy and I don't recommend all of these, to be honest with you, but I happen to like this one a lot. I think that looks really nice. I like this arch one. I think that looks really good as well. In fact, I think if you were to do the arch, here's what I recommend. I like dragging this all the way down to the bottom so it looks like it's just kind of coming out of that bar. And I think that looks pretty nice. But I'm just gonna Command Z till we get it back to our rectangle. I'm just gonna keep it like this for now. And I also wanna put it back at the size we had it, which is more like this. It's really important. You don't want elements to like be touching other elements or too close to other elements. You want some white space. All right, looking good. Now we have these images which are meant to be your actual customers. So these are not really supposed to be AI images. These are supposed to be actual people you've worked with, if you've gotten their permission to use their images, of course. So I'm just gonna click on this, edit image, replace, and then we've got these images I found here. These happen to be AI, but because this is a fake website, and we're just gonna do it for all 3 of them. And you can do things like you can move them around, you can choose all this and move it over and move this over. You can do all kinds of stuff like that, but it's gonna do Command Z's and get everything back how we had it. Okay, looking good, moving on. And don't worry, we will get to how this is gonna look on mobile at the end of the page, okay? So that is coming. Now, here's another thing we can do. We can change the section height. So we can drag this. It's gonna hit against any elements you have there. I recommend something that looks about like this. I think to me, this feels really nice. You don't want it to be like that or like that. This is good, okay. Next, we have our results bar. So you should have these 3 kind of outcomes or results. And I've just added this check mark as part of it. I recommend keeping it. It's gonna be good for most cases. So I will just copy what I have and paste it in. And of course you can change the font, the color, how bold it is, all that good stuff. So let's move on to our problem section. So we can see right away that when we change the font, this kind of doesn't look so great with this anymore, but don't worry, I'll show you exactly how to fix all of that. So I'm just gonna move this down for a second. So let's paste in our headline that we have. So I'm gonna click edit text. So again, it's really big, and this is a case of there's like too much space between the lines, right? So the first thing I would do here is I would probably try to make it smaller. Let's see what 48 looks like. I think that looks good. I mean, you could make the case for it should be on just 2 lines or something, but I think this gives it some gravitas and some weight, which I like. And that does seem to have solved the line height issue too. Like, I wouldn't really bring these lines too much closer together. I think it looks good. Okay, so now we have our paragraph text here. So let's edit that. And you can do things here, like if you didn't want it to be center aligned, you could click on text alignment. You could do it to the left, which tends to look best if you were to have like bullet points or something. If it gave you bullet points, you probably don't want it to be centered. That looks kind of funky. But from here, you can, again, grab key phrases that you want people to not miss and just put them in bold. Maybe this right here. Now you can do bold, which makes it really bold, or depending on the font you have, click on Montserrat. We have all these different weights of it, so maybe medium would look better. Like, I think that looks pretty nice. And then something I like to do too is kind of the last line that's going to segue into the solution. I like to bold that too. So maybe go to Montserrat. Let's just do bold this time. All right, looks good. Now we can move on to the solution section. So you'll notice that they're both the same background color. I kind of did it that way on purpose, so it feels almost like it's one thought leading into another thought. However, if you wanted to change the background color here, edit section, maybe we do section color, we choose our neutral. If you're gonna do that, you probably need to move all this stuff down a bit away from the edge. So that's gonna look better. But anyway, I recommend just kind of keeping it as it was. And you'll also notice there's no image in this section. I kind of did that on purpose as well, just to kind of give it a moment. But if you wanted to add an image, it's really easy to add extra things. You're not limited by what's in this template. All you got to do is go up to elements. And here's where you have all these different things. You have buttons, shapes. Like, I'll show you what a shape is. So that's just kind of like, you've got all these different shapes here. So those can be cool for just like graphic elements. You can make them any color you want. Just something else you can do, or a video, or an image. So you would just click an image and you would, you can make it whatever size you want. And you'd probably have to move things over to compensate. So just showing you this to show you that there are, things you can do to break out of the template. But it's one of those things, if you don't really know what you're doing design-wise, I would probably not start adding things like that. It can go crazy fast. So let's just go back to how we had things. Okay, so now let's go on to our solution section. We're gonna just paste in everything the same way we've been doing. I think that looks pretty good. And of course you can change the size of it if you need to, all that good stuff. I think this happens to look fine. Maybe we want to add a few bold things in here. And then maybe this last line, let's go ahead and maybe bump it up a bit just to kind of give it a little extra punch. Maybe down slightly. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. All right, so now we have our image. And in most cases, this is where I recommend actually introducing yourself for the first time in an image. So we're just going to click here, edit image, replace. Now again, ChatGPT can do wonders creating a really professional looking photo of yourself. If you give it just even a snapshot of yourself on vacation with your family or whatever, it can make an image that's much more like these ones right here. So I'm gonna choose this one. What tends to work really well if you work with clients is to have ChatGPT make you an image of you working with a client or interacting with the client. So I made this one with Midjourney, but yeah, you can absolutely do it with ChatGPT as well. So just wanna size it to kind of be almost in line with the text here. I think that looks really nice. Let's give this a little less space. It feels like there's a lot going on there. Maybe something more like this. Okay, so now we have a section where you may need it, you may not. If you don't have multiple services, all you have to do is on edit section, just click delete and it's gone. But I'm gonna Command Z, I'm gonna get it back. Let's just assume you need it. Obviously you can change the background color or change it to an image or a video. We already know how to do that. And you can change this to say, what I can help you with, what I can do for you, my services, our services, whatever makes the most sense. Just don't change it to something random that doesn't have anything to do with what your services are. Every headline needs to be about what the section is about. Always remember that. Okay, so I'm just gonna change these one by one. And this is something you want to look out for. Ideally, these would all be kind of along the same length, so there's not one that's like 5 lines long. Work with your writing assistant to kind of make things match lengthwise if they don't. It just kind of makes a big difference looks-wise. And then of course we can add in our images. Okay, so we've got all these in here, and I hope you're starting to see now between adding these images and the colors, it's really starting to look much more custom than the template started off looking, right? And the images do a lot of heavy lifting here, so really don't discount picking really good ones and working with the AI long enough to get stuff that really looks nice. And notice how they all three look like they match. They could have been taken by the same photographer in the same session. So let's move on to our benefits section now. And again, you can keep it as why choose us, why choose me. You can even just say benefits of working with me, whatever you want. And we're just gonna go ahead and pop these guys in here. So we've got the benefits. Okay, so now I have a place in here for an image. So again, this is really just kind of that happy after state or something like that. So I'm just gonna click on choose image, replace image, and I'm gonna choose this one. This isn't really a happy after image actually, but what I like about it though is he's looking over here. That's another good design trick, is whenever you've text here, have the person looking kind of where the text is, and it works pretty well. All right, so here's another big section, the process plan. So you can see the sizing is a little bit of an issue here, so we're just gonna fix it in real time. So this could say, here's our process, here's my process, just my process, or it could say how it works. Now notice how it's formatted. Step 1, step 2, step 3, you don't wanna lose that. If you get rid of the step numbers, suddenly it just feels more like 3 benefits, right? It doesn't feel like a process, it just feels like 3 random things. So definitely keep the steps language in there. All right, so I'm just gonna start pasting stuff in for my copy doc. So now we gotta do some cleanup. So I'm just going to, and this is the kind of thing that may happen from time to time. So I'm going to just select this stuff. I'm just gonna move it out of the way for now. So I'm just gonna choose both of those things and just kind of drag them down. So first is I'm going to decide on how big I want this text to be. Since this is the biggest one, the longest one, I'm gonna play around with that one. So I'll click Edit Text, and let's bring this down to like, what I think I want is it to be like on, I'd love it to be on 1 line. I think that might be too small though, if we bolded it. I think I'm gonna go with that. So it's 19 pixels and it's bold. So it's gonna drag this about where I want it to be, make sure it's still centered. You'll see that little dotted line in the middle. That's how it, the orange dotted line, that's truly centered. And we're just gonna make the same change on all of these. So change this to 19 and bold. So now we just have to let's drag this to about here. And then you'll start seeing little feedback things pop up. You'll see that line on top showing you that it's like you're in line with the one next to it. That's what you want. And then for this one, same deal. Perfect. Sometimes things get a little messy, you know? So we're just gonna center that and make sure this is all in line with each other. All right, so I just gotta move stuff around a little bit more. Okay, so I think this is looking pretty good to me. And this may be a case where I'd wanna have a little bit more fun with color. So maybe I want these steps to be a certain color. So if I click on Edit Text, maybe I'll choose our lighter green shade here. And we'll do that for all 3. All right, we're having fun with color now. Look at that. So let's kind of drag this up to where it looks nice. Loving it. Okay, another really important section. This is your testimonials. So right off the bat, I will say you can either go with a layout like this, or you could do a different treatment. So we haven't covered this yet. You can add a new section. So for a lot of these sections, you could choose an alternate layout if you wanted to. So I'm gonna click on Add Section. And then we've got all of these different like section blocks, and they're in different categories. So this is called main, which is, I don't know why they call it main, but it's basically, these are like, can be thought of as like hero sections. They work pretty well for that. We have about us blocks, services. So if you wanted to change the look of that, you can do that here. The other big ones would be, testimonials is what we're gonna go for. Yeah, if you needed a gallery or anything like that, you could choose that. And you could add that to your page as well. But I'm gonna go to testimonials. So let's say you wanted one good featured testimonial. You could do this, it's just a simple quote. This one with an image, this one with like a colored background. So have fun with it, but I'm just gonna keep going with what we've got, which is just 4 really well-placed testimonials. So you wanna find the ones that are gonna tell the best story in as little text as possible. And just like everything else, the way you change it is just you click it, edit text. Now you do need to be careful here. These do truly need to be short if you're gonna do it like this. if you have a longer testimonial, you are probably going to want to add one of these other sections and do something a bit more like this or this that gives you just more room to play with, okay? So that's up to you. I'm going to delete that section, but now you can see how you can add them, and it's a nice thing to know. All right, so I'm not going to bother actually changing this text. We'll just quickly change the images. Okay, looking good. So let's give it a little section height zhuzh up. There we go. Feels a little more appropriate. All right, then we get to our features section. So here's where you've got a choice. Remember, we talked about you can showcase your features in different ways. One could be this way, where it's basically you're comparing what they get with you versus what they get with the other guys. This is the one I really recommend if you can make a good case like this, where you have all these things and they're missing them, or they give you a worse version of it. But if you don't want to do this kind of treatment, if you just want it to be more straightforward about what you get, what I would recommend doing is clicking on Add Section. And believe it or not, I would choose FAQ right here. This is going to be the best kind of layout for this, where you can just have let's just choose this one, for instance. You could put all of your features and a little description of all of them. Then you could even do something like, add an image. You would put that over here maybe. Maybe you could have a couple. You can right-click duplicate. Just have a couple images over here on the side. So there's a lot of things you could do with it, but let's just go ahead and delete that. We're going to work with this one. Now you'll see this is just like line after line, and then I've put in this little check mark icon here, and over here I've put in this little X. I recommend just sticking with that. It's a really nice visual indicator of, check, you get this, and then over here, no, it's missing, right? So it's just kind of a nice visual indicator of that. You can change those icons if you want, get rid of them, just format it like a list if you want, but I recommend keeping it. So I'm just gonna quickly go ahead and update this list here. If you have green and red naturally in your color scheme, you could do the check marks as green and the X's as red, or in this case, maybe we just do green here and I keep these black. That works as well. So I'm just gonna go ahead and quickly do that. It's not the easiest thing in the world to see, but if you have kind of a brighter color, you get it. You understand what we can do here. So the one other thing is I feel like this is a little too close to this. So I'm just gonna probably move it down some till it looks good. And then I'm gonna do the same here till it lines up with it. That looks pretty good. Then we have our FAQs. So this is a really just kind of utilitarian section. So just go through one by one and change it to your questions and your answers. Again, no tricks here. You're just going to go one thing at a time. Paste and match formatting for all of them. And then we get down to our lead magnet section. Once again, you're just going to pop in what your copy doc says. So this would be like free checklist, free quiz, free whatever your lead magnet type is. And then you would put the title here and the little description. So I will go ahead and do that quickly. Okay, and we could probably even make this title a little bit bigger. I'm going to click on edit text. And let's just, I think 3 lines looks pretty nice. And then maybe we'll tighten the line height just by these 3 dots. Line height, let's go ahead and make it look a little bit more like so. All right, looking good. Then of course, we're gonna replace this with the image that you had made of your lead magnet. So you have a few choices here. Again, you can have it just be the lead magnet cover itself, or what I like to do, I'm just gonna edit this, replace, I had this made, again with AI, it's more like a mock-up on an iPad. I like to do it that way. So now we could kind of change the size to fit here, but I actually think this whole section's a little too big. So we're gonna do something more like this. And then I will drag it down like so. Okay, looks good. So one more thing here is to actually make this work and actually function with your email service provider. But this is one thing that has changed since I first created the Profitable Website Launchpad. The way we do this is slightly different. We are going to get to this at the very end. So for now, I'm just going to delete this whole little form here. and we will get back to it in a bit. Okay, then we have our footer. So here's where you'd put in things like if you want to have your address listed, maybe you don't. I would recommend if you work from home, you don't put your home address there. Your phone number, I would definitely not put in your email address. And there's a very specific reason. If you include your email address on your website, you will start getting spam emails, I guarantee it. The much better thing is just to encourage people to click on the book a call button, and then they get in touch with you that way. You do not want your email address floating around online. And then what we have here is social media icons. Now, this is the only place I would recommend putting them on your whole site is down in the footer. The reason is once people are already at your website, they're kind of at the bottom, the middle or the bottom of the funnel. They're ready to hire you. So what you don't want to do is then send them back out to your social media accounts. But I still like to put them in the footer just for those people who want to find them. So all we need to do here is click on it and then edit social icons. And then here you can do all kinds of things. You can click on each one. Let's say you have a Facebook and an Instagram, LinkedIn, you've got all these guys. You click on each one, you just pop in the link to your profile for each one. Then let's say you don't have X, right? You just click on the little gear icon, delete, and it gets rid of it. Then if you, let's say you have YouTube, we click on add new link, and then I would just put in like, youtube.com. Of course, it would be your channel. Okay, it actually didn't add it there. I'm gonna get in touch with hosting or support just to make sure that that does work for you guys. But yeah, you would just add it in here, and then it says the social icons are assigned automatically when you add a new link. So if you put in YouTube, it just grabs the YouTube icon and does it like that. And then under style, we can change the icon size. We can make them bigger. You obviously don't want them to overlap each other, so you gotta be careful. If you make them big and they start to like get too close to each other, you fix that just by kind of dragging this out and they just kind of fall in line with however big you make this. I will make them slightly smaller again. All right, and then you can edit the section. You could make the background color, dark if you wanted to. If you did that, you just have to grab all the text and make it light. You just grab that and make it white, and you would do the same thing for all the text here. But I'm going to Command Z, put it back to light mode. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's preview this by clicking right here. One important thing, click save. Autosave is usually on, but you just want to make sure you're saving it in case. I probably shouldn't have waited this long to say that, but it's just because autosave usually works pretty well, but you want to be careful. So now let's click on preview though, and let's see what we've got going on so far. Okay, so remember what I was talking about with the sticky menu? Let's start clicking down and yeah, see it keeps up with us. I think this looks pretty damn nice if I do say so myself. So, and this works for every kind of business, but we're not done because we have to still make sure that this looks good on mobile as well. And we've got some more pages to do. So we're gonna go back to editor. And then we're gonna click right up here. It's got these little icons. One that looks like a desktop computer, one looks like a smartphone. So let's click on the smartphone. And this is where we get to see what it looks like on mobile. I did a pretty good job of making sure that things are going to stack appropriately, but there's always gonna be some cleanup to do. So let's just kind of go through things that I'm seeing to make sure that it looks as good as it can look. So for instance, like the logo here is a little small. I would probably click on that and I would probably make it slightly bigger just to be legible. Okay, now we've got this image and the guy's head's getting cut off. So what I'm probably gonna do, I'm just gonna drag this like so. I think that looks pretty nice. And by the way, in case you're wondering, these changes we're making are not gonna affect what it looks like on desktop. If we take a look, go back out here, it still looks exactly like it looked before. So, and the logo is the same size it was before. So these are changes just being made to mobile and nothing else. So now this is overlapping this. So what we probably wanna do is we wanna select all these elements and just drag them down a bit. And this text is just way too big for mobile. So we're gonna click on that, edit text, and we're going to, let's see, I think that might be a little small and stingy. Let's go ahead and, yeah, want to keep it on 3 lines, but I think that looks good to me. And then maybe I'll make this slightly smaller Edit text, let's drop that down to 16. All right, that's looking pretty good. Now we're starting to have some things overlap. So this is where you might start getting a little stressed out, but it's okay. The first thing we're gonna do is we're just gonna drag this. We're gonna give us a lot of room here, just so we have room to breathe. So I'm gonna take the button, and I'm just gonna move it down here. Actually, I'm gonna move it like up here. Then I'm gonna take this stuff, I'm gonna move it down. Let's just get it out of the way for a second. The button, let's put it right here. And then this is the case where we have to kind of drag it out. Let's just drag it all the way across to be the full width. That kind of looks really nice on a phone. See, it's starting to look a lot better, right? Then we can just take this stuff and we can put it right back up here. And I'm just gonna play around. What if maybe this did this? And maybe if we centered that. So we go over to text alignment, we center it, and then let's move this in line with that. And then maybe we kind of center all this stuff too. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty nice. And again, just to put your mind at ease, we go back to desktop. Everything is still the way we left it over there. Okay, so now let's just keep going. Let's put this back to about here. And then we've got these three guys here. Let's go ahead and just gonna move stuff around to where it looks good more or less. I think that works. So we just have these two on one line and this centered beneath it. Your mileage may vary depending on how long these text lines are. If you were to change, like let's say these ended up looking too long on mobile, and then you changed what it said to make it shorter, that change would be affected on the desktop version too. Same with fonts. So if you were to change the font, that would change too. So the things that don't have effect are more like the placement of things and the size of things. But fonts, colors, actual text, actual images, those will change across devices. Okay, so let's keep going. I think this is too big again. Edit text. Let's change it to maybe 24. That looks good to me. I think we're good. And I'll do the same thing here. And a lot of this is just gonna be eyeballing it and just seeing what looks good to you, right? Now I think we might want to give this a little bit more space between these sections. I think that's better. And then we've got the image of who's meant to be you right here. Now, I recommend we keep it on mobile. I think it does humanize you. So what I would do again is let's just give this some more space. And then let's just do something like that, and then we'll drag this back up. Okay, that's looking good. So we have our services. Yeah, I think this looks good as is, nothing to change. Why choose us? So these are our benefits. What I might do is just kind of move this away from this a bit. So I need to choose all of it, and then I'm just gonna, just ever so slightly, it was bothering me, it was a little too close. It's good. Now we may not need this image here, because it doesn't really do a lot of heavy lifting for us. So what I would actually do, so let's click on it, and then we have this eyeball right here. This is a really cool thing when you're changing your site for mobile. We click there, we can actually hide this on mobile. So it's visible on desktop, invisible on mobile. So I'm just gonna click that, and we can still see it, but when you go to preview, it won't be there. Yep, see, it's not there. So then we have to get rid of this extra section though. So let's go back to editor. What you'll notice is we can't actually do that. So what we have to do is we have to choose the image, and we have to just let's just make it super small and just kind of put it right there. It's still hidden, but then we're, doing like this. That looks good to me. So now let's just go on preview and just make sure. All right, cool. And then if we go to desktop, I just want to make sure that everything still looks good. So, all right, back to editor. Let's pick up where we left off. So we have our steps now. I feel like there might be a little too much space between these now. What I'm probably gonna do, I think the text is a little too big on these, on the actual steps. So I'm gonna change that. Edit text. Let's go ahead and make that, let's see what 18 looks like. I think that looks good. I'm gonna do that across the board. And then I'm going to get these a little closer to each other. And we're just eyeballing it. I think to my eye, that looks pretty good. There we go. Okay, now we have our testimonial section. So first things first, I want this to probably be on one line. Doesn't need to be on two. So edit text, let's There we go. And then, obviously this is way too close to that, so let's go ahead and I'm just going to grab those. Let's just move this down a bit. And then I think I'm just going to move these stars a little closer. For some reason that's on 2 lines, I don't know why. I'm just going to do that cleanup on all of these. Looking good. I am just going to probably move these a little closer to one another, just a bit. And again, we're just going to kind of eyeball it. I'm not going to be super scientific here, but just make sure they're more or less the same distance from each other. Good enough for now, and then we're going to drag this up a bit. Okay, so now we have our features list. Okay, so you can see the 2 sections are just butted up against each other. We don't want that. So I'm going to choose all of this and just kind of give it a little bit more space. Okay, but overall, I think that looks fine. Now we have our FAQs. There shouldn't be much to do here. Okay, then we have our lead magnet part. That looks good as well, and our footer looks pretty good too. All right, well, congratulations, we have done our first page. So I'm gonna click Save again, and we'll go back out to desktop view. Now we're just gonna get going on the next page, About. So I'm gonna click right here in the navigation, About, and we can get going. Okay, so this is how our internal pages are set up. Basically, we have kind of a bar at the top. I have it set to just be that like neutral background color. Again, you can change it to a bolder color if you want, to a background image if you want. I just happen to think a nice neutral works best, and it's like the most safe choice. So, but from here, we're just gonna continue doing what we've been doing. We're gonna refer to our copy doc and start pasting in what it gives us, and starting with our headline. Now this could be about me, about us, hi, I'm Robert, whatever you want it to be, but it should feel like a headline for an about page, not just another headline for the homepage, for instance. Now, the way I formatted this, you'll notice there's a bit of difference in the weights and sizes of these fonts, and that's on purpose. I like this opening to have a little bit more weight to it. It's a little bit bigger, so you can have a really kind of impactful first statement, something like this, right? It's almost like a second little headline. We just play around with it. You don't have to go with this if you don't want to, but I think it kind of helps draw people into the section a bit. Now for the rest of it, I'm just going to click on Edit Text again, and we will choose this part, and I will paste and match style. So I don't know how long yours is going to be. Mine ended up being about this long. So there are things you can do, because like obviously it feels weird to just have all this empty space over here. If it's short enough to where it's just kind of like this long, then I think that's fine. We've got a nice image right here. In this case, we have images down here. So what we could do technically is just we can take these images and just put them up here instead. So let me just grab that there and just grab this one here. And then we would just, we could just get rid of this section if you wanted. And this isn't to say like every empty space needs to be filled. There is a case to be made for a good amount of white space, but we also don't want just dead zones either. So that is definitely one way you can go. So, but anyway, let's start adding our images. So again, these are gonna be images of you and possibly you helping clients. And again, you can get that from ChatGPT. You don't have to actually do a full-on photo shoot. So I'm just gonna click on the first image and we're going to replace it with this one right here. All right, looks good. And then we've got this bar right here. You can leave it or you can remove it, whatever you want. It's a great way though, just to kind of throw out a few stats and just ways to communicate that you've actually helped other people get a good result. So this could be like how many 5-star reviews you've had, how many dollars you've saved people, how much time you've saved people, right? Anything like that goes. And obviously we would just click on it, we would just edit it the way we've edited anything else. So no tricks to that. And then we just fill in these images as well. And obviously we would want to stick with whatever style we've been sticking with. So if you've been using a certain photo shape, we'd want to do that here as well. These happen to have the rounded corners. So I'm going to go to Edit Image and then Style. And then I think we were working with a 20-point radius, corner radius. I think so. We'll do it again here. That looks good. Now, it doesn't bother me that these aren't in line. I actually think it looks good that way, but if it did bother you, you can obviously just click it and drag it over to be in line with the other. But yeah, I think this looks kind of cool actually. Then of course you want to go through all this text, because if it's long like this especially, you definitely want to pick out those little parts that you want to put in bold text, just to draw the eye to them. The idea being for every paragraph, if they only are going to take one thing away from that paragraph, you should tell them what it is by bolding it. Always remember, if nothing else, people skim websites, they don't read them. So, and that did leave us with an empty section here. If you left those images, down here to where they were, you know how to customize this section. I don't have to go over it again. You know how to change the background color, all that kind of stuff. So I think we'll just put this back where it was, and then we can just delete this section. And then I've added this like meet the team section as well. You don't have to have it. I don't always recommend a section like this. It tends to take people out of the flow, but if you do have a team and you want to highlight them here, go for it. What I would not do, and there's a reason I haven't included, they're like social icons. I see that on websites all the time and it drives me nuts. You don't want people going to your website and then going over to Jaden's Instagram. You know what I mean? Like, you want them to make a purchase. You want them to book something. So if you want to have a little description of each person, their bio, that's great. You can do it. We know how to change all this stuff by now. I'm going to go ahead and delete this section. I don't think it's needed. But yeah, this is a nice About Us page for sure. So we'll click on Save, and then we have to do our mobile cleanup as well. We're going to have to do that for every page. So we click the mobile icon. And our little kind of faux headline didn't get the faux headline treatment here. So I'm going to select that, and let's just bump it up to something like that. I think it looks good. All the text looks good, no problems there. So you'll notice this bar is overlapping this image. It's on purpose. There's a reason for it. It looks nice and clean that way, as opposed to, if it were like this, it just looks a little less clean. So I put it slightly overlapping just so we don't see that bottom rounded edge, and I think that looks nice and clean. Then we can just put our extra images here. You could get rid of them on mobile and hide them, but I don't see any real reason to do that here. So I think this looks pretty good to me. Just make any changes you need on yours. Save, and then back to desktop. And then we'll go over to success stories. Okay, so same thing going on here, no big surprises. I just want to walk you through how I've laid this page out and different modifications that you can do. So basically I set it up to start with a case study if you happen to have one. It's a great way to start a success stories page, to not just have a testimonial, but to tell that little mini story about a client you helped. So here's where you would put in an image of either that client or you helping that client, anything like that. So, and if what you did was visual, if you're like a renovator, it would be maybe what their kitchen ended up looking like or what their website ended up looking like, anything like that. And then you've got an optional testimonial from that same person you can put here. So, you would just go with whatever your document has for you. Little story, bullet points of the results you got them. Can change the color of this. We know how to do all that. And if you don't have a case study, you just click on the trash can and it goes away. Then we have a nice, just like 4 testimonials, followed by a video testimonial block. So if you have a video testimonial, put it here. If you don't have one, you should try to get one from one of your best clients. They can come in really handy. So obviously we know how to change all this. To change the video though, you just have to make sure it's uploaded to YouTube. Then you click on this placeholder, edit video, and then you just paste in the link to that video right here. And then it changes in real time. Okay, then we have another set of testimonials, and you can just keep going with this for as long as you want. So basically, if you had more testimonials, you can just click here on duplicate, and it makes a new version of that section. So you can just keep going down, and obviously you might just have to play with section heights a bit and moving things around so that everything feels like it's has the same spacing more or less. But other than that, like, you could just keep going with this forever. Or again, as I showed you earlier, you can add other elements here too. So let's add a section and let's go down to testimonials. So you could add something like this, right? You change the color. But yeah, it's a very customizable page. It can be just about anything you need it to be. So I'm not gonna go into all the details of editing it because we already know how to do all this, but just wanted to show you what your options were. And then of course we wanna check it out on mobile, just make sure that all looks okay. So far, so good. We have all the results here. We have the testimonial. Then we have all those testimonials. And I might just kind of like, if I was being picky, I might give this whole thing a little bit more breathing room around it. Just kind of center it vertically like that. But yeah, I mean, it's all looking pretty good. It's all been done in advance. You know, again, maybe you want to move these stars closer to the names, something like that. But overall, I think it looks pretty strong. Okay, so let's go back out to desktop and we'll go to pricing, because there's a few more things here that I want to go over. So we already talked about the different ways you can showcase your pricing, right? You can either just talk about each service in detail and just give like this could be a starting at price. This could be ranges from 200 to 500. It could just be a hard price, right? Web design, $10,000, right? Whatever you want it to be. And then you have a space for an image here for each thing. So this is one way to do it. Then if you have more services you offer and you want to add those here, again, what do? We just choose the section and then duplicate it. So we can do as many as we need to here, just like this. Or maybe you have different packages that you want to like show next to each other. That's why I created this as well. So this works really well if you happen to have, you know, actual packages that start at a certain price or just cost a certain price. And I styled it like this on purpose to where the middle package is like designating it as most popular. Now, this is kind of a marketing trick, basically. So let's say you have a low priced option, but you really want people to do your middle tier option. So you create a package 3 that's a lot more every month to make the thing you're really trying to sell feel much more attainable. So that's just something you can run with if you want to. And you would just obviously change the colors of this stuff. This happens to be a card. So we'd click on edit card, background, just change it to maybe our green or maybe something a little bit brighter just to kind of make it pop more. And maybe we would change the background color of this to pop a bit more as well. Maybe that will be our just normal green color. But yeah, no surprises here. You already know how to change all these kinds of things. So now let's just go to mobile, make sure it looks good. Looks good to me. Yeah, I think it's all looking nice. All right, so now we go to FAQs. This is the easiest one for sure. So again, you're just gonna change them to whatever they are. And then all we need, if you have more of these, just duplicate the section and then just kind of compensate with the spacing just to make sure they look more or less the same distance apart. So I'll just click on preview to see. Yeah, it feels pretty close to me. So, and then we just go look at it on mobile. Yeah, looking nice. That was probably the easiest page of all. Okay, we have one more major page, and that is your book a free consultation, or whatever you've decided to call it. So we'll click that. Now this is a very simple page by design. Put yourself in the headspace of someone who's here. They click the button to book a consultation, book a call, book time with you. The last thing you want to do is start throwing everything in the kitchen sink at them at this point. That's why there's no images, there's no real like color scheme going on. It's a very stark page with one job to do, which is fill this out and let's get something on the books. So you definitely want to have your headline here that says exactly what they're doing. Then what I have here, if your copy doc didn't write this page for you, you want to let them know exactly what to expect after they fill out the form. So fill out this form and someone in our team will call you back within 20 minutes, or you'll get a call back or an email back within the next 24 hours. People don't like not knowing what happens next, so you want to tell them exactly, and then you got to follow through with it, obviously. So if you tell them you're going to call them back in 20 minutes, you should probably do that. And then we have our form here. So I have it, again, simple by design, just name, email, message. Now you may need to ask for more things, especially if you're gonna call them back. You probably need their phone number, right? But don't start asking for too many things. You don't need to ask for their first name and their last name and their address, because all those things that you ask for are going to be friction and are going to stop people from filling your form out. So you only want the bare amount of information to set the call up or to properly weed people out. So you could have a budget question, right? Like, what's your budget? And if they answer like $5, then okay, then maybe we're going to email them back politely and say, thank you, but we can't really work with you at that budget or something like that. So things you need before the call and things that will help you weed people out. That's all you should be asking for here. And you'll notice we have message. Now, what I have written here is you want some like guidance in here. So basically, what do you want them to say there? Because a lot of times people will freeze up. If, let's say you're a landscaper, right, and it just says message, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, I need my lawn mowed. Like, but you probably want certain things like, give us a rough idea of how big your yard is or what services you're looking for, right? Prompt them with what they should say there, or they're going to kind of clam up and not say anything and maybe not even fill out your form, which isn't what you want. So anyway, let's go ahead and click on Edit Form. Okay, so under General, you don't have to worry about the form name, but you want to make sure your email address is there that you are going to get these emails from. So basically, in other words, when someone fills this form out, you are going to be emailed, and that's how you know that someone filled it out. So you definitely want to make sure that is filled out. And if it says verify your new email address, you probably want to just go to your email and click through that email. It's just so that gets verified. Okay, next we have fields. This is where you can ask for more things if you want to, or you can get rid of things. Let's say we wanted that budget question. So I'm going to click on Add, and we're going to do single choice. But wait a minute, let's do that again, because I want to go over these things. So we'll click there. So we have short answer. That's something like this: name, email. Paragraph. That's something more like this, like free form, like what do you want to say? It's like the body of the message. Then we have single choice, which would be choose, it's like multiple choice, choose budget A, B, or C, or D. And then multiple choice means they can choose multiple things. That'd be like services, right? Choose all that apply. But in this case, we're doing single choice because we want them to choose a budget. So we'll click there, and I'm going to call this, what's your budget? Option 1, $5. Option 2, $100, or $100 plus, whatever you want it to be. And you can keep adding options if you want to. And then you want to make sure that's required so that they have to fill that out, unless you don't care. But if you don't care, if something's not required, I would just say don't even include it. If you don't need to know it, don't even include it. And then for the button, if you wanted to change the color or the style or what it says, then you can do that. So let's say you want to change what it says, like it would say like request a callback. It can be whatever you want it to be. Then we just have a simple thank you message. I would recommend changing this to, thank you, your request was received and we'll be calling you back in 20 minutes or whatever it is. Again, it just gives them feedback to know what to expect. That's also gonna help your show up rates. So especially if you are calling people back, telling them when you're gonna call back is gonna really help with making sure they actually answer the phone, which is what you want. And then if you wanna change the style of the button, you click right here, you can change the color, whatever you want to do, the font, the size of it. Maybe you want to change it to be a little bolder. And let's say you don't like this color in the form fields. Under style form fields, we can change the fill color. Maybe you want to make it just a little lighter. We still want it to be visible. We don't want it to be like just white on white unless you have a border. And which, and by the way, we can do a border as well. We could just do like a really simple, something like that, I think looks pretty good. So that is it. And what I would recommend you do is actually test it though. So we're going to click on save and we're going to check it out on mobile, make sure it looks good. Looks good to me. One thing you want to watch out for is you want to make sure these form fields are big enough, because some people have, big thumbs, and you want to make sure that they can tap into it without clicking the wrong thing. So whenever you're ready, just click on Go Live. So it's going to say publishing. Okay, so it was updated. And at this point, if you didn't choose a domain, now it's going to prompt you to do that. So you'd click on change domain and you go through that process of getting your domain name set up. And there's really only one thing left to do now. It's the only thing that's really changed from when I first created this course. And that's how you're going to connect your lead magnet delivery system to your website. It's still really easy, and my team put this quick last step tutorial together for you. So click right here to finish this out. And I just want to congratulate you on your new website and thank you for following along with me this whole time. It's been an honor teaching you, and this really is the missing piece for any service-based business. So I'm Wes, and I'll see you next time.